world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards,
Nithyananda. We'll begin with the Nithyananda Yoga today. Please be seated with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Keep your hands in the Namaskar Mudra. Remember, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN SRI NITHYANANDA PARAMASHIVAM, in your inner space. And clasp your hands in the Namaskar Mudra. We'll now begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. We will now chant the Shivamula mantra. Please chant the Shivamula mantra internally as we repeat it for you aloud. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Now we'll perform the Tattvachmanam with your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra. Please take 3 sips of water from the Panchapatram in Uddarini as we chant the following 3 mantras. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Sudha. Rinse your right hand. And with the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips from right to left. Om Amridaya Namaha. Rinse your right hand again. With the index, middle and ring finger of the right hand, touch above your upper lip and below your lower lip. Rinse your right hand once more. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, left eye, right ear, and left ear. With your right hand again. With the little finger and navel joined together, with your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel, right shoulder, left shoulder. Then with all the tips of your fingers, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder, and the center of your chest. Rinse your hand one last time. Now, clasp your right hand in your left hand and keep both your hands on your right thigh. We'll create a conscious resolution now to manifest all the powers of Paramashiva through today's Abhyasa of Nithyananda Yoga. We'll now chant the Sankalpa mantra. ममोपात्त समस्त दुरितक्षय द्वारा भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शुभे शोभने मुहूर्ते आद्य ब्राह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वत मन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शकाब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसुनाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ तुलामासे शुक्लपक्षे षष्ट्यां शुभतिथौ सोमवासरयुक्तायां पूर्वाषाढ़ा नक्षत्र शुक्रमयोग कौलवकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशांत श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वराभिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यभान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्र श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रया गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीजिम्न काहलादि समस्त बिरडावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्याप वर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमद कलव केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु शमन शाख्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार द्वदोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्तृ सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी भागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रिजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्याद्य नवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ नवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगत गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमद् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठा श्रीमद् जगत गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपाकटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दीर्घात्रिक यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये। ओम अभो स्पृश्य rinse your right hand one last time and keep your panchapatram nudrini safely away.
Yes. And with this, let's get ready. Let's all rise up and enter into the warm-up. Before we enter into the asanas today, let us make sure our body is nice and warm. So let's start With the neck, we're going to start with neck rotations, drawing nice and wide circles. Start slowly and go deep into the stretch on each side of the neck. Feel out your range of motion today. If you encounter any specific position where you feel stronger stretching pain, you can go deeper into that. Just feel out your range of motion. Feel the stretch all the way into your back, maybe even into the lower back. Go nice and deep. Change the direction. Alright, now interlock your hands and place them on your head. Straighten out your spine and just lean forward. Don't push your neck, just rest your hands on your head. Allow the gravity to intensify the stretch. You can rotate your head from side to side a little bit to isolate the stretch on any side of your neck. Remember to breathe long and deep inhalations and exhalations. On every inhalation, feel the expansion of your back. On every exhalation, relax a little bit deeper into the stretch. Alright, slowly rise up and lean back, opening up the chest, lifting your chin. Again, with your hands on top of your head, you're not pushing, you're just assisting the stretch by providing a little bit of weight. The weight of your arms, the weight of your hands is more than enough to bring you just a little bit deeper into the stretch and to support your neck so you don't have the feeling like your head is falling backwards in a more controlled movement. Push your chin upwards. Consciously tuck your head back. Very controlled movement. Rise back up. Now tilt your head to the side. Really lean into the stretch with your whole chest. Let your shoulders sink down. Don't tense up your shoulders here. Try to deeply sink down on every exhalation while keeping your spine as straight as possible. Good. Now slowly rise up and tilt your head in the opposite direction. Breathe calmly and deeply. Allow your neck to relax in this position. Rise up. And now we're going to move on to our shoulders. Just shake them out for a moment. Then place your fingers on top of the shoulders and start drawing nice and wide circles. If you can, bring your elbows together in front, but have that intention to drive your elbows as close together at the front and as far apart at the back, drawing the figure eight with both arms nice and big. Make nice and smooth movements. You don't need to be fast here. Just go through the full range of motion as much as possible. And breathe. Don't forget to breathe. Infuse the energy into every single muscle of your body. Now change the direction of the movement. Open up the chest. Good. And shake out your arms, shake out your shoulders. And you can raise one arm and push the other arm behind us. Nicely opening up the front side of our body. Opening up the shoulders, opening up the chest. Bounce a little bit. Let's go sideways also. Open both the arms wide apart. And slightly cross them at the center and then open them wide. Now start rotating your arms. Make sure you have enough space around you. No obstructions, no objects, no people. Start slowly. Make sure it's a nice and smooth movement. And if you want, you can pick up some speed. Bring some momentum into the movement. Breathe deeply. Good. Now in the opposite direction. By now your shoulders should be nice and warm. All right. So now interlock your fingers and raise them up above your head. And lean in. Allow your upper back, the middle of your back to cave in a little bit. And just stretch it out. Start with small movements from side to side. Wake up your spine. If you can sink a little bit deeper. If it doesn't feel comfortable, you can make even a little rotation at the top. Make sure to wake up your spine before you go into any deep stretch. If you feel comfortable, lean in. Feel the stretch in the opposite side. Straighten out your arms as much as possible. Reach far away. Whenever you feel any stinging pain, just rise up a little bit. Release the stretch and breathe into that region. Allow it to expand and relax. Great. Next, let's move on to our wrists. Send your arms out in front and start rotating your wrists. Just make sure the movement is nice and wide. And rotate in the opposite direction. Good. Let's stretch out our fingers, our forearms. Bring your hands in front. Pull the fingers up towards you. Hold the stretch. Now, you can pull them down as well. Open up your wrist. Now the other hand. Alright. Now we move to the hips. You can place your hands on the hips and slowly move your hips to a wide circle. Actively lean forward. Extend your lower back and then push forward. Drive the hips forward. Feel out the movement first. It's more important that you feel out your body and then you start going into the rotation here. Draw a nice and wide circle or oval. I guess for most people it would be more of an oval shape. Whenever you're at the front, try to bend your back a little bit more. Whenever you're at the front, drive your hips back also. Lean forward deeply. Let's change the direction. Stand firmly and stably on your feet. If you want, you can pick up the pace a little bit. All right. Now set the feet a little closer together. Place your hands on the knees and start drawing circles with your knees. Go nice and deep. And move them in the opposite direction. Good. Now let us move on to our ankles. Extend one leg forward and start drawing circles with the foot, which is raised off the ground. Again, go nice and wide. Nice and slow in the beginning. Just feel out the movement and then you can move it a little bit faster. Rotate in the opposite direction. Good. And now repeat on the other side. It's difficult for you to hold the balance. You can focus on an external point. Just focus your gaze at a point outside of you, or hold on to a piece of furniture. Rotate in the opposite direction. Good. Now step your feet slightly apart. And we're going to drive the hip back and lean forward. Slowly walk our way down towards the ground. If you can touch the ground, great. Just be here for a moment. If you cannot reach the ground just yet, just allow the weight of your upper body to pull you down as much as possible. Just be here and breathe. Allow this movement to wake up for you. You can rotate to one side, reach for the foot. You don't have to touch it. You can touch your leg, that is okay. Just wake up this movement for you this morning. Move from side to side. Can go a little bit faster. You can try to touch your feet with the opposite hand, respectively. Now try to hold one side for an extended period of time. Let's give it a few seconds. Then go over to the other foot and hold. You can always hold your leg or hold your knee. If you can hold your leg, just pull yourself down ever so slightly. It does not take a lot of force here. Just hold the position. Let's go over to the other leg once more. Pull yourself down ever so slightly. Good. Now we're going to walk, lean forward. Try to touch the ground in front. If you can touch the ground in front, then look back in between your legs and reach through your leg, and you can start bouncing a little bit. You can step your feet further apart. Now that we've opened up this range of motion already, start bouncing. And try to look through your legs as you do so. If you want, you can every once in a while reach out in front, reach back, front, back, front, back. Okay. That's 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's rise up. Good. Breathe deeply. Feel every part of your body. And let's get ready. We're going to now warm up real good. We're going to enter into the skeleton dance. We'll start shaking out your limbs. Shake out your fingers, your neck. Whatever we stretched just now, just move. There's no clear pattern here. Just move. Shake every bone. Remember, there's no muscles, no ligaments, no skin, only bones. So allow the bones to move freely. Shake them out. Now, widen the movement. Just keep awareness of the space around you. But let's start shaking more intensely. Even jump. Let's go. Come on, shake, shake, shake.
Pull up
Come on, come on, come on. Just a little bit longer. Give it all, give it all, give it all. Remove all the tiredness. Just shake it out. Good. And now slow down the movement. Just stand where you are and breathe. Allow the energy to disperse. Spread throughout your body. Allow yourself to catch your breath. Feel your heart pump. The blood flow. Catch your breath. Good. So let's get ready. We're going to now move into the asana sequence. The first asana we're going to enter into today is Vrikshasana. We're going to be standing on one leg, so it's going to be balancing asana. So let's get ready. We're going to prepare by just simply transferring the weight onto one foot. Let's just start with that. So we're standing straight, and then just shifting our weight onto one leg. That's all. The foot might even still be on the floor. So let's say we're standing on the right foot now, so the left foot might still be on the floor, but you can feel all your weight is shifted into the right leg. So you should be able to just lift your left foot off the ground. If you're struggling here, it's okay. Just feel the sensation in the standing foot. Feel every single toe. Feel the weight on your heels. If you have more weight on your heels, try to incorporate the front of your foot more. So bring more weight into the front of your foot. Spread the weight out through your toes. Then let's try to lift the other leg up off the ground and hold. You can keep your hands a little bit extended. That will help you with the balance for a moment. Just feel it out, feel it out. Okay, and then we want to bring the foot in and bring it close to the perineum, to the inner thigh, and stand. You can do that. That's half of the asana. If you cannot do that, you can use a wall as a support. Just place your hand against the wall and just feel the sensation. There's nothing wrong in using the wall support to get stable, get comfortable. Then join your hands in Anjali Mudra and slowly raise them upwards. Feel the muscles in your foot, in the standing foot getting activated. You can gaze forwards at an external point for balance. Breathe in Sahaja Kumbhaka calmly and deeply through your nose. Visualize that you're growing strong roots from the standing foot. You can relax for a moment. Step the foot down, shake out the standing leg, We're warming up the small balancing muscles in our foot, in our legs. Our core is ever so slightly engaged for the stabilization as well. So far, so good, everyone. Stretch out the feet. And let's go again. Let's place the foot down. Remember, first you transition the weight. It's not about quickly bringing the leg up. It's about finding your balance, finding the stability in the position. So then you raise one leg up. You feel you're stable, you're comfortable. Bring it in towards the thigh. Join your hands and raise them up, or bring them outside and make a nice and wide circle. This will actually also help you to hold the balance as you rise up. Good job, everyone. So here in this position, we're going to keep the Mula Bandha, the root lock, engaged firmly. This will also stabilize our hip. And then on every exhalation, we're going to start pulling our stomach in and up firmly in Uddiyana Bandha, driving the air out, pushing our internal organs upwards, pulling with the force of our diaphragm and the visceral muscles. Okay, once more, we can lower down. Relax, shake it out. As in any good workout, you want to have sets. So we'll have muscle engagement and a little bit of rest. And then again, we continue. So that applies for our stabilizer muscles as well. So just doing the asana once, it's not going to train them. It's just like a warm-up. So doing more repetitions is always good. And you will see, just after a little bit of warm-up, all of a sudden you can stand in this asana. The first time you might be shaky. Second time you can hold a little bit longer. Let's go for the third round. Internally chant the Japa Shivoham, as you're also going to hear the Shastra Pramana for this asana, Vrikshasana, the tree pose.
वामोर्मूलदेशे च यां यं पादमिधायतो तिष्ठेत वृक्षवद्भूमो वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Great job. Yes. Shivanyana Sarupa, your son, on the third round did really great. On the first one, he didn't look so sure that he can do it, but third one, really good. Nice job, everyone. So now, let's shake out the legs. We're going to stand on the same leg. It's going to be another balancing pose. This time in Garudasana, we're going to bring the left foot, the raised foot, we're going to bring it onto the opposite hip. Of course, if you started standing on the left foot, you're going to raise the right foot on the hip. So bring it nice and close to the hip and relax it down. It's not just passively hanging here, you're driving the knee down, bringing it closer to the standing knee. So it's an active posture. You're not just resting here. Driving the pelvis forward, pelvic rotation. I don't know if you can see that. So basically you're driving the hip forward. So that to open up the front, basically you're working against the force that your leg is driving against your hip. So you have the foot on the hip, but now you're driving the hip forward. And then you'd want to bring the knee in close to the opposite knee, the standing knee. Then you join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart and try to keep the standing leg straight. Might be a little bit easier to catch your balance as the knee is bent, but then you want to drive it through, straighten up your spine as if there is a thread pulling from the top of your head, is pulling you up. pulling you straight. Nice, firm, stable position. Okay, let's hold this just another 10, 9, 8, 7. Straighten your leg. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Shake out the foot. You can stretch it out. I feel it in my toes. I don't know where you feel it. Getting nice and warm now. Nice strength we are building in the stabilizer muscles, which are directly correlated with longevity, less prone to having any unexpected accidents in the old age. So let's work on these muscles. If you feel ready, you can rise up again. Transfer your weight to the standing leg. Then lift the opposite foot off the ground. Bring it to the opposite hip. Drive your knees together. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. This time we're going to visualize ourselves as Lord Garuda. Visualize Lord Garuda, the Vahana of Bhagavan Sri Vishnu. Visualize you're not only standing here, you're actually flying with massive wings on your back, huge in size. Rise up, stand straight, even straighten your neck. Your entire spine is completely straight. Massive wings on your back, soaring through the sky. Breathe long and deep inhalations and even longer exhalations. Stable and firm, no thoughts, just stable stability. Engage the Mula Bandha. I'm going to stand another 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Shake out the foot once more. Okay, one last time. We're going to now hold the visualization, be very close to our breath, Sahaja Kumbhaka. Feel the prana moving upwards and downwards your spine, energizing all the chakras along the spine. Slow and deep, calm movement of the breath. You're stable now, you're strong, you're prepared for this asana. You know exactly what is coming. So place the foot on the opposite hip, your knees close together, perineum firmly engaged, Mula Bandha locked, hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest, chest puffed out wide, big wings on your back. You are Lord Garuda. Internally chant Shivoham in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Great job, everyone. Now let us move on to the other side. We're going to repeat the same two asanas on the other side. So now we're going to just transfer the weight on the opposite leg, the other standing leg, and just find the balance here for a moment. Maybe you have a stronger side and a weaker side. That doesn't matter now. We're going to work both sides equally. So try to really dig your toes into the mat as if you're, like, visualize you're grabbing a ball and you're going to throw it with your feet, with a standing foot in this case. Imagine you have some sand under your foot and you're digging a hole with your toes. That's how firmly you should grab. the ground, be in full control here. Play around, you can swing the other leg which is off the ground. Test out your balance. Just warm up that other foot now. You can bend the standing knee a little bit. See the difference it makes for your stability. Alright. So now, again from this position, we're going to bring the other foot towards the inner opposite thigh. And just hold ourselves here for a moment. Feel the deep roots have now grown from your foot. You're planted into the ground. Forget balance. You're a tree. You're grounded, strong. No question that you will move now. You can extend your arms out to the side and raise them up slowly. Bring them over your head. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Set down the foot. Relax the leg. Good job, everyone. In this asana, Vrikshasana, again, we want to engage the Mula Bandha and the Uddiyana Bandha. So we're going to contract the perineal floor and pull the stomach in and up. Pull our diaphragm, our internal organs inwards and suck them up. So we're going to do that after each exhalation. So let's get back into the asana. Stand on the foot. Raise the other foot off the ground. Find your balance. Don't need to rush into the asana. Just make sure you find your balance first. Bring the foot to the opposite thigh. Then extend your arms out to the side or raise them straight up in front of you. Whatever works best for you. And try to now pull your stomach in and up after each exhalation. And hold. If you break the pose, no problem. Just rise back up. Use this time. I'm going to hold another 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. Relax. And wiggle your toes. Move the feet around. Okay, everyone ready? Let's move into the last set for this asana. Firmly plant the standing foot to the ground. Remove the weight from the other foot. Bring it up towards the inner opposite thigh. Drive the knee back, open up your hip. Then raise your arms up over top of your head. Visualize that you're a tree, standing firmly and stably. Breathe calmly and deeply. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and internally chant Shivoham.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च यां यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेतु वृक्षवद् भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Good job, everyone. Can relax as you move on to Garudasana on the other side. So again, allow everything to relax and then bring the right foot to the left hip this time. Plant your toes into the ground. Find your balance. Just be here. Hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you stand. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good. All right. Remember to breathe in Sahaja Kumbhaka, only breathe through the nose. In through the nose, nice and slow, natural breath. Hold your breath comfortably. And then again, exhale slowly through the nose. Visualize that the prana is moving along the spine, passing the different chakras, the energy centers along the spine. And internally chant Shivoham. Let's rise up once more. Foot to the opposite hip. Hands in Namaskara Mudra. Stable standing leg. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana. Let's hold for another 10, 9, 8. Come on, come on. Let's stand in the asana. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Feel how your breath has regulated itself now through these balancing poses. Long and deep inhalations and exhalations. Just experience the awareness, the presence that you carry in your body right now. As we enter into Garudasana one last time before we move on to the next asana. Stand, the left foot firmly planted into the ground, right foot on top of the opposite hip, hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center, standing like as straight as possible. Visualize Lord Garuda, big wings on your back. Engage the Mula Bandha. Breathe in Sahaja Kumbhaka and internally chant Shivoham.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली.
Relax. You can now relax. Shake out your legs as we get ready for the next asana. It's going to be Trikonasana. So here we're going to step one leg forward. Let's step forward the left foot, keep the right foot planted firmly to the ground with the toes pointing sideways. So left foot extended, left foot pointing forwards, right foot back, toes pointing sidewards. Then you're going to rotate your hip towards the foot which is pointing forward. Basically, you're looking to the left, rotating, driving your hip to the left. That itself should give you a good stretch. If you don't feel the stretch, you're not driving your hip enough. So rotate your hip. You can place your hands on your hip and really try to rotate, drive the hip towards the position you're standing. Once you do that, let us extend our arms nice and parallel to the ground and lean from the hip. Your back should remain straight as long as possible. You can touch the ground. Reach to bring your palm down completely. You cannot reach the floor, no problem. Feel where the stretch is most intense. You don't feel a stretch along the side of your back. You can now lean more from your back also. You don't feel a stretch. I don't know what asana you're doing. So breathe deeply. Inhale into your lower back, the side of your back. Rotate your head and look upwards. Use your hand to gain more stability. You can even place your hand a little bit away from the foot to stand more in a triangle for your own balance. Use the back foot as a support. Look up along the raised arm. Breathe deeply. Visualize yourself as a triangle. Okay, let us rise up for a moment. Slowly rise up. Step your feet together once. Just feel what all you've been stretching out just now. Breathe calmly. Okay, this is not a strength asana, so let us get right back into it. You don't need a long rest here. Step the foot forward, bring the other foot far back. Rotate your hip forward, extend your arms out. Lean down all the way. You might find that you can go deeper now already. Rotate your head and look upwards. This itself will change the stretch a lot. Will change what muscles are active in this asana. Breathe calmly and deeply. Lean down just a little bit more. Breathe into the muscle which is stretched the most here. That might be different from person to person. Surely the hamstrings will be active. The side of the back will be stretched. But to which intensity the stretch is experienced might vary from person to person. If you're comfortable in this position already, okay, then bend the front arm, go deeper. Allow yourself to sink deeper into this position. Okay, let's rise up once more. Nice and slow, controlled movements. Okay. We're preparing ourselves for success here, so let's go. Let's do one more round. Step the foot forward. The other foot back. Back toes facing sideways, hip rotated. Lean forward and down. Bring the hand to the mat as much as possible. And look up along the waist arm. Breathe in Sahajra Kumbhaka. Mula Bandha engaged. And internally chant the japa. Shivoham in Trikonasana.
तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नखराजं त्रिकोणं च स्ताङ्गस्थप्रसारणे.
Great. Let's rise up. And you can now simply change the rotation of your feet. We're going to do the same thing on the other side. So step the right foot forward, toes pointing forward, left foot back, toes pointing sideways. Let's just spend a little bit of time at the top, rotating our hip forward, driving the hip forward. That itself will be pretty tight for most people sitting at their desk all day, sitting at their laptop, on their phone, just sitting in general. You can even bounce a little bit, just rotate your hip towards the standing leg. It's not about rotating the shoulders, it's about rotating the hip. So drive the hip forward. You can feel that even into your toes. If you push all the way, you can feel this all the way. All right. Then extend your arms out and just bring your chest forward. Reach for the ground. If you can only reach your shin, that is okay. If you can reach your ankle, great. If you can reach the floor, nice job. If you cannot, just reach and hold. Breathe into the stretch. Allow yourself this expansion that Bhagavan has blessed us with this morning routine. Look up along the raised arm. Hold the balance. Rotate your neck and breathe. Then you can slowly rise up. Step your feet together once. Just loosen up. And then once more, step the right foot forward, left foot far back. Drive the hip through. Keep your back straight as long as possible. You want to really bend from the hip. Intensely stretch the hamstrings here. Touch the ground with one hand. Reach for the sky. Really stretch that top arm up as well. It's an active reach. Look up along the raised arm and try to place the other palm on the ground. Let's go deeper. Sink down. Be intense here. You can use your own muscles to push and pull yourself even lower. Gravity is a great support, but it should be an active position, not just a passive stretch. Breathe deeply, that is most important. Breathe deeply and gaze up along the raised arm. Raise up once more. We're getting nice and warm here. I don't know about you, I can feel it in my hamstrings. No matter how often you do the asana, if you do them with intensity, you can still work your body, you can still expand. Yoga is authenticity in action. So let's be authentic. Let's step the right foot forward, left foot back, toes of the left foot pointing sideways. Rotate your hip in, lean forward and down. Bring a hand down. Reach the left arm up. Rotate your neck. Rotate your shoulder out. Nice and straight. Straight arms. Internally chant Shivoham in Trikonasana.
तानपादं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे
Yes, great. After these stretches, let us now move into the next karana of the sequence. Nikuttaka karana, so standing in Arimandi position with the heels together, toes pointing outwards, hands at the hip for now. Bend your knees nice and deep. Just stand here. Feel the position of your pelvis in this position, keeping your body nice and straight, your chest out, standing proudly and firmly, stably. And we're going to bring our hands in front of the chest, elbows raised, palms facing each other, and then lift one heel off the ground. Stand stably and then stomp the heel down, lift the other heel up. Swift movement, alternating the position of your hands as you do so. Let's go. Great. With this, bring your feet pointing forward. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra and let's sink down. Sink down nice and low. Heels off the ground. Sit down on the heels. And balance. Hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of our heart center. Breathe calmly. We're now going to have a new pranayama, which is Brahmari Kumbhaka, which is buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and the exhalation, both. So you're going to, from your throat, create a buzzing sound. On both the inhalation and the exhalation. As you're holding this asana, feel the tiny movements, the tiny muscle contractions that your body is performing just to hold you stable in this position. Quickly, it will turn into a burning sensation trying to hold this asana. That is great. Keep it up. Let's hold it as much as possible. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, you can just bring your knees down for a moment. Stretch your feet back. Just stretch them out. You can pull on your toes. Allow them to relax. Just pull out your feet. And stretch them nicely. Stretch your toes. This will prepare you for many of the other asanas also, where we have to balance on our toes. So once more, let us lift ourselves up off the ground, knees off the mat. The knees should be firmly together, so there should not be a gap between the knees. You can even actively push the knees together. Strengthen your hip internally. Bulletproof your lower back. Be stable. The more stable you are, the easier it is to balance in this asana as well. Then join your hands. Visualize Swamiji is blessing you. Internally chant Sadashivoham. Visualize that the japa is rotating around your throat. Let us hold for 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nice. You might feel it in your feet, in your calves, the toes. Nice muscle activation. Static hold. Great to build the strength with a low risk of injury. It's a great asana to really work on your stability. For the standing balancing poses that we just did, actually this one is a great preparation as well because it gives you so much control in your toes. Okay, once you're ready, you'll go for one more round of this asana. And let us know if you are sore in your feet tomorrow from holding this asana. Let's go. Let's bring our feet up, knees off the ground, and together. Sit on your heels, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji. Keep buzzing like a bee in Brahmari Kumbhaka and chant Sadashivoham in Angushtasana.
अङ्गुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधोभूमो विनिन्यसे कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षः पनीवहि. Correct.
Shake out your toes, shake out your feet, your calves. The next asana, Saurasana. So from this position, we're just going to bring one foot forward. Raise your hands if you can feel a burning in your calves and in your feet. Great. That means you're doing the right thing. Okay, now we're going to extend one leg forward while sitting on the other foot. I'm going to move a little bit to the side. Maybe you can zoom in. So one foot is tucked, sitting on the foot, the other leg is extended. And then you have the hands at the side, fingertips barely touching. Let us try to hold balance here. So our hands are not what's holding us in this asana. It is our foot, the standing foot again. We're working with our toes, working on our stability. The heel at the front will not give us stability, that's only the support. The front, it's a really nice posture to balance out our toes. If you wear tight shoes every day, do this asana to spread out the toes, gain the stability in the standing foot. Keep your hands at the side. In Vara Mudra, no cheating here. You can touch the ground, that is fine. But try to remove your body weight from your fingers. Just have the fingertips slightly scratching the floor. This is just a reference for you, okay? Vara Mudra, Poon bestowing Mudra. If this gets too intense, you're just holding 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. stretch out the toes. You can really pull your toes up, shake out the feet, shake out your legs. And then people say body weight workout does not work. You just need to find a position to apply the force. Let's get ready. We're going to enter back into the asana. Let's try to hold the balance here. Let's try to hold the balance. So, one leg bent, sitting on the heel, other leg extended forward, hands at the side of your body. If you focus on bringing the balance in this asana, it will be a great help for the next asana where you require yourself to hold the balance. Otherwise, you will not be able to enter into the asana. Feel any micro contraction of your stabilizer muscles. Your body is trying to hold you in this position. We don't even have to think about that. Just cognize how much work your body is doing for your day-to-day activities, intelligently activating the right muscles for every single movement. Just for scratching your nose, hundreds of muscles get activated without us being consciously aware. Now you're really challenging your body to coordinate, navigate this balancing position. You're going to hold 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. Okay, one last time. Let's enter into the asana one more time. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Don't forget to breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka. Right leg forward, left knee bend, unless you started with the other position. Let's go, hands at the side, Vara Mudra. Keep the Mula Bandha engaged and internally chant Sadashivoham in Saurasana.
प्रसार्येकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Good. Now from Saurasana, the next asana is Vidunanasana. So basically we have the same position, but we're going to keep one hand and catch our big toe. If your hamstrings are too tight, you can reach for your shin. That is okay. But optimally, you want to keep your hand in Prana Mudra. Means you're bending in little and ring finger and catching it with your thumb. Then using index and middle finger to hold onto the big toe. Here's where your balance really comes in. You want to be able to just give the other hand free, balance in this asana, and then hold onto the back heel. So you can lean down slightly, but that is not the main focus of this asana. You want to be able to hold the back heel and the front big toe. Have great stability in your body. Be firm and present. And hold. If your muscles are a little worn out at this point, that's okay. You can take a break, take a rest. There's nothing wrong in taking a rest. But once you feel you're ready to enter back into the asana, do so. If at all you feel anything other than muscle pain, if you feel there's any joint pain, any stinging sensation. You can stand up, shake out your leg, move the leg through the range of motion. See that whatever is misaligned, you can get it back into position, and whenever you feel comfortable and ready, you can go back into the asana. Let's make sure we are sore tomorrow. Let's not take too long of a break. Let's go back into the asana, everyone. Come on, come on. I see KAILASA Canada is having a great time. Let's go back into the asana, everyone. With the toes tucked, sitting on the heel, catching the front big toe in Prana Mudra. If you cannot hold the balance, you can firmly place the left hand on the ground here. Not a problem. But the goal is to be able, if you bring the left hand away from your body, you can make a nice triangle shape. Yeah, if you place it on the ground, it will help you with the balance. And once you feel, oh, I found that sweet spot, that balancing point, place the left hand on your heel. Hold on to your heel in this asana. Yes. Great for ankle stability, toe strength, foot strength, hamstring flexibility, and just practice awareness. Just bring awareness into your physical body. If you had the asana, you can relax. Can massage the muscles a little bit. Allow them to loosen up. Stretch them out. Shake out any lactic acid from the muscles. If you have that burning sensation, you can shake out your muscles. All right. Let's go into one more round. One more repetition. Let's go. With the toes tucked, toes of the left foot tucked, right foot extended forward, sitting on the left heel, right hand in Prana Mudra, catch the big toe, catch the back heel. Let's try to balance here. Let's enter into this asana, everyone. Come on, let's try hold the balance. Reach for the big toe in front, hold the back heel, and hold 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Let's wait for the Tantalarak to chant the mantra, and then we can get out of the asana.
उपस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्कृते तत्करेण ऊर्ध्वं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाप्यसे चोभयत्र.
See how I tricked you there? You thought it was over? Oh, we had a little bit more in the tank. Let's go. Now we're repeating the other side. Shake out the leg. And we're going to work on the other side. Nice and strong, everyone. I want to say a big thank you to everyone who showed up today for the Charyapada, is doing the asana sincerely. This is going to be a great benefit for yourself, so you're doing a great job, everyone. You can see the participants are sincerely challenging themselves, working on their strength, working on their muscle coordination, balance, really just practicing restful awareness here. So now we're going to tuck the toes of the other foot, Extend the other leg forward. We're going to repeat Saudasana. During the initial preparation, working on our balance. You can extend your arms out to the side, as if you were walking over a rope, balancing on a rope, or one wheeler, just walking. You can place your hands on the ground for support and bounce yourself off the ground. That works as well. And then try to make the gap between the bounces longer and longer. Maybe you can zoom in once. And I can show what I mean. So you place both hands like this, both hands on the ground. And you just bounce, lift both hands off the ground, bounce. One hand on the ground, bounce. One hand on the ground. Just keep yourself in the air for longer and longer and longer and longer and longer. Extend the gap between any hand touching the ground. So you have one hand on the floor. Then you have both hands off the ground, the other hand on the floor. What our body needs to be able to do to hold the balance is to push itself back into the center when it tilts to any given side. So what this will do, it will train the small muscles that are needed to do that. So as you lean to the side, try to bring yourself back to the center. Let's hold. Let's just hold. Hold. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Great job. Extend your toes back. Stretch them out. Allow your calves to relax as well. Wiggle your wiggle your feet. Wiggle your toes. Shake them out. If you have any condition such as a flat foot or weak arch of the foot, this will be a great practice to do for a longer period of time, more repetitions, just bringing more control into the small muscles which are present in your foot, in your ankle. Actually, this will also intensely work your calves in a very unusual way. You think of calf raises, many of these small muscles will not be engaged. Okay, let's go. Let's go back. We're going into the next set. Sitting on one heel, the other leg extended forward. Hands at the side and Vara Mudra. Showering blessings like Swamiji. Visualize Swamiji now in a space. Very stable, very calm position. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Chest opening up. Stable, intense presence in this asana. Just be with your body. Witness every small contraction, every little jitter that is there in your body. Apply consciousness to every action that your body is doing. No accidents. Conscious manifestation here. Okay. Let us hold. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. If you can hold longer, if you want to hold longer, go ahead. Go ahead. Let us take a small break before we enter into the last repetition. Everyone is doing a great job here. Everyone who's joining. Very happy to see that everyone is challenging themselves. Usually we do not get this much time in this asana. You will see next time you perform it, it will be much easier. It will be much easier to hold and balance yourself in this position. Okay, one last time. Let's go. Tuck the toes. Sit on the heel. Other leg extended forward. Hands at the side of the body. Palms rotated forward. Fingertips barely touching the ground. Just grazing the ground. Your fingers. Visualize Swamiji. Keep buzzing in Brahmari Kambaka. Keep the Mula Bandha engaged and internally chant Sada Shivoham in Saurasana.
प्रसार्येकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य कपालकम्.
Great job. From this asana, now we're going to bring the left hand into Prana Mudra. And the fingers, middle finger extended. Catch the big toe of the front foot. And hold the back heel, the right hand. Hold the balance. Again, intense presence. Just witness every little movement within your body. If you cannot reach the foot, hold on to your shin. If you cannot hold the balance, place the right hand, plant the right hand on the ground. That is okay. If you want to make it more difficult, bring the hand closer to your body. The further away from your body you place the right hand on the ground, the easier it will be to balance. The closer you get, and maybe you place 2 fingers or 1 finger, just the tip of 1 finger supports you in your balance. Then you lift off the right hand off the ground. Just keep it hovering at the side. Just hold the asana. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job. All right. Short break, 30 seconds. Another 5, 4. Let's get ready to get back into the asana. 1. Let's go. Let's sit on the heel, extend the other leg forward. Right hand catching the heel of the right foot. Left hand, if you can, catch the big toe of the left foot. Let's break all tiredness and boredom. Let's push through. Let us try to hold the balance here. If you can catch your back heel, let's try to hold for 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good job. Okay, one last time. One last time. We are almost done with this part of this sequence. Let's go. Let's go. Let's tuck our toes. Extend the left foot forward. Now let's just focus on performing all the components of this asana. So, hands in Vara Mudra, bestowing blessings like Swamiji. Visualize Swamiji. Breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka, buzzing sound on in and exhalation like a bee. Keep the Mula Bandha engaged and internally chant Sada Shivoham. Excuse me, wrong mudra. Actually, we're catching the front big toe in Prana mudra. We're in Vidunanasana. Hold the balance and the chant Sada Shivoham.
कुल्पस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्कृते तत्करेण कुल्भं चान्यं धारये तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाप्यसे शोभयत्र.
All right. Great job, everyone. I really challenged all of you. Myself as well. That's good. That's good. Whenever we challenge ourselves, we are working for our expansion. Great job. Let's move to the next asana, which is Brahma Jurankushasana. So, did I say we are done with the sequence? I guess we're going to have to continue just a little bit more. Toes tucked, but here we are going to bring a slight gap in between our knees. So, this time we don't have the knees together, we bring them slightly apart. Then our hands are being placed palms facing up on top of the knees. Our throat is being locked in Jalandhara Bandha, Mula Bandha engaged, and keep your eyes opened wide. Stare into the ether in Shambhavi Mudra. Focus your gaze at the space in between your palms. You're not looking at the ground, you're not looking at your hands. Gaze at the space in between your palms. Feel the intense presence, the intense awareness of this mudra. You're not actually looking outside, you're gazing deep within, gazing into your inner space. Visualize Swamiji as you're holding 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. Breathe calmly. In this asana, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka. Perform the buzzing sound on the inhalation and exhalation. Okay, I feel we have worked our feet enough. Let's go into one more repetition before we move into the next asana. Let's focus on performing all the components. Hands on the thighs, palms facing up, eyes open wide, Shambhavi Mudra. Chin locked to the chest. Jalandhara Bandha, visualize Swamiji, buzz like a bee. Internally chant Sada Shivoham in Brahma Jurankushasana.
दो फनाम फनी होई बेसे येरी दो गुड़ा निवेसे कोरा भगतलिया की माहिरी आसिया माहिरा से मिली.
Beautiful. The next asana is going to be KAILASA. So we are going to be placing our knees down on the ground here, slightly separate. Hands on the thighs, So our toes remain in the stretched position, but we don't have to balance. Can relax a little bit in this asana. They should be nice and warm, nice and stretched out at this point. But we'll continue. Hold them a little bit longer in this position. Bring your gaze to the tip of your nose. Focus your awareness at the tip of your nose. Visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni and breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka. Make the buzzing sound on the inhalation and on the exhalation as well. Try not to bring any gap in between this. Try to continue to breathe in Brahmari Kumbhaka. Every inhalation should be a buzzing, every exhalation should be buzzing. And then now after you exhale, hold your breath and suck your stomach in and up. You can transfer the weight onto your knees with your hands down on your knees and pull your stomach in and up firmly. This asana really incorporates you opening up your chest even more. As you can apply some force on your legs, you can really push open that rib cage and pull your stomach in and up firmly. So let's once more inhale with the buzzing sound. Nice and deeply, and then exhale with a buzzing sound. Performing this pranayama, Brahmari Kumbhaka, with intense sincerity will bring a space of ecstasy to the yogi practicing it sincerely. So let us buzz on the inhalation and exhalation. After the exhalation, firmly pull your stomach in and up. Internally chant Sadashivoham and keep the visualization of sage Kapila Muni in the asana named after him, Kapilasana.
उभय भगतरी समथ हरावे किनको माही कोर मिलावे हना हानि उखड़ होय वैसे येरी दो जोनि निवेसे.
Yes, the next asana is Bhadra Gurakasana. Let's stretch out our toes. If you haven't done so yet after Kapilasana, just allow your feet to relax for a moment. Pull up your toes. Pull out your ankles. Move your hips. Counter position, strengthening the toes, moving in the opposite direction. In Bajragodakasana, we're going to enter into the same body pose, but we're going to shift our gaze upwards. We're going to visualize Swamiji. And we are not going to engage the Uddiyana Bandha here. We're going to simply keep the perineum locked. Lock the perineal floor and pull it inwards, preventing the Kundalini Shakti, preventing the prana to disperse, accumulating it within our system, raising the energy upwards from the root of the spine to the crown of the head. This is the strong foundation. So keep the Mula Bandha engaged and keep buzzing like a bee. Internally chant the japa Shivoham in Bajragodakasana.
भगतिली संपुट करे कोरबारली भूपरितरे कोरबारली राके से तापरि मूल द्वारिदिगी बेसे.
Yes, now we're going to move on to the final toe balancing asana for today. At the end, we're going to once more challenge ourselves a little bit. We're going to bring the soles of the feet together. Once you're ready, bring the knees apart. This time, it's going to be more load on our little toes. It's going to be more spread out to the side of the foot. And just be here for a moment and hold. Lift your hands off the ground if you can. And we're going to perform Padma Mudra, joining little fingers and thumbs, opening up our palms like a beautiful lotus flower. And then we're going to reach up to the sky as straight as possible. Try to bring it above your head if you can. You have to keep it in front for your balance, that is okay. And lift your head. It's going to be the tip. That last bit that really transfers all the weight. You have to step out of this intense pose. It's okay. Try to hold it as long as possible. Open up your knees intentionally. Pull your stomach in and up after every exhalation. And visualize you're gazing at the sun as you're gazing through the gap in between the palms. Visualize Bhagavan Sri Surya in Suryasana. Let's hold 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and let's rest. All right. Gonna give another 10 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's keep it at 2 rounds, but let's get this one nice and stable, nice and sturdy. Bring our feet together here. Feet together, heels together, toes together. Sit on the heels. Knees as wide apart. Let's drive our knees apart here. Back nice and straight. Hands in Padma Mudra. Raise your arms up. Gaze to the sky through your hands. After every exhalation, pull your stomach in and up and buzz like a bee. As you do so, Sadashivoham Japa and Suryasana. Let's hold. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. All right. Stretch it out. Okay, we didn't have the pramana yet, so one more time we're gonna have to go. We're gonna have to go back one more time. Get the pramana before we are done with this asana and we enter into the last pose. We all know it's coming. Let's go. Once everyone is ready. Okay, let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Tuck your toes, bring the feet together, knees apart, buzz like a bee. Join the fingers, thumbs and little fingers. Raise them up. Then Padma Mudra, gaze up. Visualize Bhagavan Sri Surya. And eternally chant Sadashivoham in Suryasana.
येडीदो घोड़ाधरी आने फना पानी भाई त्रिपु निताने घोड़ा जंग अदर कर रहे आधा पाम इसी विदारे.
Wonderful, nicely done. Give yourselves a round of applause. This was an intense sequence today. Let's all lay down, rest down, extend our legs, and fall into a well-deserved Shavasana. Shivasana. Shavasana is the dead body. Shivasana is Shava, infused with Shakti. Becomes Shiva. Hands relaxed at the side of the body, palms facing upwards. Sink into the ground. Leave your body completely relaxed without any movement. Once more, pull the awakened Kundalini Shakti up from the root of your spine all the way to the crown of your head in Shakti Chalan Mudra. Relax, release. Visualize your body is dead, lifeless. Swamiji is liberating you. Leave your body behind. As you chant the Mahavakyam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
उत्तानं शववत् भूमो शयनं तु शवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, rotate your wrists and ankles, move your arms and move your legs. Bend your knees, place your feet flat on the ground, move them from the side to side, pull your knees up to your chest and roll yourself up into a ball, bring your chin to the knees. Roll yourself from side to side and slowly you can roll to the side and in a controlled way rise back up into a seated position. Congratulations everyone for completing today's Nityananda Yoga Sakala Vinyasa Krama sequence. Thank you all so much for joining us today. And we hope you had a great time. We're going to get ready. We're going to have the puja up next. So once we concluded, grab your puja kit and get ready. For now, let us sit, head, neck and spine in a straight line, hands in Namaskara Mudra. Visualize Swamiji. Let's bow down in deep gratitude and chant the Purna mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Level. Om Nithyanandam. Nithyanandam everyone, Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, welcoming all the devotees, participants, Kailasavasis, and everyone else to this Pratyakshapada Puja. We request everyone to please be seated. Please make sure that you are in the traditional Hindu attire, the Tirumoola Varkavedam. Please make sure that you have the Vibhuti, Bhasma applied on all the 16 places. Please make sure that you have the puja kit in front of you, arranged with flowers, water, Naivedyam, the Dhupa and Deepa, and the various other offerings. Please settle down. Sit in a comfortable position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Breathe in deeply and breathe out. Visualize Swamiji's presence in the Guru Padukas, in the Atmalinga, in the whole space around you. Come to a space of deep gratitude. Unclutch from any other thoughts you are having about your previous day, your day today, your anxieties, your worries, your desires. Only bring gratitude to Swamiji in your inner space. During the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja, connect with Swamiji, connect with Bhagavan Paramashiva, establish that feeling connection. It is the sole time during your whole day you get this chance to have an exclusive time with Swamiji and Paramashiva. Use that time and space and connect with him. Be in the Bhava Samadhi of him. Fill yourself with the remembrance, the thoughts, the oneness of Swamiji. With that, let us now begin the declaration for the Pada Puja. Please declare with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to this, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that cosmic energy exists. Yes. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that Swamiji, Bhagavan Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Devi Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Padukas, and the Atmalinga are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, the embodiment and representation of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth that the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja I am offering now will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand, and declare the truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us now begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. In the Sadguru Vandanam, we offer our gratitude to our beloved Swamiji. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadiraksyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvati Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The next offering is the Guru Parampara Vandanam. In the Guru Parampara Vandanam, we offer our gratitude to the eternal lineage of all the Gurus, the enlightened masters. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. The next offering is the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam. In the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam, we offer our gratitude to the incarnation of Paramashiva, Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara. Now please take some flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Lalate Tripundri Nitila Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Spurita Katikopi Namasanaha Tadano Dustaram Chidasi Panirajam Chishikalam Pradipa Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijagate. The next is the Tattvachvanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udhrani of water into your right hand and sip the water from the base of your right palm 3 times. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svada. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svada. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svada. Now wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Hamradaya Namaha. Wash your hands with the tips of your index, middle and ring fingers. Touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands with the tips of your index finger and thumb joined together. Touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together. Touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together. Touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and heart center. Wash your hands within the udhrani of water. The next is Shuklam Bhadram, where we offer our gratitude to Bhagavan Ganesha, the remover of obstacles and the Lord of spontaneous completion. Now please take a few flowers and akshata in your right hand, place both your hands in the Mushti Mudra and tap the sides of your forehead along with the mantra. Shuklam Bharadharam Vishnum Shajivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyaret Sarvavighnopashantaye. The next is the pranayama, the inhalation, retention and exhalation of the prana, the life energy. Do all 3 actions while we chant the Samhita mantras. Om Hom Ishanamurdaya Namo Om Prashupraya Namo Om Guruvaya Namo Namadevushaya Namo Satyojata Murdaya Namo Om Amritaya Namo Om Himsradaya Namo Om Shikaya Namo Om Kavachaya Namo ओम हम नेत्रेभ्यो नमः ओम अस्त्राय नमः ओम हम ईशानमूर्धाय नमः ओम तत्पुरुषोत्तराय नमः ओम भगवद्गीताय नमः ओम हिम वामदेव गुह्याय नमः ओम सत्योजातमूर्ते नमः ओम महामृदयाय नमः ओम हिम शिरसे नमः ओम शिखायै नमः ओम गणेशाय नमः ओम हम नेत्रेभ्यो नमः ओम अस्त्राय नमः ओम ईशानमूर्धाय नमः ओम तत्पुरुषोत्तराय नमः ओम भगवद्गीताय नमः ओम महामदेव गुह्याय नमः ओम सत्योजातमूर्ते नमः ओम महामृदयाय नमः ओम हिम शिरसे नमः ओम शिखायै नमः ओम गणेशाय नमः ओम हम नेत्रेभ्यो नमः ओम अस्त्राय नमः. The next is the sankalpa, the conscious resolution. When you make the sankalpa in the presence of the master, the power of the master's presence will manifest your sankalpa as reality. Close your eyes and visualize the sankalpa that you want to manifest for today. Visualize the ultimate discipline in all areas of your life. Come back to the space of Sohamasmi and declare powerfully that through the space of Sohamasmi, you will manifest your whole sankalpa into reality. Now keep the flowers and akshata in your left palm, close it with your right palm, and keep both your hands on the right thigh. Let us now chant the sankalpa mantra. Om नमोपात समस्त द्विदक्षयद्वारा भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव प्रीत्यर्थम च शिवे शोभने मुहूर्ते आद्य ब्रह्मणः द्वितीय परार्धे श्री श्वेतवराह कल्पे वैवस्वतमन्वन्तरे अष्टाविंशतितमे नित्ययुगे प्रथमे पादे जम्बूद्वीपे भारतवर्षे भरतखण्डे मेरोः दक्षिणे पार्श्वे शताब्दे अस्मिन् वर्तमाने व्यवहारिके प्रभवादीनां षष्ट्याः संवत्सराणां मध्ये विश्वावसुनाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतौ तुलामासे शुक्लपक्षे षष्ट्यां शुभतिथौ सोमवासरयुक्तायां पूर्वाषाढा नक्षत्र सुकर्मण योग कौलवकर्ण एवं गुणविशेषण विशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभतिथौ श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिव पुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमन्य तुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपाल लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्वत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड़ वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमद् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुर्श्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्नकाहलादि समस्त विररावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सत्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्ष विश्रानजीमूत परमत कल्पकेसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु अपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानरहार गुरोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् प्रजपध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनां अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ नवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आंची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनीक्ष्वाको हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूलाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि
साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत
कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ नवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ग पुरस्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमद् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरु कृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवन् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये। Om Abhaupasprisya. Please wash your hands within the journey of water. The next is the Ghantanada, beating the bell to invoke the presence of all the gods and goddesses and remove the presence of any negative energies. Now please take the bell in your left hand, hold it above your heart center and ring the bell along with the mantra. Om Agamantu Devanam Varanasantu Rakshasam Santanam Parvamyado Devata Kvanananjanam Santa Devata Namaha. The next offering is a Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Please close your eyes and visualize Swamiji's presence in your heart center. During the Manasa Puja, every offering that you make is the offerings where you pull your senses inwards and offer each of your intra-organs, your thoughts, yourself itself to Swamiji, who is seated in the lotus of your heart. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, place your hands in the Bhurma Mudra, close your eyes and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Om Haritpadmamasanam Dadyat Sahasrarachyutam Hridaihi Vadyam Charanayor Dadyat Manastu Argyam Nivedayet Tena Mritena Achamaniyam Thaniyam Tena Chaspadam Akashadattvam Vastram Syat Gandasyat Gandhadatvakam Chittam Prakalpayet Pushpam Dhupam Ranan Prakalpayet Tejasattvam Jadipatam Naivedyam Syat Sudam Buddhi Anahatattvanirkanta Vayudattvam Jachamaram Sahasraram Bhavechatram Shabdadattvam Jagitakam Nrityamindriya Karmani Chanchalyam Manasastata Sumekalam Padmamalam Pushpam Nanavidam Tata Amayate Bhavapushpaihi Archayet Bhavagocharam Amayam Manahankaram Aragam Amalam Tata Amoharam Madam Pancha Adveshakshopakaudata Amacharyam Balopancha Dashapushpam Vidurpudaha Ahimsa Paramam Pushpam Pushpam Indriya Nigraha Daya Pushpam Shama Pushpam Jnana Pushpam Japanchamam Iti Panchadashe Bhava Pushpaihi Sambodhaye Bhagavantam Sri Nityananda Paramashivam. The next is the Upachara Puja, the offering of the external worship. The first is the Hasanam, the offering of seat to the Master. Now please take a few flowers in your hands and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. आसनम् ॐ सर्वभूतान्तरस्थाय सर्वभूतान्तरात्मने कल्पयाम्युपवेशातम् आसनं ते नमो नमः। ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णासनं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। The next offering is Swagatam, the offering of welcoming the Master. Now please take a few flowers in your hands and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Swagatam Om Shantatva Sarvakartritva Bhavotvaradikaranat Shivokto Mahatantra Mantra Vidhis Sada Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitaragakalaya Vai अमेयत्वादनन्तो यम् अजत्वा च प्रकीर्तितः यस्य दर्शनमिच्छन्ति देवा स्वामीशसिद्धये तस्मै देवरमेशान स्वागतं स्वागतं प्रभो अद्य मे सबलं जन्म जीवनं सफला क्रियाः स्वागतं यद्वया तन्मे तपसां फलमागतम् ॐ ह्रीं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूप भगवन् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव स्वागतं सुस्वागतं ते. The next offering is Padhyam, the offering of water to wash the feet of the Master. Now please take an uddarni of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Padhyam Om Yadbhakti Samparkat Paramananda Samgavah तस्मै देव रमेशान पाद्यं शुद्धाय कल्पयेत् ॐ ह्रीं एतत्पाद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः. The next offering is the offering of Arghya, the traditional bouquet. Now please take the conch in your hands and offer the Arghya at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Arghya Om Durvaksharasamayuktam Bilvapatram Dadamaram Shomanam Shankapatlastam Grahanaryam Maheshwara Om Hrim Esho Arghyaha Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Achamaniyam, the offering of water for mouthwash. Now please take an uddarni of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Achamaniyam Om Mandadinyastu Yadvari Sarvavapaharam Shubham Grihanachamaniyam Tvam Maya Bhaktya Niveditam Om Hrim Idam Achamaniyodatam सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय स्वाहा. The next offering is Madhubarka, the offering of the nectarine drink. Now please take the Madhubarka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Madhubarka Om Sarvadharmashanashaya Paripurnasadatmakam Madhubarkamimam Deva Kalpayami Prasida Me Om Hrim Esha Madhubarkaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Gandhatailam, the offering of scented oil. Now please take the uddarni in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Madhubarkaha Tailam Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokana Vidakarata Sarvalokeshu Siddhastvam Dadami Sneham Om Hrim Idam Gandhatailam Sarvadevadevi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Snaniyam, the offering of water for the sacred bath. Now please take another dhrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Snaniyam Om Idam Sridharam Vari Pasham Susham Manoharam Nanadam Devayavakya Karpidam Prativihyata Om Hrim Idam Saniyoram Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of the sacred cloth. Now please take the cloth offering in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Vastram Om Maya Chitrapata Channa Nijakukyo Ritejase Nilavarana Vijnaya Vasaste Kalpayamyaham Om Hrim Idam Vastrottariyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Avaranam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. Now please take the jewelry in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Avaranam Om Swabhavasundaraangaya Nana Satyashrayayate Suvarnam Bhushanam Tubhyam Kalpayami Prasidame Om Hrim Idam Suvarnabharanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take the Gandha in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Gandha Om Shariram Dena Janami Cheshtam Naiva Cha Naiva Cha Maya Niveditan Gandhan Pratikrishya Vilepyam Om Hrim Esha Gandha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. Now please take the fragrant flowers in your hands and offer it at smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Pushpam Om Turiyavana Sampannam Nala Gudamanoharam Ananda Sauravam Pushpam Vikyata Vidamuttamam Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Pushpani Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Vaushade. The next offering is Bilva Vatram, the offering of the Bilva leaves. Now please take the Bilva leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Bilva Vatram Om Amritodhavam Shri Vriksham Shankarasya Sada Priyam Bilva Vatram Prayachami Pavitram Te Sureshwara Om Hrim Etani Sachandana Bilva Vatrani Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Vaushade. The next offering is Tulsi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaves. Now please take the Tulsi leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Tulasi Patram Om Namaste Bhavarupaya Varadamurtaye Paramatmane Swaha Om Hrim Idam Sachandana Tulasi Patram Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupaha Om
वनस्पतिरतो नित्यो गन्धाद्यस्तु मनोहरः आग्नेयसर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं एतद्धूपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः.
The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. Now please take the lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Deepaha Om Suprakaso
महादीपः सर्वदस्तिमिरामः सभाज्ञाभ्यन्तरज्योतिर्दीपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम् ॐ ह्रीं एतद्दीपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः.
The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food. Now please take a little of water in your hands and hover clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
नैवेद्यम् ॐ नैवेद्यं विविधं देव शर्करादिनिर्मितं त्वया निवेदितं भक्त्या गृहाण परमेश्वर ॐ ह्रीं इदं सोमवर्णनैवेद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय निवेदयामि.
The next offering is Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. Now please take the udani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Paniyam Om
समस्तदेवदेवेश सर्वतृप्तिकरं परम् अखण्डानन्दसम्पूर्णं ग्रहाणजलमुत्तमम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं पानातोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः.
The next offering is Punarachavaniyam, the offering of water for washing the hands and the mouth. Now please take the udani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra.
पुनराचमनीयम् ॐ उच्छिष्टमप्यसुचर्वा यस्य स्मरणमात्रतः शुद्धिमाप्नोति तस्मै ते पुनराचमनीयकम् ॐ ह्रीं इदं पुनराचमनीयोदकम् सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय स्वाहा.
The next offering is Aratikam, the offering of Arati to the Master. Now please take the little lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Aratikam Om Him Esha Dipamala Sarvadevadevi Sarvaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Namaha. Om Sagaranye Tyayate Imam Janatagum Sangrananiti Swadasharati Ratana Bhavati Swadashamasa Samvatsaraha Samvatsaramiya Vande Maunti Bhavati Urdhvayunja Urdhvameva Vande Chitrakshatram Bhavati Chitram Vahedat Karma Karpuraram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Jagendraram Sadavadantam Vidyayanande Bhavam Bhavani Saitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Saitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Saitam Namami. आरात्रिकं समर्पयामि भगवश्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरण कमलेभ्यो नमः. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of fragrant flowers. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Pushpanjalihi Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Dev
महेश्वरः गुरु साक्षात् परं ब्रह्म तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। अखण्डमण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। मन्नाथ श्री जगन्नाथो मद्गुरु श्री जगद्गुरुः परमात्मा सर्वभूतात्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवश्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्।
The next is the Paramashiva Puja. Let's begin with the Tattvachavanam. Now please keep the right hand in the Gokarna Mudra. Pour an udrini of water and sip the water from the base of your right hand palm 3 times. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svada. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svada. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Svada. Now wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Hamradayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with the tips of your index, middle and ring fingers. Touch above the upper lip, below the lower lip. Wash your hands with the tips of your index finger and thumb joined together. Touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together. Touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together. Touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and heart center. We will now be beginning the Sakalikaranam. During the Sakalikaranam, we invoke Bhagavan Paramashiva in every part of our body. Now please close your eyes. Visualize yourself as Bhagavan Paramashiva with 25 heads, 50 hands, 75 eyes. Now using your left hand, wipe the front and back of your right hand once, and using your right hand, wipe the front and back of your left hand twice.
Om Hasraya Namaha.
Now bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye and visualize that they are being drenched with the nectar oozing out of your third eye.
Shaktaye Vaushate.
Now keeping your hands together with your palms facing towards you, touch your thumbs to the center of your palms.
Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha.
Now with the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger.
Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha.
Now your ring finger.
Om Him Vamadeva Gudhyaye Namaha.
Now your middle finger.
Om Hum Agoradhayaye Namaha.
Now your index finger.
Om Him Tatpurjavatraye Namaha.
Now your thumbs.
Om Hum Ishanamurtaye Namaha.
Now bring your palms in front of you and keep your thumbs touching the center of your palms.
Om Ham Hum Vidyadehaye Namaha.
Now bend your index, middle and ring fingers and touch the center of your palms.
Om Hum Nedrebhyo Namaha.
Now bend your thumbs and touch the center of your palms.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Now with the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Now your ring finger.
Om Him Shirase Namaha.
Now your middle finger.
Om Hum Shikaya Namaha.
Now your index finger.
Om Him Kavachaya Namaha.
Now your thumbs.
Om Hastraya Namaha.
Now bring your hands in a Mushti Mudra and roll them around each other once.
Om Him Kavachaya Hum.
Now bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Bhaushate.
Now bend your thumbs inwards and touch the center of your palms.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Now with your right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your Anandavanda.
Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha.
Now keeping your thumbs and little fingers joined together, touch your respective knees. Om
Om
Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your navel center.
Om Him Vamadeva Gokhyaya
With
Namaha.
your right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch your heart center.
Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha.
With your right hand thumb and index finger joined together, touch above your upper lip.
Om Him Tatpurusha Vakraya Namaha.
Now with the tip of your right hand thumb, touch the top of your forehead.
Om Hum Ishanamudaya Namaha.
Now with your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Anandavanda.
Om Ham Hum Vidyadeyaya Namaha.
Now with the tips of your right hand, index, middle and ring fingers, touch your right eye, third eye and left eye respectively.
Om Hum Nedrebhyo Namaha.
Now with the right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Anandavanda.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Now with your right hand little finger and thumb joined together, touch your heart center.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your forehead.
Om Him Shirise Swaha.
Now with your right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch the back of your head.
Om Hum Shikave Vasate.
Now cross your left hand over your right hand in front of your chest. Keep your index fingers in form of a hook and cross your arms, moving them around your head and bringing them till your chest.
Om Him Kavachayam.
Now strike your right thumb onto your left palm and your left thumb onto your right palm.
Om Hasraya Phade.
Now with your right hand index finger and middle finger, strike your left palm thrice.
Om Hasraya Phade.
Now using your right hand index finger and thumb, snap in all the 10 directions around yourself, starting from the east, go clockwise in all the 8 directions, down and up.
Om Hasraya Phade.
Now move your hands from the head to the toes, touching the sides of your body.
Om Ham Shivaya Bhaushate.
The next is Samanya Vyastapana. Please mix some akshata, flowers and sandalwood powder into the water in the Panchapatram. Cover the mouth of the Panchapatram and chant Om 7 times internally.
Om 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 Om.
Now snap your index finger and thumb in all the 10 directions around the Panchapatram.
Om Hasraya Phade.
Now keep your right hand in the Avakundana Mudra and rotate your index finger around the Panchapatram in a clockwise direction.
Om Him Kavachayam.
Now show the Dina Mudra to the water in the Panchapatram.
Om Ham Shivaya Bhaushate.
Now please offer a flower to the Atmalinga.
Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha.
The next is the Avahana. Please close your eyes. Invoke the presence of Bhagavan Paramashiva in the Atmalinga. Come back to the space of deep oneness and feeling connection. Request Bhagavan Paramashiva to please be in the Atmalinga, receiving all of your offerings, all of your love, your gratitude, your devotion. Be in the space of complete Bhava Samadhi with Bhagavan Paramashiva. The next, we'll be chanting the Dhyana Shloka. Meditate on the form of Bhagavan Paramashiva in your inner space. Lalade Tribundre Tilakanakasturi Tilakaha Swaranmala Dalaspurita Kadikaupi Navasana Tadano Dushtaram Chirasi Mamirajam Chirsikara Pradipah Sarvesham Marunagiri Yogi Vijayate Indunima Panchamukahasta Yuktam Shulamrikatantam Asivajnama Vayamsya Pashavaradam Kushamalika Navami Shvetakamalāsana Sadashiva Swarupam Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhyayami Avahayami. Now please show the respective mudras for the mantras and invoke the presence of Bhagavan Paramashiva within the Atmalinga. Place your thumbs onto your respective palms and place your palms open facing upwards. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Ityavahana Mudram Pradarshya. Now turn your palms facing downwards.
Stapana.
Bring your hands into fists parallel to each other with your thumbs upwards.
Sannidhana.
Now place your thumbs inside of your fists. Nishtura Mudram Pradarshya. Now interlace your fingers inwards and clasp your hands, keeping your thumbs out. Astraya Hum Bhaktiri Kalakandi Mudram Pradarshya. Now hold your left thumb with your right hand and cover your right hand with your left hand. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Linga Mudram. Now bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra.
Namaskara Mudram.
Now rotate your right hand index finger around the Atmalinga in a clockwise manner.
Om Hrim Kavachaya Om Iti Avakandana Mudram Cha Pradarshya.
The next is the Upachara Puja, the external worship. Now please take Akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Asanam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the Padya Achamanargyam. Now please take the Udrani of water, show it to the feet of Bhagavan Paramashiva and offer it in the Padya Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Now please take an Udrani of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Please take an Udrani of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's crown and offer it in the Argya Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Padya Chamanargyam Tattva. The next offering is Snaniyam. Now please take an Udrani of water and offer it onto Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Snanam Samarpayami. Now please take an Udrani of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next is the offering of Vastram. Now please take some Akshata in your hand and offer it onto Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Vastra Yajnopavita Uttariyavarnantam Akshatam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take some sandalwood paste in your right hand ring finger and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra and please offer kumkum on top of the sandalwood paste at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Gandhan Dharayami. Gandhasyopari Haridra Kumkumam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the Ashtapushpa Puja, the offering of flowers. Now please take some flowers and offer it onto Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti each time the word Namaha is chanted. Om Bhavagirevaya Namaha Om Navasdevasya Vatnye Namaha Om Sharvagirevaya Namaha Sharvasdevasya Vatnye Namaha Om Ishanagirevaya Namaha Ishanasya Devasya Vatnye Namaha Om Ashupate Devaya Namaha Ashupate Devasya Vatnye Namaha Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha Rudrasya Devasya Vatnye Namaha Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha Rudrasya Devasya Vatnye Namaha Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha Bhimasya Devasya Vatnye Namaha Om Hate Devaya Namaha Om Hato Devasya Vatnye Namaha Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Ashtapushpa Puja Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the Bilvavatram, the offering of Bilva leaf. Now please take the Bilva leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Bilvavatram Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense. Now please worship the bell, pour in Udrani of water. Om Astraya Namaha. Now please offer the water on the Dhupa stand.
Om Astraya Bhate.
Please offer the flower on the Dhupa stand. Om Ham Dhyaya Namaha. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupaha Om Dhura Sido Vadovan Tamdo Vadanyo Asman Dhura Vidamdo Mayam Mayam Dhura Vastam Devanam Sassitam Bhaktadam Angushtatam Bhangitam Devahutam Amadam Devavedanam Trikummat Samapva Vitrasitva Chakshushabre Shema Vilma Samviktama Payusham Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhupamagrapayami. Now please take in the of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svada. The next is the offering of Deepa. Now please sprinkle some water on the Deepa. Om Astraya Bhate. Please offer a flower on the Deepa. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Uddipya Sajalaveyo Bhaktinjara Jannava Sajogashyamadhyava Adivan Siddhishodisha Manavigam Srijalaveyo Ramashambhur Janjagade Avidudarnalahitya Mahavipadaya. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Deepam Dharmayami. Now please take another drink of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svada. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food. Now please sprinkle some water on the Naivedyam. Om Hasraya Bhate. Please offer a flower on the Naivedyam. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take a drink of water and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Madhuvadayaya Madhucharanthindavaha Madhvira Santoshatihi Madhunattamudodvimudavakkāya Mudadaha Madhujyorashanapita Madhuvano Vanaspade Madhuvamasadhuyaha Madhvijao Bhavantaha Madhu Madhu Madhu. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Naivedyam Nivedayami. Now please take another drink of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svada. The next offering is Tambulam. Now please take some akshata in your hand and offer it on to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Tambulam Samarpayami. The next offering is the Karpura Arati, the offering of Arati to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please sprinkle some water on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Astraya Namaha. Now please offer a flower on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Somovayedasya Rajamalaste Yo Raja Sanrajo Vaso Me Nedate Devadvar Miraya Vikam Jivanti Edavanto Devanam Bhavaha Devanam Veshanti Vayanam Vasuvante Rajaya Devaduraja Mavati Nadatu Yobhati Sandaragam Nema Vichiro Bhantiro Yavadhihi Tavenavanavanavani Sarvam Satyavasa Sarvamidam Vivadi Sarvuragaram Karunavadaram Yuktarakaram Vijendraharam Sadavadundam Hridayarinde Bhavamavani Saitam Namami Bhavamavani Saitam Namami Bhavamavani Saitam Namami. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Karpurnirajan Sandarshayami Rakshan Dharayami. The next offering is Pushpanjali. Now please take some fragrant flowers in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Bilvabhadra Pushpanjali Samarpayami. The next is the offering of the Gayatri Mantra Japa and Mula Mantra Japa. Please hold the Yajna and chant the Gayatri Mantra 11 times internally.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, The United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting.
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Dhyanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasarisham Tattvamasya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, all of you.
Nithyanandam, everyone.
And welcome to another wonderful day of the Glimpses of Paramashivoham. And on this beautiful journey, we'll be starting the new season in just few days. And before that, and today is going to the last day of the Skanda Sashti celebration. And today also, just in about 1.5 hour or so, Swamiji is coming for darshan, so make sure that you are coming for the darshan, inviting your friends and families, everybody for the darshan. And we had the intense yoga and puja session. So if you want to share your experience, you can share. Meanwhile, we'll be getting ready for the power manifestation. Yes, the sound that you are hearing is actually the celebration of the skand testing. So everybody is celebrating. This is a celebration that is happening. So meanwhile, we'll be also continuing with our celebration as we enter into the power manifestation.
All right, so let us get ready for this first part of the program, which is the power manifestation. So of course, the program itself started earlier today with the yoga and the puja. So we had the Guru Puja and the Shiva Puja, and now we are entering into the power manifestation. So requesting everyone to please gather your eye bands and put on your eye bands. Let us get ready for the power manifestation. Just requesting everyone to also please switch on your cameras. We have Ma Sharmain News, we have Ma Ananda Agora Rukni, we have Ma Nisrigunya, we have Ma Agora Swarupini. Requesting everyone please switch on your cameras, be available in the camera frame for this power manifestation. Now let us take a moment and connect deeply to the divine in our inner space. Let's connect deeply. Let us get into the space of oneness with Paramashiva. Meanwhile, let us just quickly read the Shastra Praman, which is a scriptural reference to manifest the power of the third eye. And the Shastra Pramana goes as Kapalantar Manoyas Ramena Manasodhaya Lakshaya Lakshamutamam. The translation is by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, is sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession. By that stability of the mind and inner space, one directly sees the ultimate goal by having the vision beyond the sight. That reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So let us now connect deeply to the divine in our inner space. Let us feel the space of oneness with the divine. Let us feel the space of oneness in our inner space, our Ananda Gandha, just below the heart center, just above the navel center. This is our inner space. It's the space that Swamiji has initiated us in to connect to him, connect to the divine, and be in the space of oneness with the divine. Let's feel that space of oneness, understanding that we are Paramashiva. We are all independent, individual instances of Paramashiva, having a human experience. Let us now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, let us continue chanting this Mahavakya for the entire duration of the power manifestation. And from this space of oneness with Paramashiva, let us start manifesting this power of third eye vision. Same images blindfolded. The image is being displayed for you now, so let us begin.
Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, you can relax it. Slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eye bands. Gently let the light come back into your eyes. And while it's still fresh in your mind, take a moment to share with us what Paramashiva revealed in your third eye, the details of the image that we had displayed for you. Meanwhile, we'd like to welcome a couple of participants that have just joined us. We have Ma Goddess Swarupini Nithyananda. We have Ma Shang Li Bing Nithyananda. Welcome. And we also have Ma Eve, who has just joined us. Welcome. Good to have you with us. Yes, so requesting once again everyone to please take a moment to share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. Shortly, we'll bring back the image once again.
Let's please go ahead and let's start sharing your revelations. Yes. Shamimut, Ma Nirankara, Zhang Liping, Ma Eve, Ma Ananda Gurupni, Ma Aghur Surupni. Let's take a minute and let's share. So let's take a few minutes and let's start sharing your revelations of the third eye. Please go ahead and let's share. Meanwhile, also let's get introduced to the today's revelation by Swamiji, which is going to be on. Actually, Swamiji is going to give darshan as Linga Murti, and Swamiji today's sessions will be on Nithya Dhyaan, and through Nithya Dhyaan, how you can experience the bliss. So initial will be the preparatory steps or the preparation for the complete Nithya Dhyaan itself. Basic understanding of why even Dhyan. Dhyan itself means the meditation. So why even the meditation is required? Because most of the people are not used to the meditation. They don't sit with their eyes closed consciously and sit. So it is very clear that people don't understand the importance of meaning or the Dhyan or the meditation.
All right, so we have a sharing from Nithya Dhyaan that says, I saw a yellowish brown road, a person dressed in a pinkish blue outfit, trees, water, green fields and mountains. thatched cottages and black iron scaffolding. Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Mark. All right, so let us bring back the image that we had. Yes, this is the image that we had displayed for you. As you can see, it is an image of a river. So you can see the river. You can see both sides of the river. On the left-hand side, you can see less. There's a lot of trees, what looks like pine trees or similar. And on the right-hand side, you have different kinds of trees. And you also see further down, downstream, you can see a patch of grass. And further in the distance, you can see tall hills, highlands as such. And above that, you can see a dense cloud cover, which is any shade from white all the way through to dark gray. So yes, this is what we have. In the water itself, we can see it's not very deep. The water is rather shallow, but it is reasonably wide. You can see the rocks at the top, just at the bottom of the page, just at the top of the water level. So yes, let's have a look at the shade.
As Maniranga shares, I saw yellowish brown road. So we have a looks like a pathway just at the verge of the land where it's close to the river. Looks like a pathway and kind of a little yellowish. A person dressed in pinkish blue outfit. You might have seen a person who might be hidden in the clouds or the trees, and the person who himself is taking the picture might be in this pinkish blue outfit and trees. So we are filled with the trees. The whole picture is just filled with the trees, not only on the land, even on the mountain structure that you see is filled with the trees. Water, yes, definitely it looks like a river. So yes, green fields, we definitely have the green field and the mountains, yes. Hatched cottages. So it's not that visible in the frame, but as you thought I have revealed, so maybe it's nearby. And the black iron scaffolding. So there might be, if you have seen, even the photographer might have that black iron scaffolding. So yes, a lot of details. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for manifesting this round of our manifestation.
All right, so with that, we'll get ready to enter into the program itself. So we'll have an opening segment where Swamiji will be introducing Nithya Dhyaan, and then we'll move into a revelation about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and what is meditation and why we should meditate. So requesting everyone to come to the space of listening and let us bring our full awareness, full attention to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism for these very topics. Let's begin.
Let me define the word initiation. Day before yesterday, I was using a word, psychological revolution. Yesterday I introduced a word, Shastra Shastra. Understand? Knowledge weapon. Whenever you need to heal yourself, you need inner healing. You need to bring yourself again to the life energy. Many times you can see a simple disturbance from the outside or from the memory inside. Either from experience or from memory can drain your energy, or even taking too many decisions drains your energy. Anytime you can see in your life, morning if you go and sit in your office, you don't have to do any work. Just take some 5-6 major decisions. You are already tired. You say, I am done. That's all. Either the incidents from outside, or memory from inside, or just simple decision makings makes you tired, dead. the truths, ideas, words, which brings you out of the tiredness, which brings you out of that low mood, which brings you out of that depression, gives you the energy, confidence, life. Those truths only I call as Shastra Shastras, knowledge weapons. Truths which brings you out of depression, a low mood, and adds self-healing energy and confidence, life into you is called Shastra Shastras. The truths which not only brings you out of the depression, destroys the source of depression once for all, is called mantra. Understand? The mantra word has two meanings. Mantrayate idi mantraha. The words which shows path for human beings is mantra. The truths not only brings you out of depression, once for all breaks the source of depression in you, is called mantra. Any mantra, if it comes from the enlightened, experienced inner space, you do not know why, how, what. Suddenly you see it is true. It clicks. Even though one part of your logic continues to fight, because if you accept the truth and start expressing in your life, many of the things, your vested interests, many things which you thought as life is at stake. That part may continue to fight, but the main, your being, your core will have that click. I know what he is talking is truth. Maybe too strong for me. Maybe if I start living it, too many things are at stake. These all can be a confusion or disturbance, doubt in the corner of your mind, corner of your heart, corner of your being, but the very core feels connected. If that happens to you, it is called initiation. Truth, when it comes out of an enlightened inner space and clicks, that's the right word I have to use. It won't be any. If you analyze, how could he convince me about such great thing and such a wonderful thing? You yourself will feel, how did I get convinced? You don't know. But suddenly your heart feels connected to the words which he is uttering, the truth which he is expressing. That connection, that click is what I call initiation. I'm trying to express some truths. Understand? Yesterday whatever I added is Shastra Shastra, knowledge weapons. It can bring you out of depression. It can bring you out of low mood. It can bring you out of that dull feeling to an inspiring, healing mood, energetic feeling. But today, what I'm trying to share can break the very core of depression, what we call root of your mind. There is every possibility. Just be available, receptive, and ready to let this Satya, truth work on you. Suddenly you will see that click, that initiation happens in you. Just a simple example here. See, if your life was filled with different kinds of incidents, joy, suffering, guilt, joy, pain, depression, sad, different quality of incidents. You do not look at the life as it is. Usually what usually we do, some joy, some suffering, some guilt, some joy, some pain, this is our life, different thoughts, different experiences. Usually, you collect only all the suffering-related incidents and create a shaft, create a connecting idea, and think your life is nothing but suffering. Understand? You collect suffering, guilt, pain, depression, suffering, all these kinds of thoughts, connect them, and you think your life is a long chain of suffering. Your life is a pain shaft. I've seen people, the moment I ask, how are you? You are from where? First thing, everybody invariably starts, you don't know Swamiji, nobody has suffered like me in the life. This is a common introduction for their biography. Even my enemies should not suffer the amount of suffering I went through, Swamiji. Even in that, they want to be in the top. Even in suffering, they want to be in the top. Not second. Nobody has suffered like me, Swamiji. You don't know. Even in that, we have to be in the top. And not only that, see, not just they tell this to me, they believe strongly this. They forget the joyful incidents which happened in between. The joyful incidents, joyful memories which happens in between. They collect only the negative things, connect them and create a shaft. I call this as pain shaft. Pain shaft. Very rarely, sometime you create a joy shaft, but very rare, not only number, even the quality will be very rare. You collect the joyful incidents and create a joy shaft. Means you feel life is joy. But most of the time, you collect all the painful memories and incidents and create an idea, life is pain. Understand? If you create the shaft, life is pain, the problem will be, you will be just waiting for more and more painful incidents to be added. Anything you believe, you start believing, you will collect more and more experience and argument to strengthen that belief. Once you believe your life is a long pain shaft, that's enough. You will be just waiting to pick up only the painful incidents and elongate that shaft. You will be just waiting. You will never be able to remember or respect the joyful things happening in your life. You will continuously wait. Next, when is pain, when is pain, when is pain, and you will add. You will be waiting, meditating for pain. You will be meditating for pain. I have seen people just waiting to add that, elongate the pain shaft. Just waiting to add how the pain shaft can be elongated. One important thing we need to understand, believing that life is a pain shaft or believing the life is a joy shaft, the continuous incidents of joyful things, life is continuous happenings of painful things. The moment you believe life is a continuous happening of painful things Unconsciously, you will try to strengthen the belief, but consciously you will try to break the pain shaft. Understand? Unconsciously, what you will be doing? You will be continuously collecting more and more painful memories and incidents to strengthen your belief, strengthen the idea. But consciously you will be trying to break. Big problem is, neither you can break the pain shaft, nor you can add to the joy shaft, because both shaft does not exist. It is just your memory. Please understand. The reality happening is this main line. Different memories, incidents continuously flowing, and that is also not connected logically. That is why I have given gap between every thought. Different shape, different size, it just comes and disappears. It's happening. If you think your life is big pain shaft, a chain of painful incidents, then you will pick up only the painful things and add. I have seen people carrying the memory, a very huge memory. The other day, one guy came to me and said, Swamiji, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, usually we bless only for marriage, not for divorce. Can you tell me the reason? Let me analyze. The other day I was reading an article, I don't know how much it is true. 33% is divorce rate in Bangalore. I don't know how much it is true. I pray that it should not be true. The West, 59% single homes. Understand? And 47% of the people die without having a close friend or a relative to receive the body. Body is taken by some professional organizations, undertakers, professional undertakers. It's just too much. This guy came and asked me, I'm going to divorce, please bless me. I said, first let us analyze why you are going to do. Then we will try to sort out. He said, that and all you don't know, Swamiji, you just bless me. I said, I cannot bless as you want. Only if I am convinced I can bless. And it's not like something I have and you can take it without my will. You can't steal blessings, fortunately. He said, the actual reason, the immediate cause was, she brought coffee and it spilled on the cloth, that's all. I asked, don't you see clearly it is not enough reason for divorce? Why don't you realize? Why don't you understand? He said, you don't know, Swami. Today she will pour coffee, tomorrow she will pour acid. You don't know. No, he said he actually told me, you don't know. Today she will pour coffee, tomorrow she will pour acid. I said, why don't you be little logical? Why don't you be little truthful? How can you connect coffee and acid? Sometimes it feels same. How can you connect coffee and acid? Don't you see the gap is too much? You are creating too much of ideas in your head. You are creating too many things. He said, no, Swamiji, you don't know. Last 10 years, how much I suffered with her, you don't know. I told him, do not just create a pain shaft. Just come out with incidents. Then we can analyze, look into it. Don't create a pain shaft. Pain shaft will stay only if you are unconscious. Please understand. your opinion about life as pain shaft or joy shaft will stay only as long as you are unconscious, not when you are aware. I told him, just come out. Incident by incident, let us analyze. He started telling me, in South India, there is a habit, during marriage, in a small pot they will put a ring, and the bride and bridegroom, both of them are supposed to try to pick up that ring. Whoever gets it, it's theirs. It's a small game. These are all done in those days. Only during marriage the bride and bridegroom will see each other. So it's like a technique for zeroing down the distance. Just to zero down the distance, this kind of simple plays are done. This guy is saying, Swamiji, even during that play, she scratched my hand with a nail. Now see the file he is carrying in his head. I was really surprised. From there he started telling me, after 2-3 minutes I told, stop. Much worse than police record. Much worse than police record. I said, I think you should not ask divorce. She should ask. Living with you, she should ask. Now this is what we are doing continuously. Sometime about others, sometime about ourselves. But constantly we create a pain shaft or joy shaft. One important thing we forget. Neither we elongate the pain shaft neither we can break the pain shaft nor we can elongate the joy shaft, because it does not exist. It does not exist. Understand? This is an important truth. The depression or low mood which you experienced 10 years ago, the depression or low mood which you experienced 9 years ago, the depression which you experienced 8 years ago, the depression which you experienced 1 year ago, they are all independent experiences happened in your life because of independent incidents. 10 years ago you would have been in depression because you don't have son. 4 years ago you may be in depression because you have a son. It is independent incidents causing independent experiences. But in the inner space, for the sake of convenience, you archive all the sufferings in one file for easy remembrance and easy reference. When you archive them all in one file, by and by, you start thinking, you connect all these depression experiences and come to an idea, my last 10-year life was depression. No. All 10 different depression experiences happened in you, happened due to different reason, different time, different experience. But when you connect all of them and see, you come to an idea. Last 9 years, I was in depression. The moment you come to an idea, I was in depression last 9 years. Now you created an enemy who does not exist. Now you start fighting with him. I have to come out of depression. What to do? The moment you create a shaft, last 9 years you were in depression. Now you know for sure, next 9 years you are going to be in depression. You will say, yes, last 9 years I was in depression. Then naturally tomorrow morning I am going to be in depression. How can I suddenly come out? How is it going to happen? I am going to be in depression. Passive agreement with your enemy. Understand? First thing, you create an enemy who does not exist. Second thing, you already made a passive agreement with your enemy. You won the game. Then how do you think you will not attract depression? You created an enemy who does not exist and already created a passive agreement with him that you won the game. Whether you believe it or not, medical science proves your body constantly updates itself and replaces itself once in every 365 days. Even your brain cells are replaced once in 365 days. The intestine is replaced once in 47 days. Every organ is replaced within a particular number of days. If you are carrying a particular disease for quite a long time, it means you have a strong belief it is a continuous shaft. It is a continuous experience. Your unconscious belief something is a continuous experience forces your mind to bring the same pain and disease back. For example, once in 47 days, your intestine gets replaced completely. Understand? I am not saying, Ayurveda is not telling. If Ayurveda says, you won't believe. Medical science is telling. The logical, allopathy medical science is saying, once in 47 days, your intestine cells are completely replaced. If you are carrying any disease related to more than 47 days, even the new system which you created with a mental setup, I have this problem, so I have to have this problem. Strong belief, you have this problem, naturally you will say, if new intestine is given to you, no, this is not mine, bring mines. This is not mine, bring mine. Your mental setup is such. We strongly believe the depression or disease is a shaft happening inside us. It is not. It is not. The depression you experienced 10 years ago, the depression you experienced 9 years ago, the depression you experienced 8 years ago are independent, unconnected incidents, experiences. When you connect all of them and see, you created a pain shaft, depression shaft. Oh, my life is depression. Now, you are ready to get defeated by the unknown enemy. An important thing, this is a very basic truth. Neither you can break the shaft, nor you can elongate the shaft because the shaft does not exist. All you can do is just be aware that it does not exist. You created it. Understand? For the sake of convenience and easy reference, you put all the depression incidents in one file and kept. By and by you started believing all of them are existentially connected. No. They are not existentially connected. All your different experiences. One more thing. The moment you believe all your depression is connected and you are a depressed being, the small joyful things happened in between will be forgotten by you. You will not even remember them. Understand? You will not even remember them. That is what I am saying. Not having clear picture about past. If you have a clear picture about your past, it will become a solid experience. It will not be a load. It will become a strength. Undigested past is a load. Digested past is a strength. We don't digest our past. It stays on us like a load, like a headache. The shaft does not exist. Basically, you are an independent, illogical, irresponsible. No two thoughts are responsible for others' existence or disappearance. Understand? No two thoughts are responsible for other thoughts' existence or disappearance. Illogical, independent, irresponsible, unconnected, unclutched thoughts. But you are afraid to live with such an undefined frame of mind. You are afraid to live with undefined mind. So you try to define. Trying to define is the first problem. When you try to define, you have to create some shaft, either as pain or as joy. Understand? Even with your spouse, you live maximum 6 months. Maximum 6 months we live. Within 6 months, we create an idea about that person. After that, you live only with the idea which you have about that person, not with the spouse. Anything the other person does, you will look through that idea only. 6 months you will come to an idea, oh, this is the punishment given to me by God. Or I don't have to go to hell after death. Some idea. You will see continuously whatever she or he does through that scale, through that idea, through that mirror, through that glass. You don't live with a person. You live with a concept. Same way, about your mind, you have an idea, whether pain shaft or joy shaft. You live with that shaft, not with the experience. In experience, joy, pain, everything, so many things are coming up. So many things are happening. One more thing, between every thought there is a gap. Understand? It's like a fish tank. Water bubbles are coming in the fish tank. Between every bubble, there is a gap. Because the gap is too small, you think it's a stream. It is not stream. Between every thought, there is a gap. There is a gap. It is just independent, illogical thoughts moving. The problem is, when you can't live with that, when you don't want to live with that independent, illogical movements, you create an idea, pain shaft or joy shaft, and struggle with it. You create an enemy who does not exist and fight with it. Fight with that person. Now all you need to do is stop creating this pain shaft or joy shaft. Stop clutching all these painful incidents and creating a shaft. Stop clutching all the joyful things and creating a shaft. The essence of whatever I was talking is stop clutching and creating a shaft. That's enough. You will see suddenly the shaft disappears. Shaft does not exist. All of us have a very clear idea. We are in the worst ignorance. No. It is not. Just the simple one truth. If a simple thought of having a cup of coffee can come inside, means any serious thought, it may be pain or suffering or anything it can be, it has left me. That is why the new thought is able to come. That is why I have inner space to entertain a new thought. So as long as you have freedom to entertain a new thought, you have an inner space to entertain a new thought, be very clear, you cannot be possessed or tortured by any suffering, any depression and any pain. Because you can just bring one thought, new thought. The moment you bring a new thought, what happened? The old thought has left you. Unless it leaves, you cannot bring a new thought. So be very clear. Your power to bring new thought itself proves you have power to drop the old thought. Instead of looking at the ability to replace, you are looking at the ability to bring it back. You have both. If you are constantly looking at the ability to bring it back, you will create suffering. Oh, it comes back, it comes back, it comes back. If you are constantly looking at the ability to remove you will feel liberation. Understand? What you mother, that you hatch. The hen mothers the egg and gets the chicken out, hatches the chicken. Chicken comes out. If you are mothering the thought you can replace any suffering, you will bring that into reality. If you are mothering the thought, no, whatever I replace will come back, you will bring that in your experience. If you are mothering the thought that it is going to come back, it will come back. If you are mothering the thought, it is going to go out, it will go out. Where you put your awareness, where you put your attention is the important thing. Understand? Your very ability to get a new thought shows you have ability to discard a old thought. Any thought can be discarded by any simple thought. This simple understanding is more than enough. Understand? Your suffering can rule you just because you are afraid of it. Have you seen in this underworld dadas, when they get created, they too will have fear, deep fear. But just your fear towards them will empower them. Same way, your mind too has fear about you. But your fear about your mind, your fear towards your mind just empowers your mind. Your mind also sometimes feels, oh, what is this? But you are more afraid of your mind. Then naturally what happens? Your mind gets empowered. All you need to do, understand, this is the initiation. Anything, one more thing, even once if you can replace your depression from your inner space, have confidence. I replaced. I can do it again. That's all. If 10 times it comes back, let me do it 10 times. That's all. The very clarity I am going to do. Understand, there is a very beautiful story in Buddha's life. Buddha says, whenever I sat in meditation that I am going to get up, after a few hours, I never became enlightened. Once I decided, if I am not going to become enlightened, I am not going to get up from this seat. Idam asanam sushyate sariram. Very beautiful Sanskrit sloka. Let this body dry up in this very place. Till I became enlightened, I am not going to move. Buddha says, the moment he created this strong clarity, authentic sankalpa, will, he says, next second I became enlightened. Next second he became enlightened. All you need to do, when you replace your suffering, if you are thinking, no, 10 times today I can replace, 11th time if it comes back, tomorrow only I have to try, then nothing will happen. Decide, till it stops coming, I am going to replace. That's what I call courage, dhira. Wow. Here is a very beautiful question. Somebody is asking, Swamiji, you say there is no scale to find out whether the state in which we are there is reality or not. This person is asking, every day when I come back to waking state, I see same house, same world. But every day when I go back to dream, I don't see the same world. I don't see same world. So, can this be used as a scale? With this, we can say, that this world is reality. This world is real. Very intelligent question. Maybe I can give you a simple sketch of then you'll be able to understand. Let us analyze one night dream. For example, night you are sleeping, 15th morning you are waking up, around 10 hours. 10 hours you are sleeping. Have you ever realized in one night dream you would have lived some 10 or 20 years of life? From your college you will start from your college period and slowly move step by step and go up to your marriage, having a child, and your son's marriage. Sometime you live even 10 or 20 years of life in one night dream. How many of you experienced even at least once this? Living 10 years or 20 years of life in one dream. How many of you experienced at least once in your life? Raise your hand. Of course, means you can recollect now what I am exactly trying to present or tell you. 10 years of life you are able to live in 10 hours of dream. Am I right? 10 years of life you are able to live in 10 hours of dream. One more thing, scientists are saying now, you don't continuously sleep. Maximum you spend only 30 minutes in the deep sleep state. Then you come out and spend little time in the dream and again fall asleep, spend some time in the deep sleep and come out and spend some time in the dream state. In the East, the maximum time is 30 minutes. In the West, it is only 16 minutes. We are fortunate. Anyhow, let me give you the small diagram how our consciousness works. Maybe I can call this as dream state. This is deep sleep state. You fall into the deep sleep, maybe half an hour you spend there, then come back to the dream and go through some dreams, again fall asleep, spend some half an hour, come back, again go through some dreams, again fall asleep, come back, go through some dreams, again fall asleep. This is the way you are moving. This is the way you move between dream state and deep sleep state. Understand, in one night, 10 hours, you dream as if you lived 10 years of your life. Means in the first episode, you see you are in college. The second episode, when you come back, you see you are getting married. In the third episode, you see you have a son. Maybe in the fourth episode, when you come back, you see your son getting married. An important thing you need to understand, when you fall asleep and come back, when you fall asleep and come back, in these different episodes, you do see the same world even in the dream state. Am I right? You do see the same world in the dream state. Understand, it's a very subtle point, very subtle understanding. If you can catch, it will really lead to a very big clarity which can really revolutionize the way in which you think about your life, the way in which you try to solve the problems of your life. There is a beautiful story. One person was dreaming. In the dream he saw a tiger chasing him and shouting, "Oh, tiger is chasing me, save me, save me." There was a guy, another one guy sleeping next to him. He got up and he saw that his friend is shouting, "Tiger is chasing me, save me, save me." What he is supposed to do? He is supposed to just tell him, "Hey, get up." Instead of that, if he tries to supply some weapon, you don't know what will happen. He may injure, he may kill himself or he may kill you. You do not know how to decide. If you understand these basic things, suddenly you will see the decision making will be revolutionized. The cognitive shift will happen in you. The way in which you think and the way in which you make decisions, the way in which you try to find out solutions for your problems will be different. Means you will start working towards the right solutions. The right solution at that moment for that person is just asking him, "Wake up." That's the right solution. Instead, if you are trying to find out any other solution, it will only lead to more and more problems, more and more difficulties. Here, all I want to tell you is, in 10-hour dream, 10 hours of deep sleep, you live 10 years of dream. Means, many times you fall asleep and come back. When you come back, naturally in all these 4 episodes, even though there was a break, you saw the same world. After a break, seeing the same world cannot be the quality to define. It is reality. That is what I mean. Please understand. After a break, if you see the same world, that cannot be the scale to define or say this is reality. Because this happens even in the deep sleep, even in the dream state, this happens. Even in the dream state, after a break, when you come back, you see the same world. So just because when you come back from the deep sleep, you see the same world, cannot be the reason to say this is a reality. How? Only when you wake up from the whole night sleep, you realize you dreamt 10 years of your life just in 10 hours. Same way, only when you wake up from this dream, suddenly you may realize you dreamt 90 years of your life, maybe in few hours. Who knows? Who knows? This whole thing can be one more long dream. Realizing, understanding, there is a possibility this can be one more long dream, will turn much of your attention and awareness to the center, to the consciousness. I can say that is the first step in spirituality. That's the first step for psychological revolution. Again and again, our sufferings are giving a clear statement. We are holding on to emptiness. Our suffering is nothing but a clear statement from the reality. You are not living with the reality. But somehow we know how to cover. The first chapter of the Gita is called Arjuna Vishada Yoga, means depression, confusion. We also face that depression and confusion in our life. I call this depression of success. After achieving what we want to achieve, but realizing what far we want to achieve has not happened, a kind of a depression will happen in us. Very few rare intelligent people only understand that I am facing this suffering or depression because I am not living with the reality. Here, all I am trying to tell is just because you are seeing, do not think you are living with the reality. Usually I face another one question on the same line. Swamiji, not only I am seeing this world, even the people who are living around me are seeing this world same way. How can you say it is a dream? Understand? In the dream, if you are seeing a particular city, if you are dreaming that you are going to that city with your whole family, not only you, the family which is with you inside your dream also will see the same city. Because they are also projections of your own mind. So just because the people who are around you seeing the same scene does not mean the scene is reality. Even the people who are around you, whom you are seeing, can be the projection of the same scene. Can be the projection of the same scene. Sometimes it frightens. If you go a little deeper, it frightens. It feels like everything in front of you is melting like a wax. The ultimate truth is the stuff out of which your dream world is made, the same stuff, out of that same stuff with this waking state is also made. If your attention is centered on the stuff, naturally the inner healing cannot happen. If your attention is equally distributed on the consciousness and the stuff, that is what I call healthy life, balanced life. You will have the physical, mental health and the life. If your attention is totally centered on the consciousness, not on the stuff with which these worlds are made, that is what I call living enlightenment or Jivan Mukti. Whether you want Jivan Mukti or not, or whether you want enlightenment or not is secondary. But if you can turn little bit of attention towards the I consciousness, towards the truth, towards the center, suddenly you will see the tremendous inner healing happens. I always tell people, realizing this whole world is one more dream brings tremendous healing effect in you. Understand? For example, if you are facing some very big difficulty or depression, very clearly, consciously, if you realize this whole thing is a dream, you will see such big relaxed feeling or the inner healing happening on you. I can say that inner healing is what I call meditation. That restful awareness which happens in you is what I call Satori, the first glimpse of Samadhi. A basic cognitive shift or basic psychological revolution with the simple understanding of what you are seeing may not be the reality as you are thinking, can bring so much of inner healing inside you, so much of restful awareness inside you, more and more restful awareness being added to you is what I call inner healing or health or raising the quality of consciousness. Instead of dream state penetrating your waking state while you are driving, blissful state can penetrate your waking state while you are driving. Because so much of your time, even though you are out of your bed, is occupied by your dream state because of your low awareness. People come and ask me, if I start meditating, what will happen? I will not have time to do my business. No. It has nothing to do with a separate time. It is something to do with inner understanding. As on now, so much of your time and energy is being spent by dream state possessing you. Instead of that, you can allow the Turiya state, blissful state possessing you. You can just change the attitude. You can just shift the energy. You can just go through a big transformation. That is what I call psychological revolution. Why meditate? A single line answer will be to raise the frequency of your consciousness. How it heals, we can understand with this small diagram. I'll try to present a simple diagram, how our mind works, how the meditation influences our system, how meditation directly affects our hardware and software. Our hardware is physical body, our software is our mind. Let me try to give you a simple diagram. You can understand what meditation can do, why meditation needs to be practiced. I think I can explain from here. We have two states of mind. You can say two states of mind you experience in your day-to-day life. One with thoughts, another one without thoughts. Now, you know you have thoughts. In the deep sleep, do you have thoughts? No. So with thoughts, without thoughts, these are the two states of mind. Two states of being means the deeper level. Your being also experiences two states. One with the clear identity, I. Now, all of you have that identity with the I consciousness, with that identity I. In the deep sleep state, you don't experience the I state, the I consciousness. In the deep sleep, you don't experience the feeling I. Understand? In the mind, you experience two states. One with thoughts, without thoughts. Same way in the being, you experience two states. With I, with identity, strong identity, and without identity, without feeling or remembering your identity. In the deep sleep state, you don't remember your identity. In the waking state, you remember your identity. I am this, I am that. Usually, constantly, you will be remembering or you will be reminded about your identity. with I consciousness, without I consciousness. Now, if we just understand how this state of mind and the state of consciousness connect with each other and create different states in your being, different states in your consciousness. First, with thoughts and with I consciousness, that's what we call Jagrat state, wakeful state. Of course, most of us are now in that state. I can't say all, at least most. With I and with thoughts, you have the identity I, and the thoughts are moving. The frequency of I is more than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you are able to control the thoughts. If you want, you can control a thought. If you don't want, you can remove a thought. If you want, you can create a thought. With I consciousness and with thoughts, this is called Jagrat state, waking state. Next, dream state. You have thoughts, with thoughts, but there is no consciousness, there is no identity. That is why you will see sometime in your dreams, you will feel as if you are in college, but you will be sitting with your son. Means there is no clear identity. The identity is not logical, it is not clear. Not only that, the depth, frequency of the identity, frequency of the I is lower than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you are not able to control the thoughts. In the waking state, frequency of I is more. That is why you are able to control your thoughts. In the dream state, the frequency of I is lower than the frequency of thoughts. That is why you cannot control the thoughts in the dream. If at all we have a freedom to dream what we want, we know what all we will be dreaming. What kind of dreams we will be choosing. The dream state, the I state, the consciousness is lower than the thoughts. That is why we say there is no I, but there are thoughts. And the third stage, third thing, neither the I consciousness nor the thoughts, it is called Sushupti. It's called deep sleep state. These are the three states constantly we experience in our life. We experience waking state, dream state, deep sleep state. These three states. There is fourth state which we have not experienced. That is what we call Turiya. There are no thoughts, but the identity I exist is there. It's a very strange experience. Very rarely you might have experienced, very rarely one or two people experience in their life. If some sudden shock, or if you are sitting with a nature completely deeply relaxed, deep silence, maybe at those few moments you experience no thought, but you are not sleeping. The identity is alive. The I, the consciousness is alive. You know you are alive, you are awake, but there is no thought. This is the fourth state. As on now, most of us have not experienced this state. This is what we call Turiya. We experience only these three. Now, the problem is the reason for all our physical and mental illness diseases is the dreaming state. The dream state starts penetrating, overlapping the deep sleep and thinking. If your waking state is penetrated by the dream state, it's called daydreaming. If your night, deep sleep is penetrated by dreaming, it is called disturbed sleep. Continuously, in the night time or in the daytime, your dreaming state, your swapna is disturbing your life. The more your deep sleep state is, your sushupti is disturbed by swapna, you will have chronic fatigue and insomnia problems. More your waking state is disturbed by the swapna, you will have daydreaming, less awareness. Sometime you can see, you will get into your car, drive for 10 kilometers, you will reach your office. Only when you stop in your parking lot and get down, take out the key, suddenly you will realize, oh, you drove for so many miles. You would have taken hundreds of decisions to press the clutch, to press the brake, to stop or to run. You would have taken so many decisions without your awareness. Suddenly you realize, oh, I finished my driving. Means the dream state is overlapping, penetrating the waking state. More and more the dream state is penetrating the waking state, the frequency of your consciousness will come down. You may live in the human body, but you will not be living the human life. The frequency comes down. You do not know what decisions you are making. You do not know what kind of words you are thinking. You do not know what is happening inside you. It's like a living inside a house, but you do not know what is happening inside that house. Living in the waking state, which is continuously disturbed by the dream state, is what I call living in hell. Now, all the physical and mental disorders are directly from this dream state penetrating either deep sleep or waking state. Waking state or deep sleep state, both if it is penetrated by the dream state, you will have physical and mental disorders. If the dream state penetrates the waking state too much, that is what we call depression, because you will not have the clarity to think further. You will not have clarity to move further. You will not have freedom or energy to move further. That is what we call depression. You will feel like all doors are closed. All possibilities are over. Why meditate? Let me come back to the question. Why meditate? Meditation is needed to create more and more influence, awareness over your thinking state and unconscious state. Instead of dream state penetrating thinking and instead of dream state penetrating waking state and deep sleep, your turiya, the fourth state, the blissful state is supposed to penetrate the waking state and deep sleep state. The more and more you meditate, raise your awareness, raise your consciousness, the fourth state, turiya means fourth. You can't name this state. Or you can give any name. Samadhi, enlightenment, Atmajnana, Brahmajnana, Nirvana. Any name you can give, different names, but same state. This state, if it starts penetrating, overlapping the waking state and deep sleep state, you will see health in the body and in the mind. You will see health in your being. The purpose of meditation is to experience this state at least once, the fourth state at least once, and bring more and more influence of the fourth state on your waking and deep sleep state. If your waking state and deep sleep state is totally influenced by the fourth state, the Turiya, that is what we call Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment. Meditation is a method, technique to bring more and more fourth state in your day-to-day life. If you experience the fourth state in your waking state and the deep sleep state, you are meditating. The purpose of meditation is to bring the fourth state into your waking state and deep sleep state. Maybe the physical health and mental health, everything is byproduct. Of course, it happens, but it's a byproduct. The purpose, main purpose is to experience the higher states of consciousness. When? The next question is when? It's a very controversial question. All the youngsters think, I can do this in my old age. All the elderly people think, I should have done in the young age. All the old people think, oh, I have enough time. I can do when I don't have anything else to do. All the youngsters are thinking, no, I should. All the elderly people are thinking, no, I should have done in the young age. When? The when question, I am not looking at that question only about the timing of the meditation. The decision to do meditation or decision to enter into meditation, when that should happen in the life. Meditation is just like a reading owner's manual before you start driving the car. The person who does not read the owner's manual before driving the car will naturally end up in accidents. Same way, the person who has not started the meditation before entering into the life will naturally end up in suffering and depression. Basic things for the life is the psychological revolution. Understand? One more thing I wanted you to understand. This question, when meditation, needs to be understood and analyzed very deeply. Meditation is the basic thing for the life. It's a very basic need. As I was telling, like owner's manual, reading the owner's manual. Meditation is like a owner's manual for your body, for your life. The moment you start living, you need to go through. You need to enter into it. Before the meditation, one basic important thing needs to happen in you. Psychological revolution Means understanding about self, world and God. As on now the understandings we are carrying are insufficient. They are not able to give a rest in your system. Understand? When I say the word psychological revolution, I mean having a clear understanding about the self, world and God, the source of the self and the world, God. The understanding which gives you a complete rest, through which you are able to solve all your life problems, through which you are able to find your own life solutions. That is what I call psychological revolution. If you are able to find solution for all your day-to-day problems by the understanding about you, world and God, you had psychological revolution. If you are not able to find solution for your day-to-day problems through these three understandings, then you need to learn. Only a person who went through psychological revolution can meditate. Till then, any technique you try. People come and tell me, Swamiji, the moment I close my eyes, I get more number of thoughts than before meditation. If I am doing something, I have less number of thoughts. The moment I close my eyes and try to meditate, I have more number of thoughts. I have more problem. Means the psychological revolution has not happened. Psychological revolution is a basic need for meditation. When we address the question, when meditation, we should say after psychological revolution. Means the clear understanding about you, the clear understanding about the world, and clear understanding about the God, which is the source for you and the world. You may think, if I have that clear understanding about all these three, then I don't need meditation. I can say it's like a vicious circle. If you don't have that clarity, you can't meditate. If you can't meditate, you will not have clarity. It's like a vicious circle. If you add clarity, that clarity will lead to meditation. Meditation will lead to more clarity. It will become virtuous circle. Instead of going through the vicious circle, moving towards the virtuous circle. If I have to give one more a simple example, this dream state, constantly penetrating into the waking state and unconscious state, is what leads to more and more misunderstanding, more and more dullness, more and more lethargic feeling, more and more tamas. That's what we call pravritti. Traveling towards suffering. If the turiya, the blissful state, penetrates the waking state and deep sleep state, that is what we call nivritti, moving towards the fulfillment. This is virtuous circle. The clarity leads to meditation, meditation leads to clarity, leading one to another. The psychological revolution is a basic need, basic understanding. I always tell people, if you straight away close your eyes and start meditating, you may have more number of thoughts. So in the initial level, I always give a technique which will not be directly meditation, which will be more like a contemplation. Means you will have an idea, you will have a technique. When you work with it, it won't lead to directly thoughtless state. It will lead to more and more clarity. It will lead to psychological revolution. You will have an intense space where you can analyze your understandings, where you can consider your decisions, where you can rethink again and again your desires, your fears, your worries, what you think as the base in your life. You can again and again look into these details. You can again and again look into these things. Otherwise, many times we do not know what is our desires. People brag just in the outside world, but they do not know what they are talking. Small story. 3 old ladies were sitting and bragging about their sons. One was saying, "You don't know about my son, how much he loves me. He personally took me to a travel agent and arranged for my vacation and did the best possible arrangements and gave me 20 days vacation." The other one said, "You don't know what my son did. He got a separate, not only the travel agent, vehicle, a separate flight. He arranged everything for 1 month." Third one said, "You don't know what my son does. He goes to the costliest psychiatrist. All he talks is about me." Many times, what you think as life, about what you brag, may not be exactly what you need, may not be exactly contributing to you, may not be exactly adding to you. So in the initial level, taking up a technique which can awaken, which can help the psychological revolution in you is the best way to start. When meditation, here and now, neither the age can be the reason to postpone the meditation, nor the time. Sometimes people tell, should I meditate in morning? Should I meditate in the evening? I always tell people, meditation should become quality of your life. There are 3 kinds of meditation. One, it's a kind of a truth or bringing your awareness to the life. That is supposed to be done 24 hours. Techniques like Vipassana are bringing your awareness to the present moment. 24 hours. It is not a part of your routine. It should become quality of your routine. There are other kinds of techniques for which you need to spend particular time, like a morning 1 hour or evening 1 hour or some specific time. There are some meditation techniques which needs to be done whole day. There are some particular time. There are some other techniques. You neither need to do whole day nor need to spend separate time. Just very remembrance is enough. There are some great truths. When you are really in that matured state, you don't need a separate technique. You don't need to practice whole day or in particular time. Just very remembrance, you will be in that state. You will be in that state. You will be experiencing the truth. In Zen, there are some beautiful koans. Just very remembrance, you will be transported to that zone. There's a very beautiful story in Upanishad. Disciple comes to the master and asks for technique or a method for enlightenment. Master says, Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi, Tattvamasi. That art thou, you are the truth. And the story says, disciple became enlightened. Very strange story. Just master repeats few words and disciple is enlightened. How can it happen? How is it possible? Looks too much. If we have done the two different techniques, means the techniques which needs to be done whole day and the techniques which needs to be done in a particular time, that very maturity will lead you to the level, the moment you listen, you will start experiencing it. You will start experiencing it. When, why, what, now how. There are so many different techniques. Somebody asked me the other day, why you have so many gods, so many methods, so many techniques? I told them, in the West, why do you have so many cars? They asked me this question in the West. I told them, why you have so many cars? Because you spent so much of energy in doing research and development in the comfort level, about the luxury. So much of time and energy has been spent to develop the comfort and luxury. That is the reason you have so many luxurious things, so many cars. Same way, in the East, we spent so much of time in thinking and doing research and development how to raise the consciousness. Because we have done so much of research and development, we have so many methods, so many techniques, so many gods, so many paths. All those things are available to us because we have done so much of research and development. We have hundreds and thousands of techniques in front of us, so many methods. We will see 3 techniques. Each day we will do one technique. Today we will do one technique. Working on our mind, inner chattering. Tomorrow we will do a technique to release the engraved memories. Day after tomorrow we will do a technique to go to the deepest silence or the core of our being. When, why, how, what? All these basic questions about meditation.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its foundation.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
ஆடும் பரிவேல் அணி சேவலனு பாடும் பணியே பணியாயருள்வாய் தேடும் கயமாமுகனை செருவில் சாடும் தனியானை சகோதரனே குலயோக இதன் சல்லாபவினோ தனு நீயலையோ எல்லாமர என்ன இழந்தனலம் சொல்லாய் முருகா சுழபோ பதியே வானோ புனல் பனல் மாருதமோ ஞானோதயமோ அவில் நான் மறையோ யானோ மனமோ என யாண்ட இடம் தானோ பொருளாவது முகனே வளைவள் தகைமா தொடுமட்களெனும் தடைவட்டழிய கதுமோ கிளைவள் தெழு சூர்புறமும் கிரியும் தொலைவள் துருவ தொடுவேலவனே மாயைகளை திடவல்ல பிரான் முகமாறு மொழிந்து திலனி அகமாடை மடல் தயருந்தயரும் சகமாயுள் நின்று தயங்குவதே திணியான மனோ சிலை மீதுனதாள் அணியார் அரவிந்தமரும் பூமதோ பணியா என வள்ளி பதம் பணியும் தனியா அதிமோகதையாய் பரணி கெடுவாய் மனநீ கதிகள் அறவாதிடுவாய் படிவேல் இவை தாழ் நினைவாய் சுடுவாய் நெடுவேதனை தோள் படவே விடுவாய் வினையாவையும் அமரும் பதிகள் அகமாமெனுமி விமரன் கெடமை பொருள் பேசியவா குமரன் கிரிராச குமாரி மகன் சமரம் பொருதானவனா சகனீ பட்டூர் புழல் மங்கையர் மையல் வலை பட்டூசல் படும் பரிசென்றொழிவேன் கட்டூடரவேன் சயிலத்தெறினு நிட்டூர நிராபுலனே பயனே கார்மாமிசை காலன் வரில் கலவ தேர்மாமி செய்வன் எதிர படுவாய் தார்மார்பவலாரி தலா பிரியனும் சூர்மாமடிய பொதுவேதவன் ஏ என் கிளை கூடியழ போகா பகைமை பொருள் பேசியவா நான் நெஞ்ச கனகல்லூ நிகழ்ந்து உருக தஞ்சத்து அருள் சண்முகனுக்கு இயல் சேர் செஞ்சொற்புனை மாலை சிறந்திடவே பஞ்சக்கர ஆணை பதம் பணிவோம் ஆனை பதம் பணிவாம் ஆடும் பரி வேல் அணிசேவல் என பாடும் பணியே பணியாயருள்வாய் தேடும் கயமாமுகனைச் செருவில் சாடும் தனியானைச் சகோதரனே. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். உங்கள் அனைவரையும் வணங்கி வரவேற்கின்றேன். பரம்பொருளின் பரம வெளிப்பாடாய், பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளாய், சுப்பிரமணிய பரம்பொருளாய் இங்கெழுந்தருளி அனைவருக்கும் பரமாத்வைதத்தை ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். பரமாத்வைதத்தை அருளி ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம். பரமாத்வைத பிராப்திரஸ்து. பரமாத்வைத பிராப்திரஸ்து. பரமாத்வைத பிராப்திரஸ்து. உலகம் முழுவதும் இணையத்தாலும் இதயத்தாலும் இளைய பாரதம் தொலைக்காட்சி, டிஎன் நியூஸ் டிஜிட்டல், ஏபிபி நாடு, ஆதன் தமிழ், ஆகாயம் தமிழ், ராணி ஆன்லைன், தமிழக குரல், ரெட்ரோமணி, வாழ்ந்துதான் பார்க்கலாம் வாடா, ஆர்கைவ்ஸ் ஆஃப் இந்துஸ்தான், கைலாசா, SPH நித்யானந்தா, பிளிக்ஸ் 9 மேக்ஸ், பிளிக்ஸ் 9 டிவைன் மற்றும் கைலாசா நியூஸ், கைலாசா நித்யானந்த யோகா, கைலாயத்தின் 10,000 முகநூல் மற்றும் யூடியூப், ட்விட்டர், இன்ஸ்டா சமூக ஊடக வலைதள பக்கங்களின் மூலமாக நேரலையில் இணைந்திருக்கும் உங்கள் அனைவரையும் வணங்கி வரவேற்கின்றேன். கந்தர் அனுபூதியின் 41 51 பாடல் வரை அனுபூதியின் முழுமையை அனுபவிப்போம் வாருங்கள். சாகாது எனையே சரணங்களிலே கா கா நமனார் கலகம் செய்யும் நாள் வாகா முருகா மயில் வாகனனே யோகா சிவஞான உபதேசிகனே. குறியை குறியாது குறித்து அறியும் நெறியை தனிவேலை நிகழ்த்திடலும் செறிவு அற்று உலகோடு உரை சிந்தையும் அற்று அறிவு அற்று அறியாமையும் மற்றதுவே. தூசா மணியும் துகிலும் புனைவாள் நேசா முருகா நினது அன்பு அருளால் ஆசா நிகழம் துகளா இனபின் பேசா அனுபூதி பிறந்ததுவே. சாடும் தனிவேல் முருகன் சரணம் சூடும்படி தந்தது சொல்லுமதோ வீடும் சுரர் மாமுடி வேதமும் வெம்காடும் புணமும் கமழும் கழலே. கரவாகிய கல்வி உளார்கடை சென்று இரவா வகை மெய்ப்பொருள் ஈகுவையோ புறவா குமரா புலிசாயுத குஞ்சரவா சிவயோகதயாபரணே. எம் தாயும் எனக்கு அருள் தந்தையும் நீ சிந்தாகுலம் ஆனவை தீர்த்து எனையாள் கந்தா கதிர்வேலவனே உமையாள் மைந்தா குமரா மறைநாயகனே. ஆறு ஆரையும் நீத்து அதன் மேல் நிலையை பேரா அடியேன் பெருமாறு உளதோ சீராவரு சூர் சிதைவித்து இமையோர் கூறா உலகம் குளிர்வித்தவனே அறிவு ஒன்று அற நின்று அறிவார் அறிவில் பிரிவு ஒன்று அற நின்ற பிரான் அலையோ செறிவு ஒன்று அற வந்து இருளே சிதைய வெறிவென்றவரோடு உறும்வேலவனே தன்னந்தனி நின்றதுதான் அறிய இன்னம் ஒருவர்க்கு இசைவிப்பதுவோ மின்னும் கதிர்வேல் விகிர்தா நினைவோர் கிண்ணங்களையும் இருவைச் சூழ் சுடரே மதிகெட்டு அறவாடி மயங்கு மதி கெட்டு அறவாடி மயங்கி அறக்கதிகெட்டு அவமே கெடவோ கடவேன் நதி புத்திர ஞான சுகாதிப அத்திதி புத்திரர் வீறு அடுசேவகனே உருவாய் அருவாய் உளதாய் இலதாய் மறுவாய் மலராய் மணியாய் ஒளியாய் கருவாய் உயிராய் கதியாய் விதியாய் குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே அனுபூதியின் ஆனந்த ரசத்தை பாடுகின்றார் அருணகிரிநாத பெருமான். முதல் 10 பாட்டிலே அறிமுகம், இரண்டாம் 10 பாட்டிலே நுட்பங்கள், மூன்றாம் 10 பாட்டிலே முழுமையின் வழி, நான்காம் 10 பாட்டிலே சொன்ன சத்தியங்கள் அத்துணையையும் தொகுத்து, ஐந்தாம் 10 பாட்டிலே அனுபூதியின் ஆனந்த ரசம். சொல்லோனாத ஒன்றை அனுபவிக்கும் ஆனந்தம் மட்டுமல்லாது, சொல்லால் வடிக்க முடியாத ஒன்றை சொல்லிலே வடித்துவிட்ட ஆனந்தத்தையும் சேர்த்து இங்கு பெருமான் அருணகிரிநாத பெருமான் வெளிப்படுத்துகின்றார். சாகாது என ஏ சரணங்களிலே கா கா நமனார் கலகம் செய்யும் நாள் வாகா முருகா மயில் வாகனனே சிவஞான உபதேசிகனே. ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள், ஸ்ரத்தையோடு கேளுங்கள். சாகாது, மரணம் இல்லாது, நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். மனித சரீரம், இந்த மனித பிறப்பில் மட்டும்தான் சாகாத நிலையை அடைந்திட முடியும். 7 உலகம் 7, மேல் உலகம் 7, இந்த 14லும் சாயுட்ச நிலையை, பரமுக்தி நிலையை அடைய வேண்டுமென்றால் அவர்கள் மனித சரீரம் தாங்கித்தான் அடைய இயலும். இதுதான் கர்ம பூமி, இதுதான் ஞான பூமி. தபோலோகத்தில் இருப்பவர்களாக இருந்தாலும் பிரம்மலோகத்தில் இருப்பவர்களாக இருந்தாலும் சாகா நிலையடைய வேண்டுமென்றால் அவர்களுக்கு ஒரே சாத்தியம், பூவுலகிற்கு வந்து இந்த உலகில் இருந்து தான் சாகா நிலை அடைய இயலும். இறுதி குறிக்கோளை பரமா மாற்றி எய்திட முடியும். இதுதான் ஏர்போர்ட். காஸ்மாஸோட அறுதியான இறுதியான பரமநிலையை அனுபவிக்கிறதுக்கான ஏர்போர்ட் இதுதான். சாகாது எனையே சரணங்களிலே கா. பூமிக்கு வந்துட்டு மனித உடல் எடுத்துட்டு ஒருவன் பிறந்து இறந்து பிறக்கின்ற அந்த சூழலிலிருந்து விடுபடவில்லை என்றால் அவன் வாழ்க்கை வீண். இறந்து பிறக்கும் இந்நிலையிலிருந்து விடுபடுவது மட்டும்தான் மனித உடலின் மனித வாழ்வின் ஒரே நோக்கம். வேற என்ன வேணுமானாலும் நியாயப்படுத்துதல், ஜஸ்டிபிகேஷன் நீங்க கொடுத்துக்கலாம். நோக்கம் மாற இயலாது. பொண்டாட்டி பிள்ளைய யார் பார்ப்பாங்க? குடும்பத்தை யார் பார்ப்பாங்க? வீட்டை யார் நடத்துவாங்க? நான் வேலைக்கு போனா தான் சம்பளம். என்ன வேணா புலம்புங்க, அது எல்லாம் புலம்பல், அவ்வளவுதானே தவிர லூசர் லூசர் தான். இறப்பும் பிறப்பும் பிறப்பும் இறப்பும் எனும் சக்கரத்திலிருந்து வெளியேறவில்லை என்றால் மனித பிறப்பு வீண். மனித பிறப்பெடுத்து இதில் மட்டுமே அடையக்கூடிய பரமுக்தியை அடையவில்லை என்றால் நீ லூசர் தான். Right reasons plus work not done is not equivalent to work done. Right reasons plus work not done is not equivalent to the work done. நல்லா கேளுங்க. நீங்கள் வேலையை செய்யாது விட்டதற்காக, சாதிக்க வேண்டியதை சாதிக்காமல் விட்டதற்காக சரியான காரணங்களை சொல்லிவிட்டீர்களானால் அது சாதித்தமைக்கு சமம் கிடையாது. அதை சாதித்தமைக்கு சமமாக சுயபச்சாதாபத்தை ஏற்படுத்திக் கொண்டு உங்களை தேற்றிக் கொள்வதற்கு நீங்கள் முயற்சித்தாலும் லூசர் இஸ் அ லூசர் இஸ் அ லூசர். சாகாது, மீண்டும் பிறவாது எனும் நிலையை அடையலன்னா லூசர் தான். சும்மா என்கிட்ட இருந்தா ஐயோ சாமி, அப்ப கிரகஸ்தர்கள்லாம் வழியே இல்லையா, பிசினஸ் பண்றவங்களுக்கு வழியே இல்லையா, எங்க வாழ்க்கையை நாங்க என்ன பண்றது? அது என்னவோ பண்ணிக்கோ, சத்தியம் சத்தியம் தான், மாறாது. என்னால் பரம சத்தியத்தின் குணத்தை கரைக்கவோ குறைக்கவோ முடியாது. பரமசத்தியம் பரமசத்தியம்தான். அப்ப நாங்கெல்லாம் என்ன பண்றது? இவ்வளவு பெரிய பிசினஸ்ல மாட்டிக்கிட்டோம், இவ்வளவு பெரிய வேலையில மாட்டிக்கிட்டோம், இத்தனை வருஷம் கான்ட்ராக்டை போட்டு வச்சிருக்கேன், இத்தனை வருஷம் எனக்கு இதெல்லாம் இருக்கே. எவன் அந்த சிக்கல்ல உன்னை சிக்க விட்டானோ அவனை போய் கேள்விகள் என்ன ஏன் கேட்கிற? சிக்க விட்டவன் எவனோ அது வேணும்னு தேடி அலைஞ்சது நீ, முடிவெடுத்தவன் நீ, உன்னை முடிவெடுக்க வைத்தவன் வேற எவனோ. என்ன கேட்டா நான் என்ன பதில் சொல்ல முடியும்? ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். சாகாது அப்படின்னு அருணகிரிநாத பெருமான் சொல்ற அந்த நிலையை அடைந்தே தீர வேண்டும். அதுதான் வாழ்க்கையின் எல்லா உயிர்களுக்கும், முக்கியமாக மனிதர்களுக்கு வாழ்வின் நோக்கம். ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். சாகாது எனையே சரணங்களிலே கா. சாவை பற்றிய சில அடிப்படையான ரகசியங்களை புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். நாம் சாகின்ற ஒன்றுன்னு நமக்கு செய்யப்பட்டிருப்பதுதான் மிக 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 கொடுமையான மூளைச்சலவை. சாகின்ற ஒன்று இருப்பதாய் தன்னை உணர இயலாது. இருக்கின்ற ஒன்று சாவை பற்றி அஞ்ச முடியாது. ஒண்ணுமே இல்லைங்க. உங்களுடைய ஆணவம், கன்மம், மாயை மூணையும் கொஞ்சம் ஆழ்ந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா உங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கிறத ஆழ்ந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இந்த 3 விஷயங்களை புரிந்து கொள்ளலாம். அதாவது உங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கிற ஒரு பாகம் நீங்க சிந்திப்பீங்க, நீங்க சிந்திக்கிறீங்க அப்படிங்கிறது உங்களுக்கு தெரியும். நீங்கள் எண்ண ஓட்டத்தை உருவாக்குவீர்கள். அந்த எண்ண ஓட்டத்தை நீங்கள் உருவாக்குவதை நீங்களே கேட்கிறீர்கள். இது ஒரு பாகம். அடுத்தது அந்த நீங்க எண்ண ஓட்டத்தை உருவாக்குறதே இல்லை, அது பாட்டுக்கு ஓடிட்டு இருக்கு. நீங்க அதை கேட்கறதும் இல்லை, அது பாட்டுக்கு யாரோ கேட்டுட்டு இருக்காங்க. நீங்க உருவாக்குறதும் இல்லை, கேட்கறதும் இல்லை, அது பாட்டுக்கு ஓடிட்டு இருக்கு. அது ஒரு பாகம். எண்ண ஓட்டத்தை உருவாக்குறது யாரோ அது உங்களால கட்டுப்படுத்த முடியாது. எங்க இருந்து வருதுன்னு தெரியாது, ஏன் வருதுன்னு தெரியாது, என்ன வருதுன்னு தெரியாது. ஆனா கேட்கறது நீங்களா இருக்கும். இந்த 3 பாகத்தை புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். எண்ணத்தை உருவாக்குவது நீங்களா இருக்கும், அதை கேட்கறதும் நீங்களா இருக்கும். இது உங்களுடைய சித் பாகம். சித் கான்ஷியஸ் ஆக்ஷன், கான்ஷியஸ் பிரசன்ஸ். எண்ணங்களை உருவாக்குறதும் நீங்களா இருக்காது, இந்த கமாண்டை ஜெனரேட் பண்றதும் நீங்களா இருக்காது, கேட்கறதும் நீங்களா இருக்காது. அது பாட்டுக்கு ஏதோ அது பாட்டுக்கு வரும், அது பாட்டுக்கு போகும். இது ஜடம், உங்களுடைய ஜடம் காம்பனன்ட். எண்ணத்தை உருவாக்குறது நீங்களா இருக்காது, தானா வரும். உங்களால் அதை கட்டுப்படுத்த முடியாது. ஆனா கேட்டு அதை ஆக்ட் பண்றது நீங்களா இருக்கும். பெரும் கோபம், பெரும் உணர்ச்சி கொந்தளிப்பு, பெரும் காமம், பெரும் வெறுப்பு, இந்த மாதிரி சூழ்நிலைகள்ல கமாண்ட் ஜெனரேட் பண்றது நீங்களா இருக்காது, அதை நீங்க கட்டுப்படுத்த முடியாது. அந்த எண்ண ஓட்டத்தை உருவாக்கி கமாண்டை ஜெனரேட் பண்றது நீங்களா இருக்காது. ஆனா கேட்கறது நீங்களா இருக்கும், செய்யறது நீங்களா இருக்கும். செஞ்சுட்டு அதோட பலாபலன்களை, எதிர்விளைவுகளை, எதிர்வினையை அனுபவிக்கிறது நீங்களா இருக்கும். இதுக்கு பேர் தான் சித் ஜட கிரந்தின்னு பேர். இந்த மூன்றில் இருந்துதான் ஆணவம், கன்மம், மாயை மூன்றுமே பெருகத் துவங்குது. சித் சிந்திப்பதும் நீங்கள், அதை கேட்பதும் நீங்கள். கமாண்டை ஜெனரேட் பண்றது நீங்க தான், கேட்கறதும் நீங்க தான். அது உங்களுடைய ஒரு பாகம். சிந்திப்பதும் நீங்க இல்ல, கமாண்டை கேட்கறதும் நீங்க இல்ல. ஜடம் அது உங்களுடைய ஒரு பாகம். சிந்திப்பது நீங்கள் அல்ல, உங்களால் கட்டுப்படுத்த முடியாது. ஆனால் கேட்பது நீங்கள். இதுதான் சித் ஜடம். இந்த மூன்றையும் புரிந்து கொண்டீர்களானால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையின் மிக பெரிய துக்கங்களிலிருந்து விடுபட்டு விடுவீர்கள். உங்க வாழ்க்கையில மிக பெரிய துக்கங்கள் எல்லாமே இந்த சித் ஜட கிரந்தியிலிருந்து தான் வெளிப்படும். கமாண்டை ஜெனரேட் பண்றது நீங்க இல்ல. உங்க மாமாவோட கோவப்படும் போது அவர் எப்படி ரியாக்ட் பண்றாரு, உங்க அப்பா கோவப்படும் போது எப்படி ரியாக்ட் பண்றாரு, உங்க அம்மா கோவப்படும் போது எப்படி ரியாக்ட் பண்றாங்க, உங்களுடைய ஆசிரியர்கள் கோவப்படும் போது எப்படி ரியாக்ட் பண்றாங்க, உங்களுடைய சமூகம் கோவப்படும் போது எப்படி ரியாக்ட் பண்ணுது, உங்க ஹீரோ கோவப்படும் போது எப்படி ரியாக்ட் பண்றாரு, அதை எல்லாத்தையும் உங்க மேல கழிஞ்சு வச்சுட்டு அவங்க கழிஞ்சு வச்சுட்டு போனதை உங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கிற ஒரு ஆட்டோமேட்டிக் மெக்கானிசம் கமாண்டா ஜெனரேட் பண்ண, நீங்க ஜெனரேட் பண்ணாத கமாண்டை நீங்க ஒபே பண்ணிட்டு வாழறீங்க பாருங்க. இதுதான் மிக கொடுமையான அடிமைத்தனம். ஒண்ணுமே இல்லைங்க. வெறும் ஒரு 2 இட்லி ஒரு வடையில தீந்து போயிருக்க வேண்டிய பசி, இல்ல ஒரு காஃபி 4 பிஸ்கட்ல தீந்து போயிருக்க வேண்டிய பசி உங்களுக்குள்ள பொங்கும் பொழுது, அது பசின்னு கண்டுபிடிக்காம இருந்தீங்கன்னா அது எப்படி உங்க சிந்தைக்குள்ள புகுந்து என்னென்ன மாதிரி கமாண்ட அந்த நேரத்துல உங்க முன்னாடி வர்றவங்க, உங்க முன்னாடி இருக்கிற சூழ்நிலைகள், உங்களுக்கு முன்னாடி வர்ற நினைவுகள், இதை பத்திலாம் என்னென்ன மாதிரி கமாண்ட நீங்க ஜெனரேட் பண்றீங்கன்னு பாருங்க. அதனாலதான் நான் பாரம்பரியமான பல குடும்பங்களை பார்த்திருக்கேன். என்னுடைய பாட்டனாரா கூட பார்த்திருக்கேன். கடையிலே வியாபாரத்திற்காக யாராவது ஒருவர் வந்தால் கூட, உறவு நட்பு வீட்டுக்கு வரவங்க அவங்க மட்டும் இல்ல, கடையிலே வியாபாரத்துக்காக யாராவது வந்தா கூட முதல்ல சாப்பிட வைப்பாங்க. அவங்க சாப்பிட்டு வந்துட்டேன்னு சொன்னா கூட ஒரு காஃபியாவது குடிங்கன்னு. அப்ப எனக்கு புரியல, கொஞ்ச நாள் கழிச்சு புரிஞ்சது. ஒரு மனிதன் வரும்பொழுது என்ன வேணா மூட்ல இருப்பான். முதல்ல சாப்பிட வச்சிங்கன்னா அமைதியோடு சித்தின் பாகமாக கான்ஷியஸா தெளிவா யோசிச்சு பேசுவாங்க, முடிவெடுப்பாங்க. பசியின் போதும் நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க, பசி அப்படிங்கிறது உங்களுக்கு இந்த ஜென்மத்திலே வந்த வினை அல்ல, பல ஜென்மங்களாக வருகின்ற பழக்கம். பசி வந்தாலே வெறுப்பு, வேகம், வேட்டையாட வேண்டிய தேவையான எல்லா உணர்ச்சிகளையும் அது சேர்த்து ஜெனரேட் பண்றது உங்க பயோ மெமரியில ரெக்கார்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு. பசி வந்தாலே வேட்டையாடி ஆகணும். அது அனிமல் இன்ஸ்டிங்க்ட். அதுல இருந்து தான் நம்முடைய பயோ மெமரி எவால்வ் ஆகுது. அதனால பசிக்கு எப்பொழுதுமே ஒரு பெரும் வெறுப்பையும் கொந்தளிப்பையும் உருவாக்குகின்ற சக்தி உண்டு. அதோட சேர்ந்துதான் அந்த 2 பேட்டர்ன் ஒன்னாத்தான் வரும். அது ஜெனரேட் பண்ற கமாண்டை எல்லாம் நீங்க உங்களுடைய கமாண்ட் நினைச்சு கமாண்டை ஜெனரேட் பண்றது பசி, ஆனா எக்ஸிக்யூட் பண்றது நீங்க. எத்தனை பேருக்கு இது புரியுது? உங்களுக்குள்ளே இருக்கின்ற இந்த 3 தானாகவே முடிவெடுத்துக் கொண்டு உள்ளிருந்து தானா கமாண்ட் ஜெனரேட் ஆகும். கமாண்ட் ஜெனரேட் பண்றவர் யாருன்னு கூட தெரியாது. ஆனா கமாண்டை ஒபே பண்றவர், எக்ஸிக்யூட் பண்றவர் நீங்களா இருப்பீங்க. இதுதான் மிக மோசமான அடிமைத்தனம். மிக மோசமான அடிமைத்தனம். இத மட்டும் விட்டீங்கன்னாலே போதும், உங்கள் வாழ்வில் 90% பிரச்சனைகளை தீர்த்து விடுவீர்கள். 1. 2வது, பல ஆண்டுகள் உழைத்து கட்டி எழுப்பியவைகளை சில வினாடிகளில் இடித்து தள்ளிவிட்டு அனாதையாக நடுத்தெருவில் நிற்க மாட்டீர்கள். யார் யாரெல்லாம் நீங்க பல ஆண்டுகளாக உழைத்து உருவாக்கியவைகளை சில வினாடிகளில் இடித்து தள்ளிவிட்டு அழித்து விட்டு நடுத்தெருவில் நிக்கிற மாதிரி முடிவுகளை எடுத்திருக்கீங்க அப்படின்னு நீங்க உணர்ற எல்லோரும் உங்க வாழ்க்கையை திரும்பி பாருங்க. அந்த முடிவுகளை நீங்க எடுத்தது பாத்தீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் அல்ல, உங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கிற ஹார்மோன்ஸும் கெமிக்கல்ஸும். மற்றவர்கள் உங்கள் மீது கழிந்ததை நீங்களாவே ப்ராசஸ் பண்ணி கமாண்ட்னு ஜெனரேட் பண்ணிக்கிறது. அத நீங்கன்னு அபிமானிக்கும் பொழுது, நீங்க ஜெனரேட் பண்ணாத கமாண்ட கேட்கிற நீங்க லிசனரே தான் கமாண்ட ஜெனரேட் பண்றவரும் அப்படின்ற அபிமானம், மாய இல்லாத பொய்யான அபிமானத்தை பிடித்தல் தான் அகந்தை. இந்த சிச்சட கிரந்தியிலிருந்து தான் வாழ்க்கையின் எல்லா தோல்விகளும் நாசங்களும் சாவு உட்பட வருகின்றது. சிச்சட கிரந்தி. இதை அறுத்தால் போதும். அதாவது உங்களுக்குள்ள தானாவே கமாண்ட் கொடுத்து தானாவே லிசனிங்ல இருக்கிறதும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை. இந்த ஹார்ட் இயங்கிறது, லங்ஸ் இயங்கிறது, உடம்புல பல்வேறு விஷயங்கள் தானாவே கமாண்ட் கொடுத்து தானாவே இயங்கிட்டு இருக்கும். அது பிரச்சனையே இல்லை. நீங்களாக சிந்தித்து தெளிவாக நீங்களாக அதை செயல்படுத்துறது, அதுவும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை. அதுதான் கிரியேட்டிவிட்டி. உங்களுடைய வியாபாரம், மற்ற சாதனைகள், இதுக்கெல்லாம் நீங்க யூஸ் பண்ற கிரியேட்டிவிட்டி, அதுவும் பிரச்சனை இல்லை. உண்மையான பிரச்சனை என்னன்னா, கமாண்ட் கொடுக்கறது யாராவதா இருப்பாங்க, அதை எக்ஸிக்யூட் பண்றது நீங்களா இருப்பீங்க. உங்களுக்குள்ள அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு டேஞ்சரஸான ஒரு பாகம் இருக்கு. அதுக்கு பேரு சித் சட கிரந்தின்னு பேரு. இன்னொரு முக்கியமான விஷயம் தெரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க, உங்கள பெரும்பாலானவர்களுக்கு 99% ஆஃப் யூ 99% ஆகிய நீங்கள் இந்த சித் சட கிரந்தியா தான் இருப்பீங்க. உங்கள் ஏழ்மை, வறுமை, துக்கம், தனிமை, உங்கள் வாழ்க்கையிலே நீங்கள் எதிர்கொள்ளுகின்ற எல்லா கொடுமை, இவை அனைத்திற்கும் ஒரே காரணம் சித் சட கிரந்தி. கமாண்ட் கொடுக்கறது யாராவதா இருப்பாங்க, அத லிசன் பண்ணி கேட்டு எக்ஸிக்யூட் பண்றது நீங்களா இருப்பீங்க. இதுதான் பெருங்கொடுமை, இதுதான் பெருங்கொடுமை. நினைத்து பார்க்க இயலாத பெருங்கொடுமை. உங்களுக்குள்ள சாகாத ஒன்று சாக போகும் ஒன்றோட கமாண்டுக்கு கீழே இயங்கிறது தான் சித். அப்படிங்கிறது என்றும் அழியாத இருப்பு. ஜடம் அப்படிங்கிறது என்றுமே வாழாத, என்றைக்குமே உயிரில்லாத வெறும் பொருள். துரதிர்ஷ்டவசமா சித் ஜடத்தோடு தன்னை அபிமானப்படுத்திக் கொண்டு தான் அந்த அழிபொருள் என்று மாயையில் சிக்கித்தான் இந்த சிச்சட கிரந்தியையே உருவாக்குகின்றது. அதுல இருந்துதான் யாரோ பேசுவதும் நீங்கள் அதை உங்களுடையது என்று கேட்டுக்கொண்டு செய்வதும் என்கின்ற மாயை உருவாகின்றது. ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். உங்களுக்குள் சாகாத ஒன்று இருக்கின்றது. அந்த சாகாத ஒன்றுதான் நான் நான் என்று உங்களுக்குள் எப்போதும் இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. உண்மையில உங்க சாவை நீங்க பார்க்கவே முடியாதுங்க. இருப்பு இல்லா தன்மையை எப்படி இந்த இருப்பு உணர முடியும்? இது ஒரு எவ்வளவு பெரிய பைத்தியகாரத்தனமான பயம்னு பாருங்க. பல்லை பல்லால் கடிக்க இயலாது, கண்ணை கண்ணால் காண இயலாது. கண்ணை கண்ணாடி வச்சு வேணா பார்க்கலாமே தவிர கண்ணே காண இயலாது. பல்லை பல்லே கடிக்க இயலாது. வேறு பல் வைத்து இந்த பல்ல கடிக்கலாம் வேணா. அந்த பல்லையே கடிக்க இயலாது, அந்த கண் அந்த கண்ணையே காண இயலாது. இருப்பு தன்னுடைய இருப்பையே அல்லது இருப்பு இல்லா நிலையையோ உணர முடியாது. இந்த இரண்டும் கடந்து இருப்பாக இருப்பதுதான் இருப்பு. இருப்புன்னு நீங்க கற்பனை பண்றத கூட இருப்பினால் காண இயலாது. இல்லைன்னு நீங்க கற்பனை பண்றத கூட உங்கள் இருப்பினால் காண இயலாது. நான் ஒருத்தர் கேட்டேன், உண்மையிலேயே ஒருத்தர் ரொம்ப மரண பயமா இருக்கு சாமின்னு வந்து கேட்டார். நான் கேட்டேன், மரணம்னா என்னன்னு நினைக்கிறீங்க சொல்லுங்கன்னு. அப்படியே நான் படுத்திருப்பேன், எல்லாம் இருட்டா இருக்கும். நான் சொன்னேன், நீங்க நினைக்கிறது வந்து நீங்க மரணத்தை நினைச்சு பாக்குறீங்க. ஆனா உண்மையான மரணத்தை பார்த்து பயப்படலை. ஏன்னா உண்மையான மரணம்னா என்னன்னே உங்களுக்கு தெரியாது. மரணத்தை நினைச்சு பார்த்து பயப்படுறீங்க. மரணத்தை பற்றிய கற்பனைகளை கேட்டு பயப்படுறீங்க. மற்றவர்கள் உங்கள் மீது பொழிந்த மலத்தை நுகர்ந்து கொண்டு பயந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறீர்கள். உண்மையில் உங்களுக்குள் சாகாதது இருக்கின்றது. அது என்றுமே சாவதில்லை. சாகப் போவது என்றுமே உயிரோடு இருந்ததும் இல்லை. எத்துணை முறை இந்த 50 பாட்டுல மரணம், பிறவான், இரவான், முதியா, மரியான் எத்தனை முறை சொல்லிடுறார் அருணகிரிநாத பெருமான். அப்ப இது ஒரு முக்கியமான சத்தியம். இந்த 10 பாட்டிலும் அவர் சொல்லுகின்ற சத்தியங்கள் ஒவ்வொரு வார்த்தையும் மணிக்கணக்காய் நாம் இதயத்தில் இருத்தி பரமசத்தியமாக புரிந்து கொள்ள வேண்டியவை. அறிவு ஒன்று அற நின்று அறிவார் அறிவில் பிரிவு ஒன்று அற நின்ற பிரான் அலையோ. என்ன வார்த்தை! அறிவு ஒன்று அற நின்று, அதாவது நோயர் அறிவு, உங்களுடைய இருப்பு, உங்களுடைய அறிவு தன்னை அறியவே முடியாது. காரணம் என்னன்னா, இது எப்படி அதை நீங்க அறிய துவங்க முயற்சிக்கிறதே வந்து அதை பற்றி சிந்திக்கின்றீர்கள், அதனுடைய குணத்தை பற்றி சொல்லி பார்க்கின்றீர்கள். சொல்லி பார்த்தலைத்தான் அறிவு என்று நினைத்து கொண்டு அறிவிலித்தனமாய் இருக்கின்றீர்கள். அறிவு ஒன்று அற நின்று அறிவார் அறிவில் பிரிவு ஒன்று அற நின்ற. அதே மாதிரி ஞானிகளுடைய அறிவிலே அவர்கள் அறிவிற்கும் தனக்கும் பிரிவே இல்லாது நிற்பவன் பரம்பொருள். நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. அறிவுன்னு நீங்க நினைக்கிற சொல்லி பார்த்தலின் மூலமாக அறிய முடியாததாக இருப்பதும், உங்கள் அறிவிலிருந்து விலகாது இருப்பதும். அறிய நீங்க முயற்சி பண்ணீங்கனாலே உங்க ஷேடோவை பிடிக்க முயற்சி பண்றீங்க. எவ்வளவு வேகமா உங்க ஷேடோவை பிடிக்க ஓடினீங்கனாலும் ஷேடோ இன்னும் ஓடிட்டே இருக்கும். உங்கள் கால்களை பிடித்து தூக்கிக் கொள்வதன் மூலமாக பறக்க முயற்சித்தலும், உங்களுடைய நிழலை பிடிக்க முயற்சித்தலும், உங்களுடைய அறிவை அறிய முயற்சித்தலும் ஒன்று. அறிதல்னா இங்க சொல்லி பார்த்தல், அதன் குணங்களை எண்ணி பார்த்தல், நினைத்து பார்த்தல். எண்ணத்தின் மூலமாக உங்கள் அறிவை அறியும் முயற்சிக்கும் முயற்சி அறிவிலாத்தனம். அறிவு ஒன்று அற நின்று அறிவார் அறிவில் பிரிவு ஒன்று அற நின்ற. அறிவாருடைய அறிவிலே பிரிவு இன்றி பிரிவு ஒன்று அற நின்ற. உங்களுடைய அறிவிலேங்க பிரிவே இல்லாது இருப்பவன் கந்தப் பெருமான். அதனால அறிவை வார்த்தைகளாலே சொல்லுதலினாலே தெரிந்து கொள்ள புரிந்து கொள்ள முயற்சிப்பது சாத்தியமில்லை. நமக்கு எல்லாமே எந்த பொருளையும் அதை பற்றிய வார்த்தைகளை சொல்லுவதும் தெரிந்து கொள்வதும் அதைத்தான் அறிவுன்னு நம்மள மூலச்செலவு பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க. மிக தெளிவாக அருணகிரிநாத பெருமான் சொல்றாரு, அறிவு ஒன்று அற நின்று. அறிவார் அறிவில் பிரிவு ஒன்று அற நின்ற பிரான் அலையோ. செறிவு ஒன்று அற வந்து இருளே சிதைய வெறி வென்றவரோடு உறும் வேலவனே. செறிவு ஒன்று அற வந்து, அதாவது சொல்லாலே அறிவதற்கு முயலும் முயற்சியை விட்டுவிட்டு செறிந்து இருக்கின்ற அது அதோடே இருக்க இருளே சிதைய வெறி வென்றவரோடுறும் வேலவனே. அழுந்து கேளுங்க. சொல்லாது அறிவுன்னா என்னன்னு சொல்லி பார்க்க இயலாது இருப்போடு இருந்தீர்களானால் முதல்ல வர்றது இருள். அந்த இருளும் நீங்கள் சொல்லி பார்த்துக் கொள்வதுதான் என்று புரிந்து அதனினும் ஆழ்ந்து இருப்பீர்களானால் அதுக்கான இன்டென்சிட்டி, அததான் இருளே சிதைய வெறி வென்றவரோடு. அந்த இன்டென்சிட்டி, அந்த இருள் சிதைகின்ற இன்டென்சிட்டியோட இருப்பவர்களுக்கு உறும்வேல் அவனே. 48வது பாடல்ல சொல்றார். ஆறு ஆரையும் நீத்து, இது 47வது பாடல். ஆறு ஆரையும் நீத்து அதன் மேல் நிலையை பேரா அடியேன் பெருமாறு உளதோ. ஆறு ஆரையும் நீத்துனா 6 6 36 தத்துவங்களை சொல்றார். ஆன்ம தத்துவம் 24, வித்யா தத்துவம் 7, சிவ தத்துவம் 5. ஆன்ம தத்துவம் 24. ஆழ்ந்து சொல்றேன், கேட்டுக்கோங்க. ஐம்பூதங்கள் நிலம், நீர், நெருப்பு, காற்று, ஆகாயம். ஞானேந்திரியமும் கர்மேந்திரியமும். ஞானேந்திரிய 5: மெய், வாய், கண், மூக்கு, செவி. கர்மேந்திரிய 5: நாக்கு, கை. கர்மேந்திரிய 5 ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்க. நாக்கு, கை, கால், குதம், குறி. தன்மாத்திரைகள் 5: சுவை, ஒளி, ஊறு, ஓசை, நாற்றம். அந்தக்கரணம் 4: மனம், சித்தம், புத்தி, அகங்காரம், இது சேர்ந்த 24 ஆன்ம தத்துவங்கள். அடுத்தது வித்யா தத்துவம். காலம், நியதி, கலை, வித்தை, ஆராகம், புருடன், மாயை, இந்த 7 வித்யா தத்துவம். சிவ தத்துவம் 5. சிவதத்துவம் 5. சுத்த வித்தை, ஈஸ்வர தத்துவம், சாதாக்கியம், பிந்து, நாதம் 5. சுத்த வித்யா, ஈஸ்வரம், சாதாக்கியம், பிந்து, நாதம். சிவதத்துவம் 5. இந்த நவ தத்துவங்கள்ல இதே வார்த்தைகள் நீங்க கவனிச்சிருப்பீங்க. ஆகமத்துல பெருமான் சொல்றார், சாதாக்கியத்திலே சதாசிவனாகவும், ஈஸ்வர தத்துவத்திலே மகேஸ்வரனாகவும், ஒவ்வொரு தத்துவத்திலையும் தான் எப்படி இருக்கேன்னு சொல்றாரு. பிந்துவிலே பிந்துமூர்த்தியாகவும், நாதத்திலே நாதாத்மனாகவும் இருக்கிறத ஆகமத்துல சொல்றத கேட்டிருப்பீங்க. இந்த 24 தத்துவங்கள் ஆன்ம தத்துவங்கள், 7 தத்துவம் வித்யா தத்துவம், 5 தத்துவம் சிவ தத்துவம். இந்த மொத்தமும் சேர்ந்தது 36. இந்த 36ஐயும் கடந்து இருப்பதுதான் அனுபூதி. திரும்ப இந்த சத் சங்கத்தை ஒரு 2-3 தானே கேட்டு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா புரியும். இந்த டேபிள் காலத்தை வேணா ஆட் பண்ண சொல்றேன். இந்த சத் சங்கத்துல அப்லோட் பண்ணும்பொழுது கேட்டு பாருங்க. இதை புரிஞ்சுக்கிட்டீங்கன்னா அனுபூதினா என்னன்னு புரிஞ்சிடும். நினைத்து பார்த்தல் அனுபூதி அல்ல, நினைத்து பார்த்தல் அறிவு அல்ல, இருப்பே அறிவு. அறிவு ஒன்று அற நின்று அறிவார் அறிவில் பிரிவு ஒன்று அற நின்ற பிரான் அலையோ செறிவு ஒன்று அற வந்து இருளே சிதைய வெறி வென்றவரோடு உறும்பேல் அவனே. அனுபூதினா என்னன்னு புரிஞ்சு. இந்த 36 தத்துவங்களையும் கடந்து நிற்பது. ஆறாரையும் நீத்து அதன் மேல் நிலையை பேரா அடியேன் பெருமாறு உளதோ சீரா வருசூர் சிதைவித்து இமையோர் கூறா உலகம் குளிர்வித்தவனே. ஆறையும் நீத்து அதன் மேல் நிலையை பேரா அடியேன் பெருமாறு உளதோ. இந்த 36 தத்துவங்களையும் நீத்து இருந்தீர்களானால் அதுதான் கந்தர் அனுபூதி. கரவாகிய கல்வி உளார்கடை சென்று இரவா வகை மெய்ப்பொருள் ஈகுவையோ. 45வது பாட்டுல சொல்றார். அதாவது இறுதியை காட்டாத ஞானத்தை கொடுக்காத கல்வியை உடையவர்களிடம் சென்று நான் மெய்ப்பொருளாகிய ஞானத்தை கேட்டு பிச்சை எடுக்கின்ற ஈனத்தனமான வாழ்க்கையை எனக்கு கொடுக்காமல் நீயே தந்துவிடு. யோகா சிவஞான உபதேசிகனேன்னு 41வது பாட்டுல சொல்றாரு. யோகா சிவஞான தேசிகனேன்னு 41ல் சொல்றாரு. அதாவது யோகத்தின் தலைவனாகவும் சிவஞானத்தை உபதேசிக்கும் குருவாகவும் இருக்கின்ற பெருமானே யோகா சிவஞான உபதேசிகனே ஒவ்வொரு பாடலிலும் அடுத்தடுத்த அனுபூதியினுடைய வெளிப்பாடுகளை அவ்வளவு அருமையா விளக்குறார். உண்மையில இந்த அனுபூதிக்கு பொருள் என்னன்னா, இந்த பாடல்களை படித்த உடனேயே நான் அப்படி ஓவர்வெல்மாய் திகைத்து போய் நிக்கிறேன் பாருங்க. இதுதான் இந்த அனுபூதி பாடல்களுக்கு பொருள். எச்சொல்லால் வரைந்தாலும் கவிதையாய் சமைத்தாலும் அகவிதையாய் சமைத்தாலும் உரைநடையாய் உரைத்தாலும் உரைத்தது எல்லாம் குறை சத்தியமே. இருந்து அனுபவித்தலே அனுபூதி பரமசத்தியம். என் கண்ணில் கண்டிடும் ஆனந்த களிப்பே இந்த அனுபூதிக்கு உரை. அதை கண்டு உள்வாங்கி தீட்சையை பெற்று சும்மாயிரு சொல்லற என்று இருப்பதே அனுபூதி வழி. அனுபூதி அடையும் வழி. தன்னந்தனி நின்றது தான் அறிய இன்னம் ஒருவர்க்கு இசைவிப்பதுவோ மின்னும் கதிர் வேல் விகிர்தா நினைவார் கிண்ணம் களையும் கிருபைசூழ் சுடரே. மதிகெட்டு அறவாடி மயங்கி அறக்கதிகெட்டு அவமே கெடவோ கடவேன் நதிபுத்திர ஞான சுகாதிப அத்திதிபுத்திரர் வீறு அடுசேவகனே. தன்னந்தனி நின்றது தான் அறிய இன்னம் ஒருவர்க்கு இசைவிப்பதுவோ. இப்ப நான் என்ன சொல்லிட்டு இருந்தேன் அது அப்படியே பாட்டுல சொல்றார். தன்னந்தனி நின்றது தான் அறிய இன்னம் ஒருவர்க்கு இசைவிப்பதுவோ. தான் தன்னந்தனி நின்று தான் அறிவதை இன்னும் ஒருவருக்கு சொல்ல முடியுமா? எங்க சொல்ல முடியும்? உண்மையில பாத்தீங்கன்னா 48 பாட்டு பாடிட்டு 49வது சொல்லலாம் முடியாதுப்பா. அப்ப எதுக்கு இத்தனை பாட்டு பாடுனீங்க? கடைசியா வைக்கிறாரு. உருவாய் அருவாய் 81வது பாட்டுல வைக்கிறாரு. உருவாய் அருவாய் உளதாய் இலதாய் மறுவாய் மலராய் மணியாய் ஒளியாய் கருவாய் உயிராய் கதியாய் விதியாய் குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே. அதுதான் இந்த மொத்த கந்தர் அனுபூதியின் பலன். ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். 49வது பாட்டுல சொல்லிடுறார், அப்பா நான் என்னென்னவோ சொல்ல முயற்சி பண்ணேன், ஆனா எனக்கே தெளிவா தெரியுது நான் சொல்லி முடிக்கலன்னு. 49 பாட்டு எழுதிட்டு அவரே சொல்லி முடிக்கலன்னு ஃபீல் பண்றாருன்னா 6 நாள் சத்சங்கம் நடத்திட்டு சொல்லி முடிச்சுட்டு தான் நான் ஃபீல் பண்ண முடியுமா? எனக்கு தெளிவா தெரியுது. அனுபூதியின் தோலை மட்டும்தான் சுரண்டிக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றேன். அந்த அளவு எழுத முடியும். தன்னந்தனி நின்றது தான் அறிய இன்னம் ஒருவர்க்கு இசைவிப்பதுவோ மின்னும் கதிர்வேல் விகிர்தா நினைவோர் கிண்ணம் களையும் கிருபைசூழ் சுடரே மதி கெட்டு அறவாடி மயங்கி அறக்கதி கெட்டு அவமே கெடவோ கடவேன். 49, 50 இந்த ரெண்டுலையும் மிக தெளிவா சொல்றார். தன்னன் தனி நின்றது தான் அறிய இன்னம் ஒருவர்க்கு இசைவிப்பதுவோ. அருணகிரிநாத பெருமான் எப்படி பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளோட அப்டேட்டட் வெர்ஷன் தான் ஸ்கந்த பெருமான், லேட்டஸ்ட் எடிஷன். அதே மாதிரி நால்வரோட அப்டேட்டட் வெர்ஷன் தான் அருணகிரிநாத பெருமான், லேட்டஸ்ட் எடிஷன். ஞானசம்பந்தருக்கு பாலை கொடுத்து ஆண்டார், அப்பருக்கு சூலை கொடுத்து ஆண்டார், சுந்தரருக்கு ஓலை கொடுத்து ஆண்டார், மாணிக்க வாசகருக்கு நரியலாம் பரியாக்கி கோலை எடுத்து ஆண்டார், அருணகிரிநாத பெருமானுக்கு நாளையும் எடுத்து ஆண்டார். சூலை மாதிரி கொடுமையான நோய் கொடுக்கிறாரு. புதித்தவுடன் தானே வந்து நாவிலே பிரணவத்தை எழுதுவதன் மூலமா ஞானசம்பந்தருக்கு கொடுத்த மாதிரி பாலையும் ஞான பாலை நாவிலே கொடுத்து விடுகின்றார். பிரணவத்தை எழுதி சுந்தரருக்கு கொடுத்தது போலே அடியெடுத்து கொடுக்கின்றார். முத்தை தரு வத்தித்து முத்து என்று பாடு அப்படின்னு முத்து என்று அடியெடுத்து கொடுக்கின்றார். மாணிக்க வாசகருக்கு செய்தது போலே பல்வேறு லீலைகள் தானே நேரில் வந்து காக்கின்றார். அருணகிரிநாத பெருமானுடைய வாழ்க்கை இது அத்துணையும் உள்வாங்கிவிட்டு, அதாவதுங்க ஒரு எந்த ஞானியாக இருந்தாலும் அவங்களுடைய லாஸ்ட் வேர்டு தான் அல்டிமேட் டீச்சிங். புத்தரை போய் கேட்டீங்கன்னாலும் லாஸ்ட் வேர்டு என்ன? ஆத்ம தீபோபவ ஆப்ப தீபோபவ. லாஸ்ட் வேர்டு தான் அல்டிமேட் ட்ரூத். அருணகிரிநாத பெருமானுடைய லாஸ்ட் வேர்டு இது. கந்தர் அனுபூதி. தன்னந்தனி நின்றது தான் அறிய இன்னம் ஒருவர்க்கு இசைவிப்பதுவோ மின்னும் கதிர்வேல் விகிர்தா நினைவார் கிண்ணம் களையும் களையும் கிருபை சூழ் சுடரே. நம்முடைய மிக உயர்ந்த அனுபவங்கள் எதுவானால் வார்த்தையால் வர்ணிக்க துவங்கினாலேயே அதை சிதைத்து விடுகின்றோம். அதனாலதான் சொல்றாரு, இன்னம் ஒருவருக்கு இசைப்பதுவோ. மதிகெட்டு அறவாடி மயங்கி அறக்கதிகெட்டு அவமே கெடவோ கடவேன் நதிபுத்திர ஞான சுகாதிப அத்திதிபுத்திரர் வீறு அடுசேவகனே. அப்ப ஏன் இவ்வளவு நேரம் பாடிட்டு இருந்தீங்க? கரவாகிய கல்வி உளார் கடை சென்று இரவா வகை மெய்ப்பொருள் ஈகுவையோ குரவா குமரா புலிசாயுத குஞ்சரவா சிவயோக தயாபரனே. சிவயோகத்தை அளிக்க வல்லவனே, சிவயோகத்தை அளிக்க வல்ல தயாபரனே, சிவயோக தயாபரனே. எல்லாத்தையும் பாடிட்டு 49வது பாட்டுல தான் அறிய இன்னம் ஒருவர்க்கு இசைவிப்பதுவோன்னு சொல்லிடுறாரு. அப்ப எதுக்கு இவ்வளவு நேரம் இந்த 51 பாட்டை பாடுறீங்க? அதுக்கு பதில் சொல்றாரு. எதுக்கு இந்த கந்தர் அனுபூதி பாடுறீங்க? அதுக்கு பதில் சொல்றாரு. உருவாய் அருவாய் உளதாய் இலதாய் மறுவாய் மலராய் மணியாய் ஒளியாய் கருவாய் உயிராய் கதியாய் விதியாய் குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே. குருதான், குருவாய் வந்துதான் இந்த அனுபூதி அருளப்பட இயலும் அப்படிங்கிற சத்தியத்தை சொல்வதற்குத்தான் 51 பாடல்களை அனுபூதியாய் பொழிகின்றார் அருணகிரிநாத பெருமான். லாஸ்ட் டீச்சிங்ல லாஸ்ட் வேர்டு உருவாய் அருவாய். உருவம் உடையதாகவும் இல்லாததாகவும் உரு இருப்பதாகவும் அருவாகவும் உளதாய் இலதாய் உள்ளதாகவும் இல்லாததாகவும் மறுவாய் மலராய், மலருக்கு முன்பாக இருக்கிற அந்த மொட்டு, மொட்டாகவும் மலராகவும், மணியாய் ஒளியாய், நவரத்னம் போன்ற மணிகளாகவும், மணியினிலே இருக்கின்ற ஒளியாகவும், கருவாய் உயிராய், கருவாகவும் கருமுழுமையாக மலர்ந்த உயிராகவும், கதியாய் விதியாய், கதி அப்படிங்கன்னா நம்முடைய விதியை உருவாக்கும் மனப்பான்மை, மனப்பாங்கு, பேட்டன். விதினா கதி, வாழ்க்கையாய் மலர்ந்து விட்டா அதுக்கு பேர் விதி. கதியாய் விதியாய், அந்த கதி நிலையிலேயே நாம் விதியை அழித்து விட்டு மோட்சத்தை அடைந்து விட முடியும். காரண சரீரம்தான் கதியினுடைய முதல் பரிமாணம். இந்த காரண சரீரத்திலிருந்து அப்படியே கதிக்குள்ள நுழைஞ்சிட முடியும், விதியா மாறாம. ஆனா அதுல இருந்து வெளிப்பட்டு சூக்ஷ்ம சரீரம், ஸ்தூல சரீரம்னு வந்தோம்னா விதியா மாறிடும். கதியாயும் விதியாயும் இருப்பவனே குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே, குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்குங்க. இங்க ஒன்னொன்னுத்தையும் இரட்டை இரட்டை வார்த்தைகளாவே சொல்றாரு. உருவம் அருவம், உருவத்தோட இன்னொரு பக்கம் அருவம், உளது இலது, உள்ளதோட இன்னொரு பக்கம் இல்லாதது, மறு மலர், மொட்டோட இன்னொரு பக்கம் மலர், மணி ஒளி, மணியோட இன்னொரு பக்கம் ஒளி, மணி இருந்தா ஒளி இருந்து தான் ஆகணும். கருவாய் உயிராய், கரு இருந்தா உயிர் வந்து தான் ஆகணும். கதியாய் விதியாய், விதி இருந்தா கதி வந்துத்தான் ஆகணும். இந்த இரட்டை இரட்டை இரட்டையாவே சொல்லிட்டு வரவரு அடுத்த அருமையான வார்த்தை சொல்றாரு. குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே. குரு வந்தாலே அருள் வந்துருச்சு, வந்துத்தான் ஆகணும். குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே. குருவா வந்தாலே அருள் வந்துருச்சு. இந்த ரெண்டு ஒன்னாத்தான் இருக்க முடியும், தனித்தனியா போக முடியாது. குரு அருள் தான், வேற எதுவும் கிடையாது. மரக்கருணை பார்த்தாலும் அறக்கருணை பார்த்தாலும் குரு அருள். சில நேரத்துல அவருடைய அறக்கருணை பார்ப்பீங்க, வரங்கொடுப்பார். சில நேரத்துல அவருடைய மரக்கருணை பார்ப்பீங்க, வாழ்க்கையை திருத்துவார். ஆனால் ரெண்டுமே அவர் அருள். குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே. குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே. சாடும் தனிவேல் முருகன் சரணம் சூடும்படி தந்தது சொல்லுமாதோ. வீடும் சுரர் மா முடிவேதமும் வெங்காடும் புனமும் கமழும் கழலே. இன்னைக்கு சூரசம்ஹாரம் முடிந்து விட்டது. கந்தசஷ்டி விரத பூர்த்தி நிகழ்ந்து கொண்டிருக்கின்றது. இந்த 51 பாடல்களிலே எத்தனை இடத்திலே சூரசம்ஹாரத்தை பற்றி சொல்றார் பாருங்க. எத்தனை இடத்திலே சூரர்களை அழித்தவனே சூரர்களை அழித்தவனே என்று திரும்ப திரும்ப சொல்றாரு பாருங்க. ஏன்னா முருகப்பெருமானுடைய புராண வரலாற்று கதைகளிலே முக்கியமான ஒரு பாகம் இந்த சூரசம்ஹாரம். அதைத்தான் ஸ்கந்த சஷ்டி திருவிழாவாகவும் விரதமாகவும் நாம் அனுஷ்டிக்கின்றோம். எம் தாயும் எனக்கு அருள் தந்தையும் நீ செந்தாகுலம் ஆனவை தீர்த்து எனையாள் கந்தா கதிர்வேலவனே உமையாள் மைந்தா குமரா மறைநாயகனே. தாயும் அருள் தந்தையும் நீ சிந்தாகுலம் ஆனவை தீர்த்து எனையாள் கந்தா கதிர்வேலவனே உமையாள் மைந்தா குமரா மறைநாயகனே. தன்னந்தனி நின்றது தான் அரிய எண்ணம் ஒருவர்க்கு இசைவிப்பதுவோ மின்னும் கதிர்வேல் விகிர்தா நினைவார்க்கு இன்னம் களையும் கிருபைசூழ் சுடரே. ஒவ்வொரு வார்த்தையினால் கந்தர் அனுபூதியின் ஒரு பெரிய பரிமாணத்தை சொல்லுகின்றார். உண்மையில இதுதான் அதுன்னு சொல்ல முடியாது, இது இல்லைன்னு சொல்ல முடியும். அதைத்தான் இங்க சொல்றார். முதல்ல 6 ஆறையும் நீத்து 6 36 தத்துவம் கிடையாது, ஒதுக்கிடு. அதன் மேல் நிலையை பேராடியேன், அதை தாண்டியதுதான். சீராவருசூர் சிதைவித்து சூரர்களை எல்லாம் சிதைவித்தவனே இமையோர் கூறா உலகம் குளிர்வித்தவனே. இமையோர் கூறாத உலகம்னா கைலாயம். கைலாயத்திற்கே பேரானந்தத்தை அளிப்பவனே. குளிர்வித்தல்னா பேரானந்தம் கொடுத்தல். ஏன்னா கைலாயம் ஏற்கனவே குளிர்ந்துதான் இருக்கு, குளிர்ற இடம் தானே. குளிர்வித்தல்னா பேரானந்தம் கொடுத்தல். உருவாய் அருவாய் உளதாய் இலதாய் மறுவாய் மலராய் மணியாய் ஒளியாய் கருவாய் உயிராய் கதியாய் விதியாய் குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே. இந்த 51வது பாடல் தான் மொத்த கந்தர் அனுபூதியின் சாரம். குருவாய் வந்து முத்து என்று அடியெடுத்து கொடுத்த உடனே ஆரம்பிக்கிறாரு. அது முதல் வார்த்தை, அருணகிரிநாத பெருமானுடைய முதல் வார்த்தை. முத்தை தருவத்தி திருநகையத்தி கிரை சத்தி சரவண முத்தி குருவித்து குருவர என ஓதும் முக்கட்பரமர்க்குச் சுருதியின் முற்பட்டது கற்பித்திருவரு 30 வர்க்கத் தமரரும் அடிபேண 10 தலை தட்டக் கணைதொடு ஒற்றைக் கிரிமத்தை பொருதொரு வட்ட பகல் வட்ட திகிரியில் இரவாக பத்தற்கிரதத்தைக் கடவிய பச்சை புயல் மெச்சத் தகுபொருள் பட்சத்தொடு ரட்சித்தருளுவதும் ஒரு நாளே தித்தித்தைய ஒத்த பரிபுற நிறுத்தப்பதம் வைத்து பயிரவி திக்கொக்க நடிக்க கழுகொடு கழுதாட திக்கு பரியட்ட பயிரவர் தொக்கு தொகு தொக்கு தொகு தொகு சித்திரப்பவுரித்ரி திரிகடக என போத ஒத்துப்பறை கொட்ட களமிசை குக்கு குகு குக்கு குகு குகு குத்தி புதை புக்கு பிடியென முதுகூகை கொற்புற்றிட நட்பற்ற உணரை வெட்டி பலியிட்டு குலகிரி கொத்துப்பட ஒத்து புறவல பெருமாளே. முதல் வார்த்தை அருணகிரிநாத பெருமானுடைய இறுதி வார்த்தை உருவாய் அருவாய் உளதாய் இலதாய் மறுவாய் மலராய் மணியாய் ஒளியாய் கருவாய் உயிராய் கதியாய் விதியாய் குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே. அப்பதான் ஞானம் மலருது. முருகப்பெருமான் அருணகிரிநாதரை தாங்கி பிடித்து உயிர் கொடுத்து ஞானத்தை அளிக்கின்றார். அந்த அனுபூதி அப்பதான் நடக்குது. நடந்த உடனே அப்படியே அந்த அனுபூதியை வெளிப்படுத்துறார். அதுதான் அந்த முத்தைத்தரு முதல் திருப்புகள். அனுபூதியில் நிலை பெற்று நிறைந்து விட்டு கந்தர் அனுபூதியில் குக சாயுஜ்யத்திலேயே நிலைத்து விட்டு அதுல இருந்து உள்ள இருந்து இன்சைடர் வியூவை லைவ்ல கொடுக்கிறார். அதுதான் கந்தர் அனுபூதி. கடைசி பாடல்ல தெளிவா சொல்றார், உருவாய் உருவாய் அருவாய். 51வது பாடல். உருவாய் அருவாய் உளதாய் இலதாய் மறுவாய் மலராய் மணியாய் ஒளியாய் கருவாய் உயிராய் கதியாய் விதியாய் குருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே. சாரம் இதுதாங்கய்யா. குருவாய் வந்துதான் அருள்வார். அதத்தான் அருணகிரிநாதர் கடைசியா கேட்கிறார், குருவாய் வந்து அருளப்பா. இதெல்லாம் படிக்கிறது எதுக்குன்னா, குரு வரும்போது விடாம புடிச்சுக்கோன்றதுக்கு தான். அவ்வளவுதான். குருவாய் வந்துதான் அனுபூதியை அருள முடியும். ஐம்பத்தோரு பாடலுமே 51 மொத்தமா அவர் பாடிய ஆயிரக்கணக்கான பாடல்களுக்கும் சாரம் இதுதான். குருவாய் வந்து தான் அருள்வார். குருவாய் வந்து அருள்வாய். சிருஷ்டிய பெருமான் இருந்த இடத்திலிருந்தே கைலாசத்திலிருந்தே பண்ணிடுவாரு. ஸ்திதிய கைலாசத்திலிருந்தே பண்ணிடுவாரு. சம்ஹாரத்தையும் கைலாசத்திலிருந்தே பண்ணிடுவாரு. துரோபாவம் மாயையிலே ஆட்படுத்திக் கொள்வது அவர் பண்ண வேண்டாம், நாமளே பண்ணிக்கிறோம். மாயையிலிருந்து எடுத்தலையும் கைலாசத்திலிருந்தே பண்ணிடுவாரு. ஆருளல் அனுக்கிரகம் முக்தி கொடுத்தல் ஜீவன் முக்தி கொடுத்தல் குருவாக வந்து தான் செய்ய முடியும். ஏன்னா உயிர்களை அவர்கள் இருக்கும் நிலையிலே வந்து தான் பரமுக்திக்கு அழைத்து செல்ல முடியும். அதனால குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே. நன்றாக புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். குரு உற்றவர்கள் வாழ்வின் பலன் உற்றவர்கள். குரு உற்றவர்கள் வாழ்வின் பலன் உற்றவர்கள். ஒரு நாளும் 10 ரூபா 100 ரூபா 200 ரூபான்னு பிச்சை எடுத்து ஒரு நாளும் ஒரு காலத்தும் ஒருத்தன் பல 100 கோடி 1000 கோடிக்கு அதிபதியா ஆகவே முடியாதுங்கய்யா. ஏற்கனவே 1000 கோடி வச்சிருக்கிற யாராவது ஒருத்தர் எழுதி கொடுத்தா மட்டும்தான் பெற்றுத்தான் அடைய முடியும். நீங்க 999 கோடியை அடைந்து விட்டாலும் ஞானம்ங்கிறது அதையெல்லாமும் தாண்டியது. நான் இங்க 100 கோடி 1000 கோடின்னு உங்களுக்கு புரியறதுக்காக உதாரணம் சொன்னேன். இறுதியில் தனக்குள் தன்னை நிறுத்தி வைக்க குருவால் தான் முடியும். அதனாலதான் தொட்டு காட்டாத வித்தை சுட்டு போட்டாலும் வராதுன்னு குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனேன்னு முடிச்சிடுறார். மற்ற பாடல்கள் எல்லாம் முருகப்பெருமானுடைய பல்வேறு பரிமாணங்களை, சூரனை வெல்லுதல், கங்கையின் புத்திரன், பரமசிவ புத்திரன், சிவஞான தேசிகன், ஞான உபதேசிகன், சிவயோக தயாபரன், என்னென்னவோ சொல்றாரு. கடைசியா முடிக்கும் போது அப்பா குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே முடிச்சிடுற. அனுபூதி உருவாய் அருவாய். ஒரு இருந்தா அரு இருக்கும். உளதாய் இலதாய், உள்ளதுன்னு இருந்தா இல்லாததுன்னு ஒண்ணு இருக்கும். மறுவாய் மலராய், மறு இருந்தா மொட்டு, மறு இருந்தா மலரா மாறித்தான் ஆகும். மணியாய் ஒளியாய், மணி இருந்தா ஒளி இருந்துதான் ஆகணும். கருவாய் உயிராய், கரு இருந்தா உயிர் வந்துதான் ஆகணும். கதியாய் விதியாய், கதி இருந்தா விதி வந்துத்தான் ஆகும். விதி இருந்தாலும் கதி வந்துத்தான் ஆகும். குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே. குரு வந்துட்டா அருள் வந்துருச்சு. குரு வந்துட்டா அருள் வந்துத்தான் ஆகணும். உணர்வெல்லாம் நிறைந்து பரம்பொருளின் பரம இருப்பும் பரம வெளிப்பாடுமான பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளாய், சுப்பிரமணிய பரம்பொருளாய் எல்லோருக்கும் இங்கு கந்தர் அனுபூதி சொந்த அனுபூதியாக ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். பரமாத்வைத பிராப்திரஸ்து. நம்மை குருவாய் கொண்டோர் எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். குருவாய் வருவது பரம்பொருள் ஒன்று மட்டுமே. வேறொருவரும் குருவாய் வர இயலாது. குருவின் திருவிளையாடல் செய்வது ஆராலும் இயலாதது. அவனே வந்து செய்தால் மட்டுமே செய்ய முடியும். அவனே இங்கு வெளிப்பட்டிருக்கின்றான். அருள் பெறுவீர்களாக. பரமாத்வைத பிராப்திரஸ். வந்து சத்சங்கத்தை கேட்டு ஸ்கந்த சஷ்டி விரதமிருந்து இந்த இனிமையான கந்தர் அனுபூதி உள்வாங்கிய மற்றும் நம்மை குருவாய் ஏற்று நம்மை குருவாய் அடைந்ததை பேரருளாய் உணரும் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் பரமாத்வைதத்தை அருளுகின்றோம். ஞானிகள், அவதார புருஷர்கள் செய்கின்ற எந்த தவத்தின் புண்ணியங்களில் நன்மைகளின் பயனோ பலனோ அவர்களுக்கு செல்வதில்லை. ஏனென்றால் அவர்கள் கர்மத்துக்கு அப்பாற்பட்டவர்கள். அவர்கள் செய்யும் புண்ணியம் தவம் அனைத்தும் கூட அவர்களுடைய பக்தர்களுக்கும் சீடர்களுக்குமே செல்லுகின்றது. இந்த 7 நாளும் நாமும் சஷ்டி விரதமிருந்தோம். பரமாத்வைதத்தில் நிலை பெற்று கந்தர் அனுபூதியில் இருந்தோம், இருக்கின்றோம். இந்த புண்ணியமும் தவம் இவை அனைத்தின் பலனும் பக்தர்களான சீடர்களான அன்பர்களான குருவாய் நம்மை உற்ற சீடர்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் அருளாய் அளிக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவ சாட்சியாக, ஸ்கந்தப் பெருமான் சாட்சியாக இந்த கந்த சஷ்டி விரதத்தின் தவம், புண்ணியம், சக்தி, நன்மை இவை அனைத்தோடும் பரமாத்வைத அனுபூதி, கந்தர் அனுபூதி, பரமாத்வைத அனுபூதியையும் உங்கள் அனைவருக்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன். பரமாத்வைத பிராப்திரஸ்து, சர்வ மங்கள பிராப்திரஸ்து, சர்வ ஆனந்த பிராப்திரஸ்து, சகல ஐஸ்வர்ய பிராப்திரஸ்து. எல்லா மங்களங்களும், எல்லா நன்மைகளும், எல்லா நலமும் பரமமங்களமான பரமானுபூதியும் கந்தர் அனுபூதியும் பரமாத்வைதமும் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் மலரட்டும், உடனடியாய் மலரட்டும் என்று ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். பார்வையாளராயிருப்பவர்கள், அன்பர்களாயிருப்பவர்கள் குருவைத் தேடுங்கள். நம்மை குருவாய் உற்றவர்கள் நிம்மதியாக இருங்கள். குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே என்று அருணகிரிநாதப் பெருமான் யாரை நோக்கி விழித்து அழைக்கின்றாரோ அவர் உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் குருவாய் வந்துவிட்டார். குரு வந்ததனால் அருள் வந்தே தீரும் என்கின்ற நிம்மதியோடு ஆனந்தத்தோடு சும்மா இரு சொல்லறவென்று இருந்து கந்தர் அனுபூதி பெறுவீர்களாக. பார்வையாளராய் வந்தவர்களும் அன்பர்களாய் வந்தவர்களும் குருவைத் தேடுங்கள். இதுதான் கந்தர் அனுபூதி சத்சங்கத்தின் சாரம். குருவாய் நம்மை ஏற்கனவே உற்றவருக்கும் குருவாய் நம்மை இப்பொழுது ஏற்றுக்கொண்டு பறிப்பவர்களுக்கும் அபயம் அளிக்கின்றோம். குருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே பெருமான் யாய்கின்ற சத்தியம் இப்பெல்லாம் வந்துதித்து விட்டார். குருவாய் வந்திருப்பதனால் அருள் நிகழ்ந்தே தீரும், நிகழ்ந்து கொண்டே இருக்கின்றது. அருளை பற்றி அருளை பெற்று சும்மா இரு சொல்லறவென்று சுகபோதத்துள் பரமானுபூதியில் லயித்து இருப்பீர்களாக. மொத்த சாரத்தை சில வார்த்தைகள்ல சொல்லிடுறேன். சொல்லலே பந்தம். இப்பொழுது உங்களுடைய இருப்பாக இருக்க ஃபோக்கல் பாயிண்ட் இதுலதான் எல்லா அனுபூதியும் நிகழும். அதனால கந்தர் அனுபூதி வேணும்னாலும் இங்க வாங்க, உங்க ஃபோக்கல் பாயிண்ட்டுக்கு வாங்க. இங்கதான் கடந்த காலம், நிகழ்காலம், எதிர்காலம் எல்லாம் நிகழ்கின்றது. ஜீவன், நீங்கள் என்கின்ற தனி பொய் பிம்பமான ஜீவன் உங்களுடைய குறை பிம்பமான ஜீவன், உங்களுடைய நிறை பிம்பமாக நீங்கள் சொல்லி பார்க்கும், நினைத்து பார்க்கும், கருதி பார்க்கும் ஈஸ்வரன், இந்த உலகம், இந்த மூன்றையுமே இப்பொழுது உங்களுக்குள் இருக்கும் இருப்பில்தான் நீங்கள் சொல்லல் மூலமாக, நினைத்தல் மூலமாக உருவாக்கி விளையாடிக் கொண்டிருக்கிறீர்கள். சொல்லல் மூலமாகவே கடந்ததை காணுகின்றீர்கள், நிகழ்வதை காணுகின்றீர்கள், எதிர்வருவதை சிந்திக்கின்றீர்கள். எல்லாவற்றையுமே சொல்லல் மூலமாகவே நீங்கள் உருவாக்கி அனுபவித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கின்றீர்கள். சும்மா இரு சொல்லற கந்தர் அனுபூதி இப்பொழுது நம் சொந்த அனுபூதி. சொல்லலே கந்தர் அனுபூதிக்கு ஒரே தடை, சொல் அற சும்மா இருத்தலே கந்தர் அனுபூதி. இயலவில்லை என்று சொல்வதும் இன்னொரு சொல் என்று சூக்ஷ்மமாய் புரிந்து கொண்டு சொல்லற இருக்கும் சும்மா நிலையில் சுகமாய் இருப்பீர்களாக. குக சுகத்தில் இருப்பீர்களாக, பர சுகத்தில் இருப்பீர்களாக, பரமாத்வைதத்தில் இருப்பீர்களாக என்று ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். பரமாத்வைத பிராப்திரஸ்து. ஸ்கந்த சஷ்டி விரதத்தில் நாமும் பங்கெடுத்து செய்த இந்த தவமும் விரதமும் புண்ணியமும் உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஆகுக என்று ஸ்கந்த பெருமான் சாட்சியாய் அளிக்கின்றோம். கந்தர் அனுபூதி நம் சொந்த அனுபூதியாய் எல்லோருக்கும் ஆகுக. எம் தாயும் எனக்கு அருள் தந்தையும் நீ சிந்தாகுலம் ஆனவை தீர்த்து எனையாள் கந்தா கதிர்வேலவனே உமையாள் மைந்தா குமரா மறைநாயகனே ஆறு ஆரையும் நீத்து அதன் மேல் நிலையை பேரா அடியேன் பெருமாறு உளதோ சீரா வருசூ சிதைவித்து இமையோர் கூறா உலகம் ஒளிர்வித்தவனே. உருவாய் அருவாய் உளதாய் இலதாய் மறுவாய் மலராய் மணியாய் ஒளியாய் கருவாய் உயிராய் கதியாய் விதியாய் குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே. கதியான நீயே விதியாயும் வந்துவிட்டால் இது பந்தப்படுத்தும் விதியாக இல்லாமல் சகஜ சமாதி ஜீவன் முக்தியாய் மாறிவிடும். முக்தியே வாழ்க்கையாக மாறுதல், கதியே விதியாய் மாறுதல். கதியே விதியாய் வருவாய், கதியே விதியாய் வருதல் தான் சகஜ சமாதியிலே நிலை பெற்றிருக்கும் குரு. கதியாய் விதியாய் அப்படிங்கிற வார்த்தைக்கு பல்வேறு விளக்கம் சொல்லலாம். ஆழமான ஒரு விளக்கம். கதினா மோக்ஷம், முக்தி, பரமுக்தி நிலை. அதுவே விதி, வாழ்க்கையாக வருவதுதான் ஜீவன் முக்த நிலை, குரு. கதி அவ்யக்தம், விதி அவ்யக்தம் வியக்தமாக வெளிப்படுவது. God is a statement of ஆழ்ந்து கேளுங்கள். God is statement of Guru. Guru is state of God. மாற்றியும் சொல்லலாம். Guru is the statement of God. God is state of Guru. Guru is statement of God about who he is. God is state of Guru. கதியானவனே விதியாய் வரும் பொழுது, அவ்யக்தமாய் இருப்பவனே வியக்தமாய் வெளிப்படும் பொழுது, அதுதான் குரு. அவ்யக்தமாய் இருப்பவனே நீயே வியக்தமாய் வெளிப்பட்டு குருவாய் வருவாய் அருள்வாய் குகனே. நல்லா புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. பல பேர் கேட்கறது உண்டு, கடவுளுக்கு உருவம் உண்டான்னு. முதல்ல உங்களுக்கு உருவம் உண்டான்னு புரிஞ்சுக்கோங்க. உங்களுடைய பெரும்பகுதி உருவம் இல்லாதது, அவ்யக்தம். நீங்க சொல்லலாம், இல்ல இல்ல எனக்கு உருவம் இருக்கே. உங்களுக்கு இந்த 6 அடி உங்களுடைய உருவம் தான் உருவம் நீங்கன்னு நினைச்சீங்கன்னா, அப்ப யாரோ எங்க இருந்தோ ஒரு வார்த்தையை சொன்னா உங்களுக்கு ஏன் வலிக்குது? அந்த உருவத்தை குத்துனா மட்டும்தானே வலிக்கணும். வார்த்தையால் வலிக்குதுன்னா அப்ப இந்த உருவத்தை தாண்டி ஏதோ ஒண்ணு உங்களுக்குள்ள இருக்கிறத நீங்கன்னு ஃபீல் பண்றீங்க இல்லையா? அப்ப இந்த உருவத்தை தாண்டி ஏதோ ஒண்ணு உங்களுக்கு இருக்கு இல்லையா? ஆழ்ந்து தேடினீர்களானால் உங்களுக்கே உருவம் இல்லை. உங்களுக்கு உருவம் இல்லை, உருவம் இருக்கிறது. உருவம் அருவம் இரண்டையும் கடந்த நிலையிலும் நீங்கள் இருக்கிறீர்கள். அதே மாதிரிதான் பரம்பொருளும் இருக்கிறார். உருவத்தோடும் இருக்கின்றார், அருவமாகவும் இருக்கின்றார், உருவத்துக்கும் அருவத்துக்கும் அப்பாற்பட்டவராகவும் இருக்கின்றார். அதனால உருவாய் அருவாய், உளதாய் இலதாய், மறுவாய் மலராய், உள்ளதாகவும் இல்லாததாகவும், மறுவாய் மலராய், மணியாய் ஒளியாய், கருவாய் உயிராய், கதியாய் விதியாய், குருவாய் வருள்வாய், குருவாய் வருவாய், அருள்வாய் குகனே. குருவாய் வருவாய்ங்கிற வார்த்தைக்கு இன்னொரு விளக்கமும் சொல்லலாம். குருதான் மிகப்பெரிய வாழ்க்கையின் வருவாய். வாழ்க்கையில மிகப்பெரிய இன்கம் குருதான். குருவாய் வருவாய். குருவாய்னு சொல்லிட்ட உடனேயே குருங்கிறத குருவானவனேன்னு சொல்லிடுறாரு. வருவாய்னா அதுதான் மிகப்பெரிய வாழ்க்கையில் அடைய வேண்டிய வருவாய். அருள்வாய் குகனே. பரம்பொருளின் பரம இருப்பாயும் பரம வெளிப்பாடாயும் பரமசிவ பரம்பொருளாயும் சுப்பிரமணிய பரம்பொருளாயும் இங்கு இருந்து வெளிப்பட்டு எல்லோருக்கும் பரமாத்வைதம் அருளுகின்றோ. பரமாத்வைத பிராப்திரஸ்து. பரமாத்வைத பிராப்திரஸ்து. பரமாத்வைத பிராப்திரஸ்து. கந்தர் அனுபூதி நம் சொந்த அனுபூதியாகட்டும். குருவாய் வந்தோ அருள் உற்று அருள் பெற்று சொல்லற சும்மாயிருந்து பரமாத்வைதத்தில் வாழ்வீர்களாக என்று ஆசீர்வதிக்கின்றேன். பரமாத்வைத பிராப்திரஸ்து. ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
உலகெங்கிலும் உள்ள கைலாசாவின் கோவில்களில் ஸ்கந்த சஷ்டி மகோற்சவம் ஆன்மீக உற்சாகத்துடன் வெகு சிறப்பாக நடைபெற்று வருகிறது. ஸ்கந்த சஷ்டி மகோற்சவத்தின் சக்தி வாய்ந்த 6ஆம் நாள் கொண்டாட்டங்களுக்கு உங்கள் அனைவரையும் அன்புடனும் ஆனந்தத்துடனும் வரவேற்கின்றோம். இன்றைய திருநாள் சூரசம்ஹாரம், அதாவது முருகப்பெருமான் அசுரர்கள் தாரகாசூரன், சிம்மமுகன், சூரபத்மன் ஆகியோரை வீழ்த்தி அறியாமை, அகந்தை, மாயை ஆகிய 3 இருள் சக்திகளை அளிக்கும் தெய்வீக நாளாகும். இம்மூன்று அசுரர்கள் வெறும் புராண பாத்திரங்கள் அல்ல, அவர்கள் நமக்குள் இருக்கும் எதிர்மறை சக்திகளின் பிரதிநிதிகள். தாரகாசூரன் நம் உள்ளில் உள்ள அறியாமையை குறிக்கின்றார். நம் தெய்வீக இயல்பை மறந்த நிலை இதன் வெளிப்பாடு. முருகன் தாரகாசூரனை அழிப்பது நமக்குள் ஞானம் விழித்தெழுதல் ஆகும். சிம்மம் அகந்தை மற்றும் கோபத்தின் அகங்கார உருவம், தன்னை உயர்ந்த நினைக்கும் மனநிலை, ஆணவம், ஆட்சி துணிவு, இவை அனைத்தும் சிம்மமுகனின் சக்தி. முருகனின் வேல் அதை எரித்தெறியும் போது பக்தி மற்றும் பணிவு நம் உள்ளே மலர்கிறது. சூரபத்மன் மாயை மற்றும் பிரிவு உணர்வு, தனித்தன்மையை குறிக்கின்றான். நான், நீ, இது, அது என்கின்ற துவைத நிலை, இதுவே சூரபத்மன். அவர் மாமல மரமாக மாறி மறைந்த போது முருகன் வேலால் அதை 2ஆக வெட்டினார். ஒரு பாகம் மயிலானது, மற்றொன்று பாகம் சேவலானது. இது மாயை அழித்து அதை தெய்வீக ஆற்றலாக மாற்றியதை குறிக்கின்றது. இந்த சூரசம்ஹாரம் நிகழ்ச்சி நம்முள் நடைபெறும் தெய்வீக யுத்தம். பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களின் தெய்வீக அருளால் முருகனின் வேல் நம்முள் இருக்கும் அறியாமை, அகந்தை, மாயை ஆகியவற்றை முழுமையாக நீக்கி முருகப்பெருமானின் தெய்வீக ஞானத்தால் ஞானம், பக்தி, சக்தியை வாழ்வில் அருள வேண்டி பகவான் ஸ்ரீ நித்யானந்த பரமசிவம் அவர்களிடம் பக்தியுடன் பிரார்த்திப்போம்.
वन्दे सिन्दूरकान्तिं शरविपिनभवम् श्रीमयूराधिरूढम् षड्वक्त्रं देवसेना मधुरिपुतनया वल्लभं द्वादशाक्षम् शक्तिं बाणं कृपाणं ध्वजमप्यकदां चाभयं सव्यहस्तैः चापं वज्रं सरोजं कटकमपि वरं शूलमन्यैर्दधानम् सहस्रदलपङ्कजे सकलशीतरश्मिप्रभं स्वराभयकराम्बुजं विमलगन्धपुष्पाम्बरं प्रसन्नवदनेक्षणं सकलदेवतारूपिणं स्मरेत् शिरसि हंसकं तदभिमानपूर्वं गुरुम् अथ धूपः ॐ दशाङ्गं गुग्गुलोपेतं सुगन्धं च सुमनोहरम् आघ्रेयः सर्वदेवानां धूपोऽयं प्रतिगृह्यताम् श्री आनन्दसुब्रह्मण्यस्वामिने नमः श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः धूपम् आघ्रापयामि अथ दीपः ॐ साज्यं त्रिवर्तिसंयुक्तं बन्धिना योजितं मया ग्रहाणमङ्गलं दीपं त्रैलोक्यतिमिरापहम् श्री आनन्दसुब्रह्मण्यस्वामिने नमः श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः दीपं सन्दर्शयामि अथ नैवेद्यम् ॐ अमृते अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणि अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा श्री आनन्दसुब्रह्मण्यस्वामिने नमः श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि नैवेद्यानन्तरमाचमनं समर्पयामि नीराजनम् ॐ साङ्ग्रहण्येष्ट्यायजते इमां जनतागुं सङ्गृह्णानीति द्वादशारत्नीरशना भवति द्वादशमासाः संवत्सरः संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति पूर्वैमुन्द्राः ऊर्जमेवावरुन्धे चित्रानक्षत्रं भवति चित्रं वा एतत् कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि श्री आनन्दसुब्रह्मण्यस्वामिने नमः श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानन्दपरमशिवाय नमः कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि शोणाद्रीशावताराय ज्योतिस्तम्भस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् तत्त्वज्ञानप्रदाताय नित्यानन्देश्वररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् मूलप्रकृतिरूपाय परमशिवशक्तिस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय
முனினம் ஒரு என்றார்
सर्वभागिन्यै सर्वमङ्गलदात्री नित्यानन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम् मङ्गलम् गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलम् परमावताराय नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम् सर्वगच्छ
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुतसकलनिगमागमसारभूतद्राविडवेदप्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिवकरुणासमधिगतमुक्तामयचतुरश्रयान् गीयमान छत्रचामर श्रीचिह्नकाहलादिसमस्तबिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञानविज्ञानचक्रवर्ती सर्वजनसङ्घसद्यो निर्वाणदीक्षाव्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमतकलभकेसरी शैवसिद्धान्तस्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराजपाण्ड्यमहाराजगुरु क्षपणशाक्यादिमहान्धकारनिवारणज्ञानभानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदनपूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैवसमयकर्त्रे सर्वज्ञपीठारूढ श्रीजगद्गुरु श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धदेशिकस्वामि वागीशसुन्दरमाणिक्यवाचकस्वामिनाम् अवतारभूत श्रीज्ञानसम्बन्धस्वामि पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रिणवत्युत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरियोगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञपीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत काञ्ची कैलास सर्वज्ञपीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तरद्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमङ्गल नित्यकल्याण नित्यरजित कैलास परम्परागत आदिकैलास नित्यानन्दपीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासनपीठकर्तः साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चन्द्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचन्द्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ति परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मण्डित चतुष्षष्टि सम्प्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मशासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञपीठ सुराङ्गि साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूडामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणिपीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्त गणनायक श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर स्वर्गपीठ आसन परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवच्छ्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय।
இருப்பவர்கள். ஒரு மாதம் பரமசிவ சேனா அப்படிங்கிற புரோகிராம் உலகம் முழுவதிலும் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். ஒவ்வொரு மாதமும் முதல் தேதியிலிருந்து கடைசி தேதி வரை 30 நாள் நிகழ்ச்சி. இந்தியால காசியில நடக்குது, திருவண்ணாமலையில் நடக்குது. எந்த ஒரு இடத்துல வேணாலும் போய் அட்டன் பண்ணலாம். நீங்க ஒரு மாதம் உணவு, தங்குமிடம், நிகழ்ச்சி முழுவதும் இலவசம். இது ஒரு விசா இன்டர்வியூ மாதிரிங்க. எங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கை முறையை உங்களுக்கு சொல்லுகின்றோம். நிஜமாக எங்களுடைய வாழ்க்கை முறை என்ன அப்படிங்கறத உங்களுக்கு விளக்குறோம். அப்போ நீங்க வெல் இன்ஃபார்ம்டு டெசிஷன் எடுக்கலாம்.
கைலாசாவின் பாகமாக பரமசிவசேனா பயிற்சி முகாமில் இணையுங்கள். சேனலை சப்ஸ்கிரைப் செய்யுங்கள்.
ஒரு மாதம் பரமசிவ சேனா அப்படிங்கிற புரோகிராம் உலகம் முழுவதிலும் நடத்தி கொண்டிருக்கின்றோம். இந்த 31 நாள் மொத்த வாழ்க்கையையும் ஜீவன் முக்திக்காக.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda PARAMASHIVAM, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasarisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Tigunarahitam Tadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, everyone. Welcome to everyone that is here with us, that have joined us after this wonderful darshan by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, a satsang in the Tamil language. And of course, for those of you that are not yet aware, you can also get translations into your own language. We have a number of different languages available directly for the darshans and satsangs directly from Ask Nithyananda. It's ask.nithyananda.ai, and you can click on select the translation service, and it will give you translations in the language of your choice. So now welcome once again to this the Paramashivoham program, which is running for 21 days. Right now we are in the glimpses of, so it will start again from the 1st of November. But meanwhile, we continue on with the program as is. So we'd like to welcome everyone that is joined us. We have Ma Nithya Sangha Shaktini Nithyananda Ma. We have Ma Liu Hai Ying Nithyanandam. We have Ma Anandeshwari Nithyananda Ma. We have Ma Charmaine Muse Nithyananda Ma. We have Ma Maluhya Mauna Nithyanandam. We have Ma Agora Swarupini Nithyanandam. We have Weng Chi Shin Aya Nithyanandam. We have Ma Nithya Shulini Durga Nithyananda Ma. We have Chandra Shekhar Aya Nithyanandam. We have Jing Li Aya Nithyanandam, welcome. We have Ma Nithya Sharabeshwari Nithyanandama. We have Ma Vinya Nayaki Nithyanandama, Ma Zhang Li Ping Nithyanandam. We have Ma Chen Xiao Fang Nithyanandam. We have Ma Yao Jino Nithyanandam. We have Ma Maha Kala Yogini Nithyanandama. We have Ma Ananda Gora Rupini Nithyanandam. We have Ma Sia Wu Nithyanandam. We have Ma Kamakala Rupa Nithyanandam. To everyone, welcome everyone to this session after the powerful darshan that we just received from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And understand, when we attend the darshan, we imbibe the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We are filled with this superconscious energy. We are lifted to higher and higher energies. So it is important that we get straight into the power manifestation segment right after this darshan to bolt in those higher energies into our system. So requesting everyone, let us get ready for this power manifestation. It will be the power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. So requesting everyone to please gather an eye band to cover your eyes. If you don't have an eye band, you can always use any piece of cloth, anything to cover your eyes, such that you cannot see the screen in front. We will be displaying an image for you, and through the power of the third eye alone, so not the two physical eyes, through the third eye alone, you will be seeing details of the image that we are displaying for you. So once again, requesting everyone to please, yes, welcome Ma Vinya Nayaki Nithyanandama. So once again, requesting everyone, please put on your eye bands and let us get ready for this round of power manifestation. Meanwhile, also requesting everyone, if you haven't got your camera switched on, please switch on your cameras and be available in the camera frame itself. So we have Ma Nithya Shulini Durga, we have Ma Zhang Li Ping, we have Ma Chen Xiao Pang, Ma Yao Jino, Ma Maha Kala Yogini, Ma Ananda Gora Rupini, Ma Sia Wu, and Ma Kama Kala Rupa. So requesting everyone, please switch on your cameras and be available in the camera frame. And let's get ready for the power manifestation, the power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. So yes, requesting everyone, please put on your eye bands, cover your eyes. Let us get ready for this power of third eye vision. All right. So let us get ready, requesting everyone to sit comfortably. So once you have covered your eyes, sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us bring our awareness to our inner space, and our inner space is just below the heart center. Let us bring our awareness to our inner space just below the heart center and just above the navel center. So the heart center is in the middle of the chest. Just below that, we have our inner space, our Ananda Ganda. So let us sit comfortably and connect deeply to the divine in our inner space. Let us connect deeply in our inner space connecting to the divine, from the powerful cognition that we are Paramashiva, we are the divine. We are divine beings having a human experience. We are independent individual instances, intelligent instances of Paramashiva. Each one of us an individual intelligent instance of Paramashiva. And as such, we all have our path, we all have our experience. So from that powerful cognition, understanding that we are both in oneness and one with Paramashiva, let us connect deeply to the divine in our inner space, just below the heart center. And we're just joined by Ma Chen Hai Hui, Nithyananda Ma, welcome. Ma, we are just about to enter into the power manifestation, so requesting if you could please put on an eye band and let us get into the power manifestation. Now let us connect deeply once again. Let's connect deeply to the divine in our inner space. Let us feel the space of oneness in our inner space. Let us expand our consciousness, expand our visualization to encompass all of creation. We are Paramashiva. So let us reach out and feel all of creation, and let us feel all of creation, because we are Paramashiva, the ultimate superconsciousness. This is our true reality. So let us experience all of that in our inner space, our Ananda Gandha, just below the heart center. Let us feel the space of oneness with Paramashiva. Let us be Paramashiva. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, continue chanting the Mahavakya throughout the power manifestation. And from this space of oneness with Paramashiva, let us start manifesting the power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded. The image is being displayed for you now, so let us begin.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly, very slowly, you can open your eyes. Gently let the light come back into your eyes. And once the light has readjusted for your eyesight, while it's still fresh in your mind, take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. So what did Paramashiva reveal to you for this round of power manifestation? Please go ahead and share. Also requesting everyone to please switch on your cameras once again. Ma Nithya Sangha Shaktini, Ma Liu Hai Ying, Ma Maluhya Mauna. The camera switched on, but you're not in the camera frame itself, Ma. Jing Li Aya, Chandrasekhar Aya, Ma Nitya Sharabeshwari, Ma Anandeshwari, Ma Shame News, Ma Chen Xiaopang, Ma Yao Jin No, Ma Ananda Gora Rupini, Ma Sia Wu, and Ma Kamakala Rupa. Requesting everyone please switch on your cameras and be available in the camera frame itself. Once again, requesting please take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. What did Paramashiva show you for this round of power manifestation? Power of third eye vision, seeing images blindfolded.
Understand, every time you manifest powers, you will also receive the gift, the prasadam of powerful cognitions. And with more powerful cognitions, not only your life will become much more beautiful, you will manifest more powers. And with more powers, more powerful cognitions will be manifested, and you will be experiencing the virtuous cycle. Yes, so we have a sharing from Agora Swarupini, who is sharing white curtains, white brown stripped cat. Thank you for sharing, Ma.
Yes,
meanwhile, we are waiting for other participants to also share what was revealed by the third eye.
Yes, we have Wen Chi Shin Aya, excuse me, Wen Chi Shin Aya that shares tall trees, blue sky, and green leaves. Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Aya. I'm just going to give a few moments more, chance for more participants to share. All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. We'll come back to your sharing shortly. Meanwhile, let us share with you the image that we had displayed for you for this round of power manifestation. Yes, so this is the image that we had displayed for you.
As you can see, this is looks like a cave with crystals, or we should say, as in the caves, when the water drips from the top, it solidifies. So those kind of crystals we see in this picture, and there is quite a bit of light here. So it looks like it has been specially illuminated for visitors, for tourists. So mostly it would be limestone structures which solidify when the water drops, and over the period of years it becomes like this.
Yes, and we can see the beautiful colors, beautiful structures, and yes, definitely a nice tourist attraction. So let us have a look at the sharings. Ma Agora Swarupini shares white curtains, white brown striped cat. So we have a lot of white, Ma, and with the way the shape of these structures, it looks very much like curtains, Ma. So white curtains looks very much the same, and white brown striped cat. So we have, again, it looks very much like stripes, and we have white and brown on these structures. So yes, very much so, Ma. Congratulations, manifesting, well done.
When King Singh Aya has shared tall trees, blue sky, green leaves. So we have some blue lights on the right corner because of the darkness and the light. It gives a bluish color. And even of the crystals from the top, they are having a light blue greenish color because of various minerals like copper, which is also there. And we have the sediment formations. They themselves are like tree structure. Actually, if you see, it's if you don't know what it is and you're seeing it first time, and through the third eye, you might perceive it in various ways, which might look like a tree, because a tree trunk is often like this, brown in color, and especially the palm trees and green leaves. Yes. So thank you for manifesting the powers area. It's a very unique way for which, it's a very unique way how the powers manifest for each and every individual, how Paramashiva reveals to us and how we cognize it. So beautiful sharing. Thank you, Aya.
Yes, so thank you very much for taking part. Thank you very much for manifesting these powers of Paramashiva. Now, next we are going to move into the program. So we're going to move back into the program itself. So this is today's topic, today's theme is Nithya Dhyaan, experiencing bliss. So we have gone through an opening segment. Swamiji has introduced Nithya Dhyaan to us. And we also had a look at what is meditation and why meditate. So now let us move into the next segment, which is a question and answers segment on meditation and how to change your inner software through meditation. So requesting everyone, it is a short segment. Let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us hear from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on this very topic.
I'll try to say a few words about these FAQs, frequently asked questions. The usual doubts, the usual difficulties people face when they enter into meditation, when they even hear about meditation. Many people think meditation is something like leaving the whole thing. People are afraid. They come and tell me, I'm afraid that I may get too much attached into meditation. The meditation itself is nothing but removing your attachment. You can't get too much attached to meditation. They are afraid that their desires, their fears, their whatever they think as life will be taken away from them. I can say that is true. Whatever you think as your life will not be anymore part of your life. Many times you are trying to protect yourself from the unnecessary fears. The basic truth is you don't need to protect yourself from your fears because they do not have a base. The concept or the idea, you are a solid being and you have so many fears, will be shaken by meditation. What you think as your desires will be shaken. So naturally, what you think as your fears will also be shaken. The fear and desire and worry, whatever you think as your own, everything will start going through a big change. There will be a big psychological revolution. There will be practically a new birth. Your software will have new quality. I can say it's like a changing the software, changing the inner software. Your hardware may be the same, but your inner software will go through a big change. It will be completely changed. Meditation is all about changing the inner software. Your body may be same, your hardware may be same, the things with which you are living may be same, the persons with which you are living may be same, but the being with which you are living will be totally different. The being will have a different quality. The inner software will be new. This simple understanding, you can say, this simple understanding of these 4 states of consciousness can initiate the psychological revolution in you. This is like a master key. If you apply every moment in your life, if you are aware of these 4 states constantly, you will see Before every decision, the mechanism or the way in which your thought process goes towards the decision will be changed. This is what I call cognitive shift. Receiving information, processing, and deciding. That will become totally different. If you understand this fourth state, when you come out of deep sleep state to the dreaming, you understand deep sleep was lower than dreaming. When you come out of dreaming to waking, you understand the dream state was illusory. It was not real. Same way, when you move from waking state to the fourth state, Turiya, you will realize this state is not the reality. This is not as you think. Every time when you face the depression or low mood, this understanding starts rising from you within. But we manage such a way that psychological revolution does not happen inside us because too much is at stake. Too much is at stake. If that psychological revolution starts happening, you are afraid, you don't know what will happen. You don't know what you will decide about. Your cherished desires, cherished goals, cherished ideals, cherished ideas. You are afraid. You may have to let go. When I started the session, I used the word Atato Brahma Jignasat. In that commentary, one great Acharya says, let us inquire into the reality means the Guru and disciple, both of them are deciding, let's have courage to follow where the reality leads us. Not just inquiring. Let's have courage to go where this research leads us, where this understanding leads us, where we are moving. Just this simple understanding of these four states can transform the way in which we make decisions. The cognitive shift can happen. The psychological revolution can happen. Whether we directly want to understand or not, the truth is there is no scale. The state in which you are living is reality or authentic reality. Because when you come out of dream, you say that is illusory. When you go into the dream, this seems like illusion. When you reach the fourth state, only then you will realize this, not only the dream state, even the waking state, so-called waking state is also an illusion. Again, the moment we hear the word illusion, we are afraid, we get frightened, we feel. If that idea illusion gets into our system, we may renounce, we may leave everything. Our lives may change. I tell you, you will renounce only one thing, that is your suffering, nothing else. Person who understands what is in front of him is not complete reality. He will renounce only one thing, is suffering.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action.
Yes, welcome back. So we had a nice Q&A, a question and answer segment with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, answering questions from past participants. So I hope you had your questions answered. If you have questions, you can let us know. We'll do our best to address them. Meanwhile, let us get ready to move into the next segment, which is the power manifestation. So now we are going to move into the power of thought current scanning. So let us get ready. Yes, so today's power manifestation is the power of thought current scanning. So what we will do is we will have we'll do something a little bit different to what we did earlier. So earlier we had displayed an image for you, and through the power of the third eye, having your physical eyes closed, you were able to get details about the picture itself. This time we'll turn the tables around a little bit. The image will be displayed to us, the acharyas, not to yourselves, and you would still be able to connect to the divine and get the details of the image. So instead of having the image displayed to you while you are blindfolded, we are having the image for ourselves. So you will scan our thoughts and get the information about the details, about the image that we are displaying. So I hope you're ready. Let us get into it. So let's sit once again with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Once again, let us connect deeply to the divine in our inner space. So our inner space, our Ananda Gandha, which is just below the heart center. So we have the heart center, which is just in the middle of the chest. This is the Anahata chakra. Below that and above the navel center is our inner space, our Ananda Gandha. So in that area, this is the space that Swamiji has initiated us in to connect to the divine, to connect to him, and to be in the space of oneness with the divine. So once again, let us connect deeply to the divine in our inner space, just below the heart center. So visualize your inner space, your Ananda Gandha. Visualize connecting to the divine deeply from the powerful cognition that you are divine. You are Paramashiva, the ultimate superconsciousness. You are in oneness, and you are one with Paramashiva. So let's feel the space of oneness in our inner space, our Ananda Gandha, just below the heart center. Feel deeply this feeling connection you have to the Master, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Swamiji himself. And feel deeply the space of oneness with Paramashiva. You are Paramashiva. Now let us start chanting Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, so let us start this power manifestation of thought current scanning, scanning the image that is in front of the acharyas ourselves. Let us begin.
Ananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Yes, you can relax now. And now take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. So what was the image that ourselves, the Acharyas, had in front of us for this round of power manifestation, the power of thought current scanning? So requesting everyone that did take part, please take a moment and share. And also requesting everyone to please switch on your cameras and be available in the camera frame itself. So request Ma Nithya Shaktini, Ma Liu Hai Ying, Ma Maluhya Mauna, Wen Chi Shin Aya, Jing Li Aya, Chandrasekhar Aya, Shanmei Muse, Ma Nandeshwari, Ma Chen Xiaofang, Ma Yao Jino, and Ma Ananda Gorarupini, requesting if you could please switch on your cameras, be available in the camera frame. And if you've taken part in this power manifestation, take a moment and share with us what was revealed to you in your third eye. So what the Paramashiva revealed to you. So for this round of power manifestation, the power of thought current scanning, yourselves, the participants were connecting to Paramashiva, asking to show the thought currents of the Acharyas as they were looking at an image in front of them. So we turned the tables around in the previous round. In the third eye vision, we asked participants to close their eyes, have their eyes closed, and through the power of the third eye, see the image that's in front of them. Now, for this power manifestation, thought current scanning, we had the image in front of us, ourselves. But it works in the same way, because either way you don't see the image, either way you are connecting to the divine, either way you are asking for the divine, Paramashiva, you're asking Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to show you the details of the image. So it's in fact the same thing. It's just the image is in front of us instead of in front of you. So minor detail that's actually not very much important. All right, so if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us have a look at the image that we had displayed for you, that we had displayed ourselves for this power manifestation. As yes, you can see. As you can see, it is an image of an image of perhaps the Bhagavad Gita. It looks like it could be a depiction of Bhagavan Sri Krishna, perhaps enchanting some people with some locals with his flute, his beautiful music, and we can see its stream just going through this. It looks like we're in a forest. Stream just through the middle of the forest. We can see lots of mandalas on the floor. We can see a number of different people. We can see a number of animals as well that are just gathering around to listen, to hear the beautiful music. And we can see the sunlight coming through the this forest onto the people themselves. So yes, this is the beautiful scene that we had, AI generated. So if you had any of these details correct, perhaps stream, perhaps Bhagavan Sri Krishna, perhaps a number of people, animals, trees, sunlight, and mandalas and flowers, all of these, any of these details, then congratulate yourself for manifesting this power. So with that, we move on to the next segment. The next segment in our program for today is once again a revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And it will also include, so this revelation will also include a Q&A segment, so a question and questions and answer segment. And it will be on effective meditation practices. So requesting everyone to please sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and let us bring our full awareness to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as he reveals on these secrets. Let's begin.
Here is one more question. How can we select our God and Goddess? We are confused because more deities in our tradition. I always tell people, towards some path, some God, some technique, suddenly you will feel a very deep connection. That is what I call falling in tune, feeling connected. If you feel connected to some path, choose that path or that God or that deity. If you don't feel connected to any one thing particularly, do not choose anything. Continue your seeking. Continue your seeking. Let the seeking become your God. Seeking can become your God. Let the seeking become your Ishta Devata. No need for particular Devata. She's asking, I have longing for chanting Sahasranamas, but my concentration is scattered. How can I concentrate on all the slokas? This is another big problem. Sometime you will enjoy some stotras and chanting. Then you start deciding, oh, such a ecstasy and bliss and joy. I should have this always. Let me start chanting every day. No. You missed the whole thing. The moment you decide, let me chant every day, you created a routine. Understand? Bliss happens to you when you when you are in choicelessness. The moment you choose the bliss, you have chosen suffering. Because all choice, including choosing bliss, is choosing suffering. Because choice is suffering, choicelessness is bliss. The moment you choose, now I am going to do every day this, you made that as a routine. I have seen people chanting Sahasranama. They will start with full speed. Vishram Vishnur Vashatkaro Bhuta Bhavya Bhavat Prabhu. After 2 pages, speed will increase. After 3 pages, I have seen, they will be just seeing the number continuously. Oh, still 700 is there. Still 300 is there. Still 400 is there. Still 100 is there. I always tell people, do not bother about completing these 1,000 names and all. Take up a book. God is not sitting there and counting like a bank balance. Have you done all 1,000 names? Forget about it. No. Just sit with a real beautiful mood, with a very loving way. If you can chant even 5-6 names, perfectly all right, okay. That's enough. The moment you feel bored, close the book and stop it and say namaskar and move. Do not do chanting or puja when you don't feel connected, when you don't feel the joy. If you are doing it without feeling the joy, you are abusing it. Chanting some mantra, chanting some sloka without feeling joyful, without being in ecstasy, is naturally abusing. Here you are saying your concentration is scattered. It means what? You are not enjoying. The moment you feel you don't enjoy, relax, stop. No need. No need. Do not do it for the sake of accounts. Could you please explain what exactly intensity, the meaning? Intensity of what? Intensity how? When people ask me about intensity, I tell them, feel intensely that you are not having intensity. That's all. Just feel, see, usually we feel that terrible restlessness towards the outer world. I have not done this, I have not done that. That same restlessness, if it is directed towards the inner world, it is called intensity. You do not know what is happening, you do not know what should be done, but a deep dissatisfaction about what is there in your inner space, that is what I call intensity. You may be thinking, I am supposed to teach satisfaction. Why am I teaching dissatisfaction? I tell you, first thing, your dissatisfaction functioning towards the outer world has to turn towards the inner world, then it will lead to satisfaction. First thing which needs to happen is not satisfaction, the direction turning, the psychological revolution. Restlessness should become intensity. If it is towards the outer world, your consciousness, if it is constantly moving towards outer world, it's called restlessness. If it is moving towards the inner world, it's called intensity. The meaning of the intensity is feeling that something needs to be done immediately to break free from the clutches, or to break free in the inner world. Intensity of what? Do not bother about what. It should become quality. Anything you do, if you touch something or somebody or some object, let the intensity be there even in the touch. If you are talking, let the intensity be there. In everything, in your relationships, in your decisions, in your memory, in your thinking, in your desires, even in your fears. Let you be intense without escaping from this moment. That is what I call intensity. You are saying how. If I give the method how, the whole intensity will be lost. Intensity will increase when you have the desire but not technique. That's the right way to develop intensity. The moment a technique is given, your mind will start working around the technique. Technique sometimes gives an escape, gives a method to escape for your mind. Your mind will start saying, oh, I have done the technique, that's all, that much only maximum can be done. Nothing else needs to be done. That's why in Ayurveda, when we give medicines, we say this medicine is not enough. Whole day you need to work with this medicine. Means whole day you need to be intense, telling your body and mind to heal itself. Technique is not like allopathy medicine. You will swallow and forget about everything. You will say this much only can be done, what else to do? That's all, I have done what I can do. No. Sometimes the desire should be awakened. The desire or seeking should be awakened towards the inner world. And the person should not use any technique. Only then that seeking will start radiating in every action. The technique should not curtail or stop your seeking, reduce your seeking. It should deepen your seeking. I'm already doing meditation taught by some other master. Can I do the one given by you here? You are welcome. You can do. I always tell people, try to collect the best flowers from all gardens and make a beautiful bouquet for you. You do not have to think, if I learn from one source, I should not learn from the other source. No. It's not like a shop. If you come to this shop, don't go to that shop. No. Go to all possible sources and learn all the best things. Pluck all the best flowers and make a beautiful garland for you. I always tell people, your ego is such, it cannot be broken by one master. Now you need so many blows from so many different directions and so many methods from so many different sources. So do not think, if I learn from one source, I shouldn't learn from other source. No, learn from all possible sources and raise yourself. Should we focus on ourselves while doing action or merge completely in action? Which one leads to meditation? First thing, you cannot completely merge yourself in action, in inaction. Because once the tamas, lethargic energy in you is exhausted, you see, your body is made out of rajas, tamas and sattva. 33% peace, silence, intelligent energy. 33% restless, very aggressive energy. 33% lethargic, very sleepy, low, kind of a resting energy. After the 33% of lethargy is exhausted, you will not be able to be in inaction. People come and ask me, if I start meditating, will I just leave my job and just rest? No, you cannot. You cannot. I tell them, if you have that fear, just take vacation, lie down for 10 days, you will understand. 11th day, you will run for your job. You will run for your job. That is not going to be the end. That is not going to be the solution. No need to completely merge in inaction. I can tell you, neither you need to bother about action nor you need to bother about inaction. All you need to bother about psychological revolution. What goes on inside you whole day, that is what you need to attend. You need to put your awareness only on that. When you can drive your car in the dream state, that is what you do usually. Why can't you drive your car from the Turiya state? Even though you think you are doing your actions in the waking state, 80% of your actions are done by the dream state overtaking the waking state. Instead of that, let the 80% of your actions be done by the Turiya state overtaking the waking state. That's all you need. There is nothing else. These are the questions which happens before even you enter. These are questions like hypothetical questions. Somebody came and asked me, if everybody becomes Swami, how will the world run? I asked him, if everybody dies, how will the world run? He said, no, everybody won't die. He said the same thing. No, everybody won't become. That's all. Hypothetical questions cannot be answered. I told him, do not bother. God is not depending on you to run the world. He is not depending on you to create and maintain the world. Can we really experience the blissful state after learning? Then what for you think I am conducting the program? He is asking, can we really experience the blissful state after learning these meditation techniques? Then what do you think I am sitting and doing here? Understand? Person who creates a formula to reproduce the experiences of the outer world is a scientist. Person who creates a formula to reproduce the experiences of the inner world is a mystic. He is the master. These methods, the techniques which you are going to learn these 3 days, are time-tested, foolproof, created after a great research and development by thousands of masters in thousands of years of research and development, and verified and experienced in my own personal life. So be rest assured, be intense. That's all I'm asking you. That's all you need to do. Nothing else. Just be intense. You will see, you will experience what has happened in my very inner space, in your inner space. Is the psychological revolution you refer to is Sankhya Yoga, Sankhya knowledge of self, Yoga renunciation of the fruits of actions. See, the word Sankhya, the word Yoga, both are like two different expressions. Maybe I can say the psychological revolution word, I mean Sankhya, Yoga and something more. And something more. When you understand these few ideas about the dream and waking state and the superconscious state, every time when low mood or depression or disturbance comes to your inner space because of the waking state, bring this understanding into you. Use this like a key and allow that psychological revolution to happen. You will see not only you will come out of the problem, even 2-3 times if you come out of your sufferings, you will have so much of courage and energy to apply these techniques again and again, to evolve yourself again and again. Beautifully Krishna says, Uttared Atmanatmanam Atmanam Avasadayet. Let you raise yourself by yourself. If you raise yourself by yourself, you are the best friend for you. If you don't raise yourself by yourself, you are the worst enemy for you. So, I can say the word psychological revolution which I am uttering is Sankhya, Yoga and something more. I have learnt Vipassana, but I am unable to practice it effectively. Not sure why. Is it that I am doing it wrong? Is it a wrong technique for me? Neither you are doing it wrong, nor it is wrong technique for you. The when means the time you learned is wrong. First, you should have learned the psychological revolution, clarity about you, world and God. Then technique should have been added to you. Without the clarity, if the technique is directly added, it leads to boredom, dullness, and naturally you drop the technique. I always tell people, any study, any journey you undertake, any book you start reading, even if you don't understand single word, do not skip. If you don't understand single word and skip, slowly you will see that words which you did not understand will become more and more like a load, and your very interest in further reading will disappear. Same way, in the inner journey, without going through the psychological revolution means without going through the understanding, if you just jump, skip the understandings and enter into the meditation technique, this is the problem. Even when I speak and explain the concepts, I have seen many people thinking and sitting, it's okay, what all you are telling, it's okay, Swamiji, let's go to the technique, Swamiji. I have seen people telling me, I understand, Swamiji, let's go to the technique. They think they are very intelligent. They think straight away technique can help. Technique is not allopathy pill. You need an understanding before, because the understanding starts the churning. Understanding starts the churning. Then technique is like addition for the alchemy process. When meditating, lots of negative thought arose. Whether it will come to reality, don't bother about it's coming to the reality. You are not that powerful, fortunately. Fortunately, we are not that powerful to project our thoughts into reality. Then we would have created long before worst hell than what we are having now. Fortunately, God did not give so much of energy to us to project our thoughts into reality. If sometime your thoughts have become reality, if you are seeing your dream or thoughts becoming reality, do not use that power. Try to divert that energy into your consciousness, means thoughtless state. Can we practice different types of yogas? According to me, surely authentic yoga methods do not contradict each other. They only complement each other. So you can practice different yoga methods. Only thing, do not mix and make masala and create your own technique. Practice it independently. 20 minutes means finish that. Then go to the next. Then go to the next. If you mix everything and you start thinking, I know all these things, now I know the core thread. I think I can make my own. That is where you will miss. Somebody is asking a personal question about their sickness after the meditation. You can come here for the darshan. That time you can ask me. Maybe I'll be able to heal or help or answer whatever I can. I'll surely try to do. You said karma means unfulfillment of desires and experiences. But if we suffer from poverty, illness, our saint elders says, it is because of karma. Swamiji, please answer, will any soul or being willing to experience poverty or illness, is this become an unfulfilled desire? Please clarify. First thing, I wanted you to be very clear. If somebody is in poverty, they consciously chose it. Please understand, even if it hurts you, I have to tell the truth. That is why I am telling. Let me give you one small incident. It really happened in my life. It's a little mystical, but exactly as it happened, I am narrating. I can say, I can take a oath, I am stating the simple, straight facts. You can make out what you want to make out of this incident. In USA, one child, autistic child was brought to me for healing. They are from North India, settled in USA, maybe some 7-8-year-old child. They brought the child and asked me, Swamiji, this child is autistic, please heal him. And not a single person in their family or in their surroundings knows Tamil. I put my hand on the head of the child and started healing. In a pure village Tamil, in singular, not even in plural, in singular, that boy said, remove your hand. He just said in Tamil, remove your hand. I was shocked. Because the whole family, they are North Indian family, not a single person knows Tamil. And they said, no way this child can even hear a Tamil word. Because none of us speak and none of us know Tamil. He is growing with us. I thought maybe some spirit or ghost has possessed him. I asked him, who is speaking? He said, I am the owner of this body speaking. Don't you understand? In Tamil he started speaking. I asked him, why are you asking me to remove my hand? I am healing you. He said, I don't want to be healed. It's not your business. Just get out. I was shocked. He said, I do not want to take the responsibility of my life, going through the regular routine. I just wanted a life, comfortable life, somebody taking care of me. That's why I took this kind of a body and mind. I was shocked. I told, that is okay. You have freedom. But your parents are such nice people. Why are you torturing them? Why did you took birth? They are such nice people. He said, I took birth because they are nice people. They will take care of me. They will not put me in the hospitals or asylums or somewhere else. They will take care of me. That's why I took birth in their family. This incident gave me a very big opening or clarity Every soul, consciously or unconsciously, knowingly or unknowingly, chooses its place, birth and the lifestyle. That is what we call prarabdha. When you come down, create the body, you design. For some people it hurts. Understand? It hurts because you are not able to tolerate that you chose what you are having now. I tell you, we choose poverty sometimes because it's a big freedom. With wealth, too much of responsibility is there. It's a big bondage. So understand, start looking into yourself, why you chose what you chose. Maybe that can help you to enjoy and celebrate what you chose. Instead of constantly turning your attention and awareness towards cursing and abusing what you chose, if you start looking why you would have chosen what you would have chosen, you will see suddenly new things revealing, and you are exactly where you wanted to be. You are exactly where you wanted to be. That is ultimate truth. Whether it hurts or heals, truth is truth. Usually with little passions it heals, it never hurts. That is why I say karma is unfulfilled desires and experiences, your lifestyle and everything is straight away consciously chosen by you, and your present is the totality of the decisions you made in the past. Your future is going to be the totality of the decisions you are making in the present. So if you want, consciously you can alter, rearrange, edit, reduce, delete or recreate. You have freedom. How to start meditation? At what age one should start meditation? You are in right place. You will have the answer in few minutes. We will enter into the technique. Come for tomorrow and day after tomorrow sessions too. We will be entering into the deeper and deeper levels of methods and techniques. We always dream because we are away from reality, or try to achieve dream reality. If we do not dream, then what is life? This is one of the worst lie taught to you. Because your universities and schools and societies are not able to teach you superconscious state, they taught you daydreaming state. Understand? Just because they are not able to teach, just because they compromised, let you not waste your life. Let you not miss the truth. Let you not miss the reality. Life can be lived without daydreaming, with superconscious vision. I always tell people, with daydreaming, these desires, before fulfillment, they will give you a deep restlessness. After fulfilling, suddenly you will see they are showing you emptiness. With vision, means superconscious lifestyle, thoughtless awareness lifestyle, before fulfilling, those visions will empower you, will show you the direction. After fulfilling, they will give you a deep satisfaction. There is a big difference between daydream life and superconscious life. There is only two choices. Either you will live a superconscious life or daydreaming life. If you are not living a superconscious life, be sure you are living a daydreaming life. But there is a great fear. If I stop daydreaming, how will I do next planning? How will I decide how to invest? How will I decide what my plans should be next? How will I invest? How will I decide what my life should be? If it is not there, what will you do? Sometimes, if your workers or subordinates convince you, without them your business cannot run. If you are convinced, they will start exploiting you. Same way, your mind has convinced you, without it, you cannot run your life. That conviction is what I call suffering. That is what I call the root of suffering. I tell you, when I say, I really mean, you can live without your daydreaming. You may ask, then how will I plan for my tomorrow? Usually, you are not planning, you are worrying. You are not planning, you are worrying. And even by your planning, you are only reproducing your past into the future. You are limiting your growth by planning. Because you do not have courage to live with the spontaneity, to live with your spontaneous visions happening, to live with the spontaneous revelations happening. Constantly, you are struggling with your day-to-day planning and your life. People who had courage to trust their vision, their spontaneity, only they become genius. Only they become genius. Please understand, a little courage to enter into the life without daydreaming can just revolutionize. I can say this is what I call psychological revolution. Just try for 10 days. In 10 days, I don't think your whole life will be taken away from you. In 10 days, if it can be taken away, then it is not worth having. Let it be taken away. So just try for 10 days, life without daydreaming. Suddenly you will see the quality of spontaneity, and every one of you are visionaries. Because of your planning and daydreaming, the quality of having visions is suppressed. If you just remove the daydreaming, if you just remove the daydreaming and have little courage towards that quality of creating visions in you, quality of living with the spontaneity, you will see suddenly the visionary in you is awakened. People who live with super consciousness never fail and miss in their decisions, because the depth of dilemma or the oscillation, mood swings will be very less. It will be very limited. When the mood swing and the depth of dilemma is limited, suddenly you will see so much of energy is saved and decision making becomes so sharp and straight. I always tell people, having freedom without intelligence is the worst suffering. Whenever this thousands of people are living in our ashrams around the world, when they don't listen to what I say, I tell them, all right, give him freedom. That is the worst suffering. That is the worst punishment. Just by the dilemma, he will die. Just by the dilemma he will die. Nothing else needs to be done. Without intelligence, when the freedom is given, it will lead only to suffering. Our daydreaming is also nothing but dilemma. The intelligence is not there, but the freedom is there. That is what I call daydreaming. Somebody is asking, is a blissful state in one in which breathing pattern changes, it's deep and slow, and I can feel a wave of energy on the face. Is this a blissful state? I can say this is one of the symptoms of the blissful state. In the blissful state, actually the breathing pattern changes and the whole body feels the wave. This is one of the symptoms of the blissful state. This question I answered. We always dream because we are away from reality, or try to achieve dream reality. If we do not dream, then what is life? So, only kids need to dream to cope up with the reality. Even after growing, if you have to dream to cope up with the reality, we are mentally retarded. We have not grown. After the childhood or beyond the childhood. Can the experience of enlightenment be transferred through touch? Can I enter the Turiya state under the influence of the Master? It is possible. From time immemorial, the first gift was always given by the push from the Master. But to stay in that same state, you yourself should have gone through the psychological revolution. Ramakrishna was able to give only one glimpse to Vivekananda. But Vivekananda has to go through the psychological revolution to retain it. So, the experience can be given, a glimpse can be given by the touch of the Master. But if you need to retain it, surely you yourself need to go through that psychological revolution. Means living these great truths in reality. If a person focuses on his work with intensity, does that person need meditation? This is again a hypothetical question. If a person focuses his work, nobody can focus without meditation. So if you think, if a person focuses, actually the question with if cannot be answered. The question with if cannot be answered. It is like a hiding. It is like if it is. The if it is cannot be added. If it is cannot be answered. Will meditation in the beginning produce any bad side effects? No. No side effect except bliss and health. Is there any meaning in the dream I am seeing? There is no meaning even in the world which you are seeing. What about the dream? Even the world which you are seeing has no meaning. So forget about the meaning of the dreams which you are seeing. People come and ask me, Swamiji, I saw this dream, I saw such and such a dream, please give me the meaning about it, explain. I tell them, the world which you are seeing is itself is useless. So, why waste time in interpreting the dreams? There is something called placebo effect. Understand? If patient and doctor, both of them does not know, the medicine is given, if some color water is given instead of medicine, and not only the patient should not know it is just water, even doctor should not know it is just water. Both of them should be thinking it is a medicine, but the person gets healed. He gets the same effect of medication. This is called placebo effect. The same placebo effect, the reverse placebo effect, there is a theory, reverse placebo effect. But you know, in the West, this calamity happens. In the East also it has started. Continuously advertising about some symptoms of disease. If you have a slight knee pain, it may be arthritis. Some 5-6 symptoms, a very broad symptoms if you give, and ask if you have any one of these symptoms, you have this mental disorder. You will see 95% of the people will start feeling that they have that mental disorder. No, it's true. Morning, slow lethargy, or irritation in your relationships, feeling like disconnected, or loneliness. If you have any one or all the symptoms, you have this mental disorder. Who will say I don't have? And these idiots go on preaching this nonsense. When these ideas are constantly told to the public, told to the people, they start believing that they do have the disease. Understand one problem. If there are 10 symptoms, and if you start connecting with the disease by saying you have one symptom, you will create all other 9 symptoms within few days. Because you are clearly, strongly believing you have that disease now. You have to express other symptoms, otherwise something is wrong. You will start thinking, oh God, other symptoms are not there, then something is wrong with me. So giving these broad symptoms and asking you to choose, if you have any one or all the symptoms, you have this disease, is the worst calamity. Actually, this is what I call reverse placebo effect. In the first placebo effect which I explained, the healing happens. In this placebo effect, disease happens. In the West, oh God, of course, the East also, of course, the Indian cities are no more Bharat. Unfortunately, we have to tell the truth. Geographically, maybe Bharat, but the great value, the great lifestyle is slowly. Anyhow, but at least if you have intelligence, stop allowing these thoughts getting into your system. Stop allowing, especially the symptoms related to mental disorder. See, every season, once in 3 months, in the West you will see one new diagnosis. And you will see 30% of the country is suffering with the disease. And 27% of the country is suffering with the disease. I am surprised. The moment you come out with some symptom, naturally what people will think, I think I have a little irritation. 2-3 times I shouted. I do have that symptom. You just connect with your activity and attitude and see if some one symptom clicks, then what happens? You start visualizing from next day all other symptoms are there in your life. And you connect every incident in your life and see. And you are very clear, now you have the disease. So I feel the very idea from which we look has to be shifted, has to be changed. All they missed is health, that's all. They missed an important idea, important truth. The healthy part of the human being they missed. Consciousness is the healthiest part of the human being. They are not interested in accepting that. Because the moment they accept that, they give the hope to the human being, they can heal themselves. They don't need the help of somebody else. Then problem starts. People come and ask me many times, why should we go to the gurus? We have become dependent on masters. At least master will liberate you at some point. Master basically trusts There is a part in you which cannot be occupied or possessed by disease. What is the fastest way to spiritual progress? Shortcut. If you want an honest answer, I should say, I don't know. I don't know is the honest answer. Because, according to me, the spiritual life itself is the simple, straight path. See, shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So there is no more, there cannot be any other shortcut. Shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. So I can say, spiritual life is straight line. That is the straightest line. That is only shortest route. Please put some light on what is it that tells me that I had a good sleep in the night. Maybe the time you spent in the deep sleep was more than time you spent in dream state. That is what you feel morning, that you had good sleep or rest. Swamiji clarified that there are so many methods of meditation, which is the excellent method. I can say I have chosen 3 methods, 3 techniques. These 3 days you will be learning. Today it will be like a preparation, introduction, entering into meditation. Tomorrow it will be deeper, cleansing. And day after tomorrow, deepest level, unclutching, means experiencing the true self. So, we'll enter into the meditation. Just these few questions I'll attend, then we'll enter into the meditation. These are the questions. How long we can meditate at a stretch? How to come out from the thought flow? All these questions will be answered now in the meditation when I explain the technique. Many times dreams are considered to be the symbolizers of future happenings than what the dream is. I don't think your dream should be symbolizing your future. Your future is not that bad or that low that it can be predicted and planned in your dream. It should be predicted and planned in your waking state. Understand? If your future is planned and predicted in the waking state, you know where you are going. If it is predicted and planned in the dream state, understand, where are you going? Where are you heading? You don't even know where you are heading. I think it is very dangerous. Better not to be planning and predicting your future in the dream state.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat, as a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy.
Yes. So after this question and answer session by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he revealed the sacred secrets of handling our inner space, how we need to look in our inner space, all the effort that we are putting, all the agitation, all the restlessness, all the dissatisfaction, all the cribbing that this is not there, that is not there, I have not done that, or this has not manifested. When it is diverted into the inner space, that is intensity. And Swamiji answered questions of participants on the various questions about intensity, about meditation. So now we'll be moving ahead with another powerful revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on inner chatter. The constant inner chatter which happens in our inner space non-stop. How we can go beyond that and experience deep peace. So now we'll be moving ahead. Let's come to the space of listening to receive these sacred truths from Swamiji.
Inner chatter means whether you are driving or washing or cleaning or eating or cooking or sitting or watching TV, whatever you may be doing, there's a 24-hour FM going on inside. 24-hour FM going on inside. Talking. You don't know what is going on. Understand? Understand an important danger. You are nothing but the totality of your thoughts. Am I right? Unfortunately, you don't even know what you are thinking continuously 24 hours. Then how do you know about your life? People come and ask me, Swamiji, can you predict my future? I tell them, I only change futures, not predict. If I have to predict your future, what kind of a life you are living? What ugly kind of life you are living? People come with a small paper to do this matchmaking. This marriage ceremony, matchmaking, they come and they give the paper. Swamiji just see this, whether the male and female, this guy can marry. I tell them, oh God, if such a big decision can be taken with this small paper, your whole future is nothing more than this too small paper. We live in such an unconscious state. That is why you are afraid of future. That is why you are afraid of future. 24 hours you don't know what is going on inside you. That is why whenever things happen in your life which you really wanted always, you think it is an accident. Because you were not even aware what you wanted. You work for, you invite somebody through phone, email, fax, telegram, and then send somebody and bring that guy. The moment he enters your house, you say, no, not this guy, I wanted another person. Because you don't know whom you invited. Diseases are very good people. They don't go unless you force them to come in. Because they have too much agitation. They are too busy guys. Busy people and good people. They don't go. You invite an email, text message, SMS. Finally, you send somebody and bring him. And you say, no, I will not invite him. I will not think he will be coming. I thought somebody else will be coming. No. All your accidents are expected, invited. Understand? In the whole life, there is no such thing as accident or miracle. Your inner chattering, you are not aware of your inner chattering, you are not aware of what you are igniting. If you enjoy what you invited unconsciously, you call that as miracle. If you resist what you invited unconsciously, you call that as accident. That's all. There is no miracle, there is no accident in the life. Everything is clearly invited by you. The third layer, mental layer, inner chattering, is only inviting continuously. You store engrams, there are also samskaras there too. And fourth layer is emotional layer. We call it Sukshma Sarira, intense emotions. That's the fourth layer. Fifth layer is the layer you experience during deep sleep. The peace you experience during deep sleep. Sixth layer is excitement and joy you experience for no reason. Sometimes rarely you will experience. This is what we call Anma Sharira, cosmic body. Rarely, when you are in love, when you are really sharing for no reason, not for the reason, not for the sake of some pleasure which you will gain from the other person, no. Just for no reason. That time you experience that. Sixth layer, very rare. Seventh layer is enlightenment, which at least none of you experience. But unfortunately, I have to listen and see what they are teaching. Today we will enter into few sutras. Let me read the sutra, then we will try to understand. I am giving you only the English translation. Blessed one, as senses are absorbed in the heart, reach the center of the lotus. Such a simple one-liner, but can straight away lead you to the enlightenment experience. Let me describe what is exactly I mean by the word enlightenment. Ramakrishna says beautifully, whenever I try to explain exactly what is enlightenment, I am blocked. Of course, that is the truth. Maybe I can try to give one point of understanding. There will not be any movement of letter or word or a thought between your navel and the throat. The words will come only from the throat. I can say this is one of the precise description of enlightenment. There will not be any word or thought or syllable or sound movement between the navel and the throat. Means only when you are talking the words will be coming. When you are not talking, there will not be any words inside. Only the energy movements. only the energy movements. Means there is no thought, there is no verbalization, there will not be any continuous inner chattering. Your inner chattering is the only thing which disturbs your whole life. Very difficult for a normal person to understand. They will always think, no, unless I have inner chattering, how will I plan my everyday life? How will I be able to run my business? How will I be able to live? Understand, when you don't have inner chattering, I don't say it is a dead silence. It is an intense energy. Whatever needs to be done comes out as a full, complete visualization. For example, what you need to do tomorrow, if you have the inner chattering, it will come line by line. Morning I will have to get up. Then I will have to go to my office. Then I will be doing this work. Then evening I will come back. Then I may have this program, that program. Like a linear way, one by one it comes out. When you don't have inner chattering, just you are with yourself, the whole visualization comes out as a one statement or one information. That is what we call intuition. When you go through the logical process, it is called inner chattering. It is intellect. But when you don't have that inner chattering, things starts expressing in you intuitively. Straight away you know. If you have to, the tomorrow routine, if it gets downloaded into your system, you know clearly. First, next, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, everything will be presented to you straight away. I don't know whether I conveyed it completely. I'm trying. You can try to understand how without verbalization enlightened beings are working. If you had the fortune of living around some enlightened being, of course, very difficult. It is very difficult because one visualization which comes to me has to be translated into action, means at least 200 verbalization, verbal instruction has to be delivered. It is very difficult for the disciples to grasp. That is why there is constant fight between me and my disciples. From morning I come out of my room till I go back to my room. No, sorry, till I sleep, because I'll be in the chat also. It is a constant struggle between me and my disciples. Impossible, because constantly it comes out as a full visualization. But person who stays in the verbalization, very difficult to grasp. All you need is, even a few moments, if you decide consciously and relax from the verbalization, to tell you honestly, you need nothing else except the clear decision. It is time. Surely there is something more than whatever verbalization gave to my life. See, your property, your name and fame, your position, everything was given to you by your verbalization. The thinking which you had, that only gifted everything to you. So you have a deep gratitude for verbalization. Apart from gratitude, the utility value, you know this is paying and going to pay. Continuously it is going to add more and more. The utility value is there. All you need is a clarity. Really, there is something beyond verbalization and I want it. This clarity is more than enough. This conscious decision is more than enough.
One more thing. I'm not asking you to drop the verbalization whole day. The moment I say that, you will be frightened. Then I have to add Kshatriya part. Kshatriya part to the scriptures. No. All I am asking, even if you can drop for few minutes before starting to the office, I'll sit and few minutes I'll decide no inner chattering. Understand, you do not know the power of your intention. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, I also decide no inner chattering, but that word itself is one more inner chattering. How can I remove the inner chatterings? Understand, mind can kill the mind. Mind can kill the mind. You can commit suicide. Not physically, I'm saying mentally. If somebody asks, no, I am having life, any idea, thought which I am having in the life, how can it lead to death? It can. Your mind may be having life now. Don't think it can't lead you to the mindlessness. It can lead you to mindlessness. The conscious decision not to have inner chattering, at least for a few moments, will add so much energy into your being. It's as of now, your mind is like a hall filled with furnitures. Can you say, oh, whole hall is filled with furnitures? How can this hall become empty? No. It can become empty if you start removing one by one. The conscious decision to have the mindless state is like removing the furniture one by one. Just a few moments per day, if you can decide consciously and sit, maybe for 1 month, decide it as a routine. After that, you don't need to do it as a routine. After that, you will see the very taste calls you back. The very taste calls you back. After 1 month drinking, you don't need to decide, you need to drink. The very taste will call you back. Just few moments, decide very consciously, no words between navel and throat. That is the area the words will be moving when you are not talking. From Manipuraga chakra to Vishuddhi chakra, that is the area the words will be constantly moving, even when it is not needed. Things which you are doing when it is not needed tires you, and you will not have energy to do things which is needed to do, which you need to do, which is needed. The constant inner chattering will tire you. Do not ever think or believe because of your inner chattering only you are able to do your business, run life, live your life with the luxury and comfort. No. In spite of your inner chattering, you are living comfortably. Not because of your inner chattering. Sometime rarely, those inner chattering would have given you little way out of compassion. You would have had 1 or 2 strong visualizations, intuition. Only those decisions which you made out of intuitions will be responsible now for your wealth, for your comfort, for your luxury, for your happiness in the life. You can just look back and see the major successful decisions. When those things happened in you, you might have been in a high mood, or the mood in which there was no thoughts. Only those decisions bring joy, peace, and bliss. Understand, enlightenment means not having any letter, word, sound, vibration between navel and Vishuddhi. That's all. Here Mahadeva is giving a straight technique to achieve this state. There is so many other descriptions about enlightenment.
Here I am giving you the description or understanding through which directly you can enter into this technique. Your inner space. The whole world unused natural resource, I can say, misused powerful natural resource is your inner space. Naturally available to us, just because we don't know how to use, it constantly gets abused. And we do not know the power of it. Just a simple one understanding. Again and again, from time immemorial, the enlightened masters are landing on the planet Earth and saying that life is joy and ecstasy and bliss. Again and again. Another one problem is, we are not able to just throw them out, saying that they may be liars, or one bolt has gone. We are not able to push them aside just because of their authenticity, just because of their very presence. Truth adds value to your presence. When Vivekananda addressed the Parliament of Religions, he started, "Dear brothers and sisters of America." The reminiscences, people who witnessed the scene, they say that it took at least 10 minutes for the crowd to settle down. It was such a strong experience, not just clapping, the very feeling. Somebody asked Vivekananda, how this happened? Because every day you see in the street so many people calling you sister, brother, all those things. The problem is, when they call sister or brother, you don't know what for they are calling. There is a beautiful word in Sanskrit, ojas. If the person who is speaking, if he is speaking from authentic experience, the person who is listening has to listen authentically. Listener cannot escape, because the depth or the words will have its own quality. Not only that, anything comes out of the pure inner space has to penetrate your inner space, has to enter into your inner space. When Vivekananda says, "Dear brothers and sisters," you cannot just brush him aside saying, "Oh, he's lying," or he's using sentimental words, or he is just socially polite, or he is politically correct. You can't brush him aside, because it will be such a strong experience. It will be such a strong word. You cannot push the master's words aside. I always tell people, either you agree completely with me or you disagree completely with me. That's a big problem. But you cannot push masters aside. Again and again they are happening, and they say that life is joy, life is ecstasy, life is bliss, life is ananda. But in our daily routine, it doesn't seem to be true. And it doesn't seem to be reality. That is why I have seen many times this happening. People who live closely with enlightened masters, living masters,
They can't understand what is going on. This guy is constantly radiating so much of joy, so much of ecstasy. I always tell people, if you live with the living master, either you should become enlightened or you will become mad. No other way. Because you are too close to truth. It's a dangerous zone. Either if you are cooperating, if you are letting that process to happen, if you are involving yourself, you will become enlightened. If you are resisting, the resistance will be too much, because every moment you have to resist, and you don't have so much of energy to resist, because his presence will be so strong. It will be penetrating. To resist an enlightened master, you need almost equal energy, which is practically impossible. That is the reason you can't push them aside. Neither we can push them aside, nor we are able to realize. Then where is the problem? Why their words doesn't seem to be reality in our system? Even people who follow many times feel the words which are coming out, why it has not become reality in my life? I can say the only one reason: unused, abused inner space. The first thing in the life, if somebody asks me, Swamiji, give me only one word advice. Actually, that is a big problem. Many people come and ask me, give me only one word. I tell them, if I have to give you one word advice, I need 2-3 hours. If I have to give whatever I want, then I can give it immediately. One word means it has to be essence. Once Bernard Shaw wrote a 100-page book. Somebody goes and asks, how could you write such a small book, 100-page? He says, I don't have time. If I had time, I would have written only 40-page. Understand? He says, I don't have time. That is why I wrote 100-page. If I had little more time, I would have written much smaller. Means to be precise, you need more time. If somebody asks me to be precise on only one word, advice, my advice will be, let you care about your inner space, that's all. Understand, without knowing, without respecting, without even having little sensitivity, constantly we are abusing our inner space. From morning till night, you do not know what you are sowing, you do not know what you are growing, you do not know what you are encouraging. Suddenly when you see the result, you say, this is not what I asked, this is not what I wanted, I don't know how this happened in my life, I don't know how come God is punishing me? Poor guy. Anything goes right, credit goes to you. Anything goes wrong, he has to take. And we all of us know he is sitting somewhere and he doesn't interfere much. So naturally we go on complaining. It is he, it is he, it is he. The concept of God has become method to you escape from our responsibility. Escape from our responsibility. The abused inner space or misused inner space is the worst thing can happen to an individual. Very beautifully, Shankara says, Agara Shuddhayo Smriti Suddhihi. If the intake is purified, your memory, inner space will be purified. Understand, when Shankara says intake, he does not mean just the food which you take through the mouth. No. All the things which you take through all five senses, through eyes, through ears, through smell, through mouth, and through touch. Whatever you take inside is called ahara. Our inner space is constantly abused by wrong diet, wrong food, poison. So much of violence we are swallowing, visually, or through movies, or through media, whatever may be reason. So much of violence you are swallowing. I don't say you should not read newspaper. To know the news, to keep in touch with the world, newspaper is perfectly all right. But we go on spending time and energy enjoying and cherishing the violent visualizations. So much we are throwing inside without knowing that our inner space is getting corrupted. The corruption which happens to your inner space is what I call samskara, engraved memories. The memories which goes and sits inside your inner space and makes you go through same experience, makes you do same kind of actions. Even if you don't want, those memories is what I call samskaras. Today, the whole session today is completely dedicated to work on our inner space, to work on our samskaras. We will do a deeper process, some methods to cleanse the unnecessarily accumulated samskaras. Of course, all samskaras are unnecessary. You can be alive without any samskara because your very body is made out of the samskaras which is needed. Your mind does not need to carry any samskara to run your life or to protect the infrastructure which you are having as your own, or to expand your infrastructure to add comforts and to do what you want. Please understand, your body has an innate intelligence which we call biomemory, or in Sanskrit prarabdha. When you design your body, you have clearly decided about the life, about the enjoyments, experiences you want to have. Based on that, you decide your body. You design your body. So the energy or the ideas with which you designed your body, that is called prarabdha. Your prarabdha is intelligent enough, powerful enough, efficient enough to run your life and expand your infrastructures. Any samskara which is operating in your conscious or unconscious layer is nothing but a hindrance for the fulfillment of your life. Any samskara, please understand, any samskara. There is no such thing as good or bad. People come and ask me, I feel like coming back to your lecture, Swamiji. Is this samskara also bad? You tell them, please be very clear. Do not try to hide. Mind sometimes hides from this corner to that corner. If you chase the mind from this corner, it goes and hides in that corner. I tell them, be very clear. Anything, even coming back or listening to the discourse, if it is based on samskara, you have not understood what I said. First time, if you listen and drop samskaras, you don't need to come second time. You don't need to do anything. Sometime you will see, without samskara, just out of a deep gratitude or ecstasy, you may come back. That is perfectly all right. But not as a habit. People who come and sit as a habit, be very clear, I can be 100% sure they will not be listening what I am talking. Because they will have one more habit. They have mastered the art of sitting with open eyes and sleeping. They may not be moving their head. Sometimes I have seen, they will be, especially in the modern day, our schools and colleges teach kids how to sit with open eyes and sleep. Eyes will be wide open, sitting very straight, but you will see their mind will not be here. The mind will be somewhere else. As I was telling yesterday, daydreaming. If you are here out of habit, I don't think that is going to help. Because again, the next habit, even if the body is there, mind will be somewhere. That habit will be there. I always tell people, early morning when you get up and put the brush in the mouth, mind is already in the office. When you are sitting in the office and operating your computer, mind is already in the beach or the temple evening. When you are in the temple, your mind is already in the house. By the time you reach the house and settle down, mind is already thinking about what to do tomorrow, next day routine. One thing is sure, if you are here, your mind is not here. Because constantly it is running here, there, here, there, here, there. Filled samskaras. Inner space filled with samskaras is hell. Inner space without samskaras is heaven. So do not try to classify good or bad. Samskara by itself, by its very nature, is negative. By its very nature is depressive. I always tell people, if you come and sit just out of samskara, after 2 days the same thing will be boring. Anything done out of samskara, suddenly you will see it becomes empty. It becomes boring. It becomes simply unrelated to your life. Any moment happens with a deep understanding. Any moment happens out of your pure inner space, adds value to you. From the young age, we collect so many different samskaras through so many ways, accumulate, add, and reproduce. Samskaras do reproduce even without any further action. Just by thinking, you can strengthen samskaras. There are some samskaras which can be strengthened only by action. There are some which will be strengthened by information. There are some neither needs action nor needs information. Just remembrance is enough. They will get strengthened. We collect various level samskaras, engraved memories, and store in our system and expand, multiply, create more and more hindrance. Now, I'll take few minutes to analyze whatever I expressed. Please understand. Now, whatever I expressed is more like atato brahma jignasat. Let us inquire into the reality. So I proposed whatever I want to propose. Now you can analyze it through your questions. It's like a churning. The master's experience and the disciple's logic is used to churn when the disciple's logic is used to work and the churn with the master's experience, suddenly you will see the amrita, the master's experience, comes out. If the disciple's logic is not intelligent enough to stay with the master patiently, then that logic emits something. It is called poison. That logic will escape, run away out of its tiredness. When it thinks it is not going to survive, it will emit poison. Just like that Vasugis. If you know the churning, the Milky Ocean, the story, the Vasugi, the snake can be called as disciple's logic. When the Vasugi thought it won't survive, it started vomiting poison. When the logic feels it can't survive these great truths, it is going to disappear. The life is going to take different direction. It vomits poison, which I call doubt, and creates problems. If you have patience to work with the master's experience, which is the Meru Hill, you will see Amrita, enlightenment comes out of your system. Let us churn the master's experience with the questions so that you can internalize all these great truths, all these great revelations. Then we will enter into the process and meditation technique. First, let me answer. See, here he's asking, animals don't get married and live a free life. Why should we get married and suffer? Is there anything that is in a marriage that is not provided for animals? Yes. Yes. Animals take birth as polygamous and die as polygamous. Human being, in seed, in potential form, when he is taking birth, he is polygamous, but he should not die as polygamous. He should become monogamous. Understand, that is what is maturity. Suddenly you will see, when you start growing inside you, the deep friendliness liberates you from lust. Please understand. Just yesterday, in our ashram, I was discussing about this. In our ashramites meeting, I was telling, I was taking classes for my brahmacharis about the celibacy and sannyas. There were some very intimate questions and answers. Sessions was going on. There I made a statement, very important truth. It is not just for swamis, even for everyone. We need to understand. A deep friendliness will completely replace the need for lust. It's a very important sutra. It's a very important sutra. Usually in marriage, a deep hatred replaces the lust. Small story. 30-year-old guy goes to the doctor. After thorough checkup, medical checkup, doctor says, your health is not for married life. You have to completely drop physical relationship. You have to be celibate, alone. This guy says, no, I'm just 30. I cannot suddenly quit. I cannot suddenly stop. Give me some other alternative. He says, all right, then marry. Slowly it will automatically taper down. Understand, a deep hatred starts replacing the need for lust. But the truth is, a deep friendliness can replace the need for physical relationship. If the deep friendliness replaces the need for physical relationship, that is what we call vanaprastha. In the Vedic tradition, a ripened married life. When the married life gets ripened, it's called vanaprastha. In the Vedic marriage, there is a beautiful Asirvachana means the blessing statement. During the marriage, the blessing is given to the woman. Let you become your, to the man, the blessing is given. Let you become the 11th son of your wife. For her, the blessing is given. Let you become the 11th daughter of your husband. Means, after 10 years of living together, the deep friendliness, if it grows, suddenly you will see the need for the physical relationship comes down, tapers down. So I really feel the marriage system as something to contribute. At least our masters had something in their heart when they created this system of family. So surely marriage system has something to add to you than the animal life. I can say deep friendliness. I can say it's like the physical relationship is more like confirming whether the other person is still in need of me, or still the other person wants me, or still the other person loves me or not. If that guarantee, the confirmation, the other person is in love with you, the other person really needs you, the other person will miss you, the other person loves you. If that confirmation, that security settles down in both hearts, suddenly you will see the need for physical relationship comes down. I can say that is what is the gift of that is what is the fruit which you are supposed to have from the proper marriage system. I can say that is the thing which animals cannot experience. A polygamous man can never experience this. Polygamous man can never experience what I am saying, that guarantee, insurance, the other person loves you, will never be experienced by a polygamous person. If you experience that, you lived a pure, fulfilling life. The life of the real Grihastha, the Vedic traditional Grihastha. Unless you have the courage to go near the truth, the real healing will never happen. You may have medically fit body, that does not mean you are healthy. Of course, whoever I have seen, I can say 99%, the people who do not have the self-healing clarity, thoughts in the system, will never be able to maintain even the physical health. In last 5 years of my public life, around 1.2 million, 12 lakh disciples I have initiated. With that experience I am sharing with you, not just to boast or be proud about nothing, just to tell you, with this authority, with this experience, with this understanding, I tell you, person who does not have the self-healing clarity and understanding. When I say self-healing understanding, when you fall in depression, the thoughts which brings you out of the depression, the clarity which brings you out of depression. Just a year ago, I did a small research. I chose some of the people who went through meditation programs and who went through some spiritual studying, asked them to write whatever comes in their mind without editing for 20 minutes. And a person who is not exposed to spirituality, asked them also to write. When I read those papers, it was a very shocking revelation. A person who is not exposed to the spirituality, his thoughts, if he has written 100 thoughts, more than 80 are directing him towards more and more depression. Only 20 thoughts were self-healing, means bringing him out of depression. But the people who are exposed to the spirituality and study and meditation, I saw more than 60% of their thoughts are self-healing. Only 40 are towards depression. The self-healing thoughts, the self-healing clarity, the touch of the truth. Only a person who had a touch of the truth in his life can maintain health. Understand? When I say health, I mean even physical health. Otherwise, it is impossible even to maintain physical health, especially in this so-called modern society. The stress and the pressure and all those things. The person who put the question yesterday, this is too much truth for me, Swamiji. I'm afraid. Understand? You are afraid of your health. You are afraid of your health. Sometime, truth will be strong. No other way. But I tell you, it can create so much of ecstasy and energy. Ecstasy in the inner space, energy to expand yourself in the outer space. Energy in the inner space, ecstasy in the inner space, energy to expand in the outer space. Yesterday, the one concept which I was explaining again and again, it is nothing but another one kind of a dream. That truth, if you can just collect it and keep it inside, that is what I call knowledge weapon, Shastra Sastra. Whenever depression attacks you, suffering attacks you, life brings different scenes in front of you, the Shastra Sastra, knowledge weapon, can be so powerful, can be used so much, you can just come out of the depression. So naturally, these great truths, sometime, even if it is too much, don't bother. Try to digest, assimilate, and keep it in the corner of your heart. Let the Shastras be stored inside you. The more and more Shastras you have, knowledge weapons you have, naturally the depression will have the fear about you. It's just like if you have a huge army, naturally the other country will be afraid of attacking you. You don't even have to attack. The moment you display your power, the other country will think twice before attacking you. Same way, the knowledge weapon, Shastras, the self-healing thoughts, the more and more you accumulate, the self-healing thoughts, Shastras, inside your system, you will see depression will have fear to come near you. Depression will have fear to even look at you. The life, or what you call as so-called life, will be afraid to come near you. Even now, the truths which I am sharing, it may be a little strong, but I tell you, if you want the truth to do the process of healing in you, it has to be digested, internalized. Many times people ask me, just by giving few hours of discourse, how could you heal, Swamiji? But it is happening. How it happened in me? Many people come and ask me. Just 2-3 days I sat with you and listened to whatever you said. Suddenly I feel my system is healed. My system is helped. My health is better. I tell them it is not simply listening. It is not ordinary words. You will see when these truths are added into you, you will completely rethink. You will redesign your whole life. What you think as desires, what you think as fear, what you think as worry, what you think as depression, all these things will suddenly have new clarity. All these things will suddenly disappear. When the load is taken out of your inner space, there is nothing else but healing. Healing is the only thing can happen to you. Here is a beautiful question. Sir, how to know master is enlightened or not among so many masters in the world? I tell you, even if the master is not enlightened, if your heart feels connected, just go behind him. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. Understand? If your heart feels connected, just go behind him. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. If your heart is not feeling connected, even if he is enlightened, he can't help you. Just forget about him. Even if he is enlightened, if your heart is not feeling connected to him, if you are not just feeling that vibration, that ecstasy, that falling in tune with him, he will not be able to help you. Just forget about it. So don't have to bother whether somebody is enlightened or not. Bother more about whether you feel connected or not. It's one of the best way to avoid spiritual growth, judging the masters. It's a very, if you want to avoid spiritual growth, best method is judging the masters. Start judging so that you don't have to judge you. Many people come and ask me. One guy the other day asked me, young guy, he said, like how Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, have you seen God? I am asking you, have you seen God? He asked me. He says that how Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, same way I am asking you, answer me. Have you seen God? I told him. When Vivekananda asked Ramakrishna, Ramakrishna said yes, and Vivekananda was courageous enough to follow Ramakrishna. I tell you, not only I have seen, I am ready to show. Come on. That guy disappeared. We go on judging the masters, but do not bother about our qualification. I tell you, if your heart feels connected, if you feel some goodness being around him or about him, just go behind. Even if he is not enlightened, you will become enlightened. I have seen many disciples becoming enlightened and masters unenlightened.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat, As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, The United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, BHAGAVAN Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts.
Yes, Nityananda. We learned about inner chatter and the power of our inner space. Let us dive a little bit deeper into this. Swamiji is sharing your inner space is the whole world's most unused natural resource. We all have it. We all have our own inner space, which we can explore, which we can experience. It is like your bedroom, where you can decide, okay, I feel today my bed should be on that side and I want my cupboard on that side. You rearrange, you redesign, and you spend like a decent amount of your time there. Like if we sleep for, let's say, 7 hours a day, that means what? We're spending at least a third of our life in our bedroom. But then again, many people, they never actually change it. They never actually re-explore, redesign. They just set it and forget it. And that's the same thing with our inner space. But we are even less aware of our inner space. We're taking it even more for granted. Swamiji said we spend so much time cleaning our outer world, cleaning the kitchen, the bathroom, cleaning the hall, wiping the furniture, wiping our TV screen, but we never spend time cleaning our inner space. And our inner space is like a forgotten attic or cellar full of dust, old furniture, which no one is using, and everything is just dusted over, dirty, cobweb. And if you actually try to find something or you try to navigate through your inner space, it's not possible because everything is just blocked. Everything is just disgusting. So completion means dusting off the furniture in your inner space, clearing up so you can walk, so you can navigate, you can look around, and creating more free inner space so that you can live in your own inner space comfortably. Understand, Swamiji is saying, miracle and accident both are beyond your logic. If the effect is favorable to you, desired by you, you call it a miracle. If the effect is not desired by you, if it is not benefiting you, you call it an accident. In your inner space, if you know how to use, you will be constantly making miracles. Purifying the inner space is planning for miracles. If you don't know how to use your inner space, you will be constantly creating accidents. Things you feel are happening to you. Unfavorable things that are happening to you, out of your control. Oh, how could I have prevented that? It is very simple. Swamiji is sharing that space is like a massive magnet that you are polarizing. You are setting it up to attract whatever then comes into your life. So the inner space you are carrying, whatever samskaras you are cherishing, maintaining, keeping them alive,
they only reflect in how your external experience is generated. The kind of people that enter into your life will trigger exactly the patterns that are already sitting in your inner space. So because you are attracting the same frequency incidents in your life, the same frequency actions in your life. So this can be very empowering or very frustrating. If you understand the science correctly, you will be a magician. You will be a great siddha, powerful master, because simply you can reprogram your inner space to attract exactly what you want. But if you don't understand this correctly, it means, oh, what? So it's me who is creating all the misery in my life? That is horrible. You understand, if you don't take responsibility for your inner space, your life will be hell. You will be attracting all the things that you don't want because you don't know how to use your inner space. But it's actually a wonderful truth. It's a blessing because you can reprogram your inner space. You can dust it off, throw away what is not needed anymore, put in what you want, and actually walk around as a miracle magnet. So there's a wonderful truth which you need to internalize. Not only internalize, experience by entering into the process of working on your inner space. Consciously enter into the memories which you don't want to enter. Your guilt, your pain, many of the suppressed desires which you don't want to become part of your inner space. Whatever you are avoiding, just consciously re-enter into them. It's a very powerful process. Swamiji is sharing. Many times it is not actually the things that we fear. It's actually rejudging our own thoughts. So many times we have certain thoughts and we get angry at ourselves. We get worried. Oh no, I shouldn't think these thoughts. Welcome back to the program. Actually, we want to welcome all of you. Everyone who is here. Ma Anandishwari, Ma Yao Jinu, Ma Gurulinga Sangha, Ma Ananda Aguru Rupini, Wang Chitsin, and Ma Shamen, and Ma Liu Hai Yin Nithyananda. Nithyananda, everyone. Everyone who's listening on YouTube, on other social media platforms, also welcome. So we were just sharing about the power of our own inner space and the importance of clearing up the cobwebs, making space for us to live in our own inner space comfortably. If we don't take responsibility for our own inner space, living in it will be hell. It will be a disgusting mess. Just imagine, you don't clean your bedroom for 20 years. How will it look? And you still live in it. Then imagine you're 40 years old now. You have never cleaned your bedroom. So that is what our inner space generally looks like. Our neighbor gives one comment about how dirty our car is and we flare up. Same lines, that's only our inner space. Some external comment, some undesired situation, and we immediately get frustrated, agitated, irritated. But actually, if we understand the signs of inner space, we understand that only because we don't clean up our inner space, we even attract these kinds of situations. Only because of that fact, we even react to these kinds of situations. How easy it would be to just wave them off and say, yes, have a nice day. That's all. But no, it's that moment, that is the final drop until the pot explodes. So only because we are already so pressurized from the inside is that when external forces applied, we explode. We're just waiting to explode. Swamiji shares so many thoughts we are using to beat ourselves up. So a violent thought arises in us. A painful thought arises in us. A lustful thought arises in us. And we immediately feel, oh no, I should not think that. I should not have these kinds of thoughts. That is not the right thing to think. So we stop it there. We interrupt it there. Actually, what happens, instead of completing, we reject, we suppress that aspect of us. It's like putting the seal that there's the lock for the pressure cooker which you put on top, that whistle. Once the pressure is high enough, the whistle goes up and then some of the steam gets released. So we know, okay, now it is fully pressurized. Now it is at the optimal cooking pressure and temperature. It's like permanently gluing that to the pot. What will happen? It'll just blow up eventually. So by rejecting, by fighting with the thoughts that arise in us, we never allow ourselves to complete with them. So Swamiji is giving this technique here, telling us, consciously enter into the memories which you don't want to enter. Your guilt, your pain, many of the suppressed desires, which you don't want to become a part of your inner space. It's not even that you don't want to experience all these desires, but you feel shame, you feel guilt, you suppress them. So whatever you are avoiding, consciously re-enter into them. That is the exercise. It's a powerful, powerful exercise. I really recommend all of you to go ahead and let us all enter into this exercise. We're going to take a decent amount of time. Just see whatever shows up in your inner space, which you are suppressing, which you're trying to avoid, which you're trying to disallow from being there in your inner space. I'm too holy. I cannot think like that. I'm a spiritual seeker. This cannot be part of my inner space. Nothing like that. We have to go through all our samskaras with a completion process or unclutching. We don't suppress any thought. We allow it to arise. We witness it. We bring consciousness to the equation. And here we are actively entering into the forest fire. So let us go. Let us consciously enter into the thoughts which we don't want to allow in our inner space. If you have any questions about this exercise, please let us know. And let's take this time and actively go into this.
Thank you.